It's episode 69. How about that for the Wrestlecast?
Ooh, 69.
69. That's the sex number. Princess Full Ultimate Destiny.
That's the sex number.
It is the sex number. Tell me I'm wrong.
Not wrong. It was just funny just saying that, then say, hey, Wrestle Princess.
Yes. We got Wrestle Princess. We got Ultimate Party. We have Full Gear. We have Gate of Destiny. We have Power Struggle. We got the retro stuff, including Sold Out from WCW in 99. My God, we got a lot to talk about.
Hey, can't forget Ice Ribbon and Stardom, yo.
Look, they're the only ones that didn't run a huge, massive show.
Hey, October Ribbon was a massive show last month.
Right, last month. I believe Japan has a special holiday that took place around the previous weekend. So that's why a lot of these promotions ran just these massively big shows. Hello, Kitty Cat.
I think so.
Wouldn't be a podcast
right.
without you.
Oh, yeah, the other host of the podcast,
right.
your cat.
Good kitty. For now. As he gets on the mic stand. No!
So not a good cat no more.
Meow. I know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, lots of wrestling happened. Lots of big shows. We got... Which one was the best show, do you think, Kay? Which one did you have the most fun watching?
Oh, God, it's a toss-up between Gate of Destiny and Wrestle Princess, really. Those were two, the best ones. But from, start to finish, I enjoyed. I want to give the slight edge to Wrestle Princess, but I think more of that has to do with the fact that it's TJPW on the biggest stage you've ever been on. It just kind of feels special.
I think I'm going to go with Full Gear. I think AEW put on the most fun.
Oh, you just went to left field on that one.
I did.
I didn't expect Full Gear. I did enjoy Full Gear as well, but I don't know.
I think from top to bottom, that card delivered in many ways, but we'll save that for my mother. She's going to do that.
I wonder if she's going to like certain outcomes.
Oh, right. Well, I'm sure she'll have her thoughts. She seemed to like it when I kind of just briefly asked about it. So let's not waste any time. You are Kay from the Big Egg Joshi Podcast. I am JD, the host of all of the Red Leaf Retrocast stuff. Anime, retro gaming, wrestling, modern gaming. New episode just came out.
It's your universe.
It's my universe. So, we get to talk about AAA for once. It's been a slow year for the Lucha Libre, unfortunately. We watched
It's weird. I know.
We watched the Auto Lucha show from November 1st. I've been meaning to watch most of these shows, but just never got around to do it. It was a nice slow Sunday night, and buddy in the Discord was like, hey, Lucha show Sunday. Fuck, there's nothing going on. Awesome, let's fucking do it. It was the Day of the Dead celebration show. Lots of cars everywhere. It was like Road Wild crossed with Halloween Havoc from WCW, except the wrestling was actually fun and not booked shittily. That's how I took that show. What'd you think, Kay?
I enjoyed what I saw, especially from the women. I'm so used to seeing women outside of Japan not be good at wrestling or be very mediocre, and seeing the Lucha women, was it Hades and Lady Shawnee were the two that stood out to me on that one. But I enjoyed the show from what I saw. It was very weird, very different. My first time watching Lucha.
Dude, they had dancing skeletons. They had sometimes English commentary.
Sometimes.
The blaring car horns was actually not overwhelming. I went in fully expecting that the car horns would just never stop the whole time.
I mean, there was two taxis there in attendance, and I was laughing at that alone.
It was awesome. But I loved how they go about all this social distancing in Mexico, and then the wrestlers would go right up to the car windows and take pictures with the fans. It's like, what are you doing?
Oh, it was hilarious.
Hades and La Parquita defeats Lady Marvia and La Parquita Negra 12 minutes. Dude, Hades, she's a bit rough around the edges, but worked extremely hard. I thought she looked like an utter star in the ring. She bounced off great from Parquita Negra being her partner, and worked well with... I think this dude is very underrated, La Parquita. Marvia herself comes off like a big star as well. This was my favorite match on the entire card. Not the best match, but it was definitely my favorite one. I am all about the Hades. Not the video game. I'm also about that. But she is amazing. She's only like 26 years old. Dude. Someone needs to...
Good.
When the borders open back up again, AEW has their AAA connection. Get Hades and Lady Marvia and Lady Shani, obviously. Get them involved.
I was very impressed by Hades. She looked good. Like I said, she looked a star. She came off like a star. Out of all the people there, the La Parka guy kind of threw me for a loop. I guess you and the other person in the Discord described to me that there's like several La Parkas, to which I was confused.
Oh, there's a lot of different variations of them. There's the dark versions of them. There's, as we saw here, the smaller versions of them.
Right. There's the comedy versions of them.
Kitty cat, you're killing me. Come on.
I'm so used to there just being one La Parka, not like 16. So it was definitely something that I was like, okay, he's got his own faction there, I guess, his own group of people.
They got a bunch of things going on there. Lady Shani defeats Big Mommy and La Hydra, or La Hydra, however you pronounce that correctly in Spanish. La Hydra, she's even more rough around the edges, but she's real young. I believe she's only about 22. She looks like she gets blown up pretty easily. She can't really keep up with the cardio that's required in a lot of lucha. But regardless, she has tremendous amount of potential as well. Shockingly, AAA here has quite the women's division that has developed over the last year or so.
Yeah, like I said, I was shocked to see good women's wrestling that's not from Japan or involving Japanese women.
Yeah,
in some capacity. It was very shocking.
Yeah,
but very good though.
Yeah, it's lucha, so you'll get your weaponry shenanigans, you'll get your interference just randomly. Sometimes booking doesn't make sense because it's Mexico. You just kind of question things. Multiple stretcher jobs on this show. Sometimes multiple in one match.
It was like two in one match. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's really funny. They always try to put over any sort of damage being done. They're like, stretcher him out. Let's be safe now, sort of, kind of. But yeah, I love Lady Shani. She's been the top like women's star there for quite some time. Big Mommy is the big like comedy attraction, so she has her own fan base, which is fair. Carta Brava Jr., La Parca Negra defeats Dynastia and Maximo. Weirdly okay match. I wasn't too into it. Maximo, is the best wrestler in this match, in my opinion, which isn't saying much, but La Parca Negra, he's clearly the biggest star, in my opinion. I think he's the bigger one.
All right, I think this is the last match I watched with you guys before I called it a day.
Which is a real shame, because you missed the best wrestling match on the show, and that was the triple threat between Laredo Kid, Mystices Jr., and Octagon Jr. This was a 10-minute match. All these matches were about 10 minutes. So it was all about having fun, quick lucha matches. They did a double stretcher job to put over how devastating and dangerous Laredo Kid is, because he has a title match against one Kenny Omega for the Super Mega Championship in AAA.
Super Mega Championship. That's quite the name.
Dude, it's like the best name for a title in the world.
Call it the Super Mega Ultimate Championship.
It might have the Ultimate at the end, but it's definitely at least Mega.
It's definitely at least Mega.
Yeah, so they really put over how much these moves can hurt your opponent, how dangerous Laredo Kid is. That's why they did the double stretcher job after he hits like multiple 450s and whatnot. Laredo Kid came off just as a massive star. Like between AAA has such a good roster of dudes, right? Even including Mystices Jr., whom I believe is the former Sin Cara in WWE, not the original one, the one that replaced the other one.
Wait, so he's not the original one?
No. The original one is blanking on his name right now, but he's in CMLL.
Okay, because I was confused by that too.
Yeah. But yeah, Laredo Kid's awesome. They got Vikingo Jr., they got Toros, they got just a fuck ton of guys that can just go. And unfortunately, I think Laredo Kid is, I say unfortunately, but good for MLW. I think he's signed with MLW for now. And then the main event, Chessman defeats El Tejano Jr. and Psycho Clown. 13 minutes. Chessman wins via like double DQ shenanigans or whatever it was. Not a good match. But they're building. It's not
a good match.
Yeah, they're building up for Triple Mania that I don't think is actually going to happen in December here. There's just the coronavirus is just going rampant in Mexico, just too much. So if you get a chance to watch some AAA, it's just a fun show. Kick your feet back, enjoy the lucha libre, have a good time.
Buy Trident gum because there's sponsorship for it all over the place.
Well, yeah, you gotta support the sponsors, man. All right, I don't really have a drop for what's coming next, so I will just play. I don't know. What should I play, Kay? Hanakamura's music for some actress girls? Sure.
Sure, why not?
You blocked me on Facebook, and now you're going to die.
So, thanks to you, Kay, I finally got to watch some actress girls.
Yeah. Hopefully you get to watch more actress girls. It's a good promotion.
It's a good little indie promotion.
I'm so mad you call it an indie promotion.
Tell me what it is, if it's not indie.
It's a B-level promotion.
Okay. But regardless, as much as I like to make fun of some of these promotions out there, Actress Girls has a tremendous talent pool, and one in particular is Miyuki Takase, their champion.
Oh yeah, Takase is great.
She had I'm a big fan of her in Seedling. Like, I almost wish she would lose the Actress Girls championship so she can actually get pushed in a promotion like Seedling that's, I guess, slightly bigger than Actress Girls. Definitely more star power.
I think Actress Girls actually has more shows running right now and more sales than Seed at the moment.
There's definitely more star power in Seed.
Yeah, Yoshiko there, and Nanai, and Nakajima, so it's not really a one-to-one, no.
Regardless, Takase had a couple title defenses recently, one against Sari, continuing to do her WWE Countdown tour where she's just in big matches.
The Sari one was not a title match.
Not this particular one, which is baffling. But it kind of makes sense at the same time. And then that title match did follow. That's against Kekaru. She's the Bishi boy, right?
Yes, that is right. Mr. Actress, the Bishi boy.
Yeah, Bishi boy Kekaru. So Takase Sari, they hit the shit out of each other a lot for like 13 minutes.
Yes, they did. They beat the ever-loving crap out of each other. It was amazing.
You want to do some conspiracy theory thoughts?
I think if you look at the beginning of the match, I think Sari is going to try to take the easy road like she has been, and Takase was having none of that and started slapping the shit out of her for Sari to answer in kind, and then it became a very stiff, almost shoot kind of match.
Yeah, that's the conspiracy theory about it. It very well could be we're just going to go out there and hit the piss out of each other, and but I would like to go on the conspiracy side on this just for funsies. That says Takase goes, no, we're in the main event of my promotion, and you're not gonna sleepwalk through this. You're not gonna Sonata me out here.
No, because that's what she's been doing outside of like the Yoshiko match, where it was just her getting her ass kicked for the most of that match, anyways.
Right. So, lots of just stiff forearms. Takase selling the chops like nobody's business, and she lost. Just gets pinned clean.
Yep. That's why I'm glad it wasn't a title match, because they wouldn't do that if it was a title match. I think it was originally going to be a title match, because I do remember something being floated around about that, but I do think that they changed it like a couple weeks, maybe a month before. Because this was announced a while ago. This match came after the Kekaru and Misamatsui both challenging her for it.
Mm-hmm.
Challenging her for the belt, and then they had their number one contendership match like a few shows later. This was announced, I think, around that same time.
Gotcha.
So I think it was going to be a title match. I could be wrong. But I do think because of, WWE shenanigans, we're not having her lose sort of crap, they just switched it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely enjoyed the match. It's you could put this in the middle of a New Japan card with their strong style, and it would just be right at home. That's how stiff this was. It felt like Ishii against what would be a Takase comparison to the New Japan roster. Shingo? Maybe?
Yeah. No, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe I'm stretching
it. I think Ishii would be more Takase, and Shingo would be more Seri.
Either way, that's what this match felt like. It's something I definitely recommend going out of your way to see, just from that perspective. This is probably the best Sari match I've seen on her little countdown tour, to be honest.
Yeah, it's probably been her best one.
Yeah, I was not a fan of the Yoshiko matches just because of how one-sided they were. But anyways, Takase looked great. She carries herself like a champion. She is definitely the heart of the promotion. Actress Girls is doing great with her at the top. And then the match that followed, that we watched, I liked even more. And that's Takase taking on Kekeru for the title. They're a little... Okay. I love the design of the title. It's real thin. It's different looking. They got the tiara on it. But they gotta get rid of this black Velcro on this title.
So, I remember telling you at the Discord. So, they have the same belt. I think they went to the same manufacturer that Seedling went to. So you want to know why Seedling never undoes their belts? Because the one time they did for the main belt, there's a huge, much bigger strip of Velcro on that belt, and it looks hideous. I do agree, maybe making it like white or something to blend in, but the Velcro has always been a problem for me as well. But the belt itself is great. It used to come with a tiara that they would wear.
Oh, that's really cool.
Since Takase's reign, I think she wore it for the first couple of defenses, but she has not worn it since. It kind of falls out all the time, so they stopped wearing it.
Need that universal snap cap then.
Something like that. I mean, there's pictures of Seriano with it, and she pulls it off better than Takase did, to be fair.
I'm sure. So yeah, I love this Kekeru match. She's got a long way to go. There's no doubt about that. She's still very, very young into her career. But the way this match was structured just really tickles my fancy. It starts off with Takase. I mean, shit, we can go through our what's it called? Our
three-match
rundown with this one in particular, because this one just fits a lot of the boxes for me. Let me just only done this once so far on the previous podcast. So let me just pull up what we got here. So we got in-ring ability to style. I mean, there's not much to say there. I'm still not too familiar with Kekeru's style, but in the match, this goes along with the storytelling factor, was she worked the arm. That was her goal, yes. And it starts with the double foot stomp, jumping down from the apron to Takase's arm, while the match began with Takase mostly in control and really showing her, like, I'm the champion, you're going to have to do something to beat me. It's going to take me off my game.
Yes, as for Kekeru's style, Kekeru is a submission wrestler, much like Tai.
Oh, well then perfect. That ticks all the boxes there. The in-ring storytelling was the limb work, where Takase had to overcome this the arm being worked the way she was, so it really took away a lot of her striking game. And dude, the selling Takase did. My favorite point was when she got fed up with losing the match, and she went for her big chop strike, and as she connected, she went down and held the forearm because it did hurt her, and she wasn't able to capitalize on doing damage. I love that part. Good in-ring storytelling there.
She screamed in pain and went to the rope and everything. The ref checked on her. It was very well done.
Yes, and she didn't just come back right away and then kind of just shake the arm off, do the magic. I hit it, hit my knee a couple times. Now I can do this backflip. I'm always willing to suspend my disbelief that, the knee hasn't been worked in like 10 minutes. Of course the knee's going to get better now, right? At this point. No, right. The arm was worked the entire time. They did do okay. So this is I'm putting this in the outside factor category. So Takase had a second spray her with the magic football spray, the ice spray, so she can get feeling or numb the arm, so then she could actually start doing that. I love that.
Yes, that was Momotani at ringside, putting the ice pack and spray on her arm while Kekuru was in the other corner.
Yeah, so Takase has a moment to kind of recover, and boy, it's like a footballer going down after he got slid tackled, and you think his leg's broken in half, but god damn it, that magic spray always seems to heal them immediately. Same thing happened here, essentially. But not so much to the fact that Takase totally ignored the arm. So the outside factors in this match, that's what I'm putting in there. I thought it added to the story. The engagement, I was always engaged. I had no issue with it at all.
Add something to the story with Kekuru. If you remember in later parts of the match, she stopped working the arm and started working the head, trying to go for a choke. I think that's where she started losing the match.
Yeah, there was a good little story here where Kekuru would keep trying to. She got a little. It seemed like she was getting a little frustrated with the inability to put her away, so she started working other things, and then that inevitably would work against her. She would do sort of rookie things. It's almost like I'm making my own commentary to this, but she would be doing the rookie mistakes, like, oh man, she didn't hook the leg here, maybe trap the arm there, and Takase would inevitably always escape the move because of that. So maybe they did it on purpose, maybe they didn't. If it was commentary doing it, I'm sure they would point it out as much as I did. It was done on
purpose. So this goes back, this whole match played, because I rewatched the match that she had with Seriano during Ano's title reign, and this plays off of that almost perfectly, because in that match, she tried working Ano's, I think it was like her leg and arm, right, to try to take her suplexes and stuff away from her. But she couldn't capitalize on most of it because Ano would counter a lot. Even when it was getting worked on, Ano would constantly counter, and because she was just a bigger wrestler, the better star. And so Kekuru would get frustrated, and so she started going in for strikes, which was what Seriano wanted her to do, and Ano would grab her and suplex her and strike her, and she ended up losing the match because of that. So this plays off of the sort of Kekuru can't get it done and gets frustrated with her inability to get it done, and so she makes mistakes story.
Yeah, and for someone like me that doesn't normally watch Actress Girls on a consistent basis like you, it all came across totally clear what they were telling. Now the finish, Kay. How'd this finish go? What's your take on it?
So Kekuru started losing ground a bit, and this is, I think, a little bit after the ice pack and stuff like that. So Takase was able to utilize her arm a little bit more, which I think is why Kekuru was going for the chokes. So Takase went for her sort of the AA or whatever you want to call it, the full Nelson driver thing that she does.
Yep.
That's her secondary finisher, and she almost barely kicked out, Kekuru did. And so Takase went for her jackhammer. So there's a difference between her normal jackhammer and her finisher jackhammer. When she does the normal one, she just kind of lifts them and slams them. She does it like really quickly. But when she does her like finisher one, she does this prayer to the sky thing, and then lifts them up and has them elevated for like an extra 2 seconds, and then slams them. That was sort of the finish.
Yep, simple enough. Nothing too dramatic. To the point. So, if I put everything together, you know, the in-ring ability to style, it's definitely taken down a notch because just it's Kekuru. She doesn't have that much experience yet. It's very noticeable. Takase kind of evens that out. Even though she's really young in her career, she's definitely levels above Kekuru. And then everything else just kind of worked together. I'm not going to give it the full 4 stars, but definitely like a 3.75 because of that.
See, I'd give it 4 just because I think so I've seen Kekuru wrestle other matches, like her Misa Matsui match to get this title match. And so she does do really competent submission wrestling when she's able to get control of most of the match. And I think the story was that she couldn't keep control, and when she did have control, she was getting frustrated because she couldn't put Takase away, and that's why she lost control. So I feel like her sort of rookie mistake sort of things were sort of more so the story and less so her inexperience, though she is inexperienced in a lot of things. But if you watch her wrestle other matches, doesn't ever look that inexperienced. So I think that was sort of kind of the story. I'd give it 4.
Okay. Yeah, for those that wondering, it's the 5 categories. The way I kind of score it is you either get the full point or you get like 0.5 or 0.75 or whatever from here. So you can just kind of do the math on that one.
Right.
So yeah, good match. Takase, good champion.
And if you guys want to get to where Actress goes, they're about to start running some bigger shows now. They have the Cross Ice Ribbon show coming up with Tai Hanma versus the champion. I won't spoil who that is, I guess, at this point, since we haven't gotten to the Ice Ribbon talk yet. That's the main event, I think. And then you've got Takase versus Akane Fujita for the Actress Girls belt. Those
Very
are the
excited
two
for both of those.
main and semi-main, and I'm super excited. My 2 favorite promotions colliding. I couldn't be more excited for that.
Yeah, it's kind of...
Miku Aino is coming back. Miku Aino finally is coming back.
Yes, that's very cool, and I'm wondering what team she's going to play for.
Well, she's an Actress Girls wrestler, so she would have to play Actress Girls.
No, she's going to betray them.
No, so there's an interesting story that's been going on the past year and a half in Actress Girls of them trying to get a new ace or trying to supplant somebody as the new ace after Sayori Ano left. I still don't think they're sold on Takase being the ace. She's just the current person holding everything up together. But they had their eyes on Miku Aino and Hikaru Shimizu. And Shimizu got hurt last year.
Shimizu,
and was
you
out
say?
for a bit. Ah, yes. Not the big R. Not the Boku R Shimizu. But, so that's where they had Riko, the person that just left Kawahara. They were trying to test her out, and I don't think they were taking her seriously, which is probably for the best at this point. But I think they were trying to test her out to some extent with Miku Aino, to sort of decide whose ace is going to be. But then Akari came back, and Riko took a backseat almost immediately. So, but this will be the first time, because Miku Aino got hurt, I think, almost 2 shows after Hikari came back. So this will be the first time that both of them are back fully healthy. So it's interesting to see who was going to get the edge in terms of being the ace of Actress Girls post Sayoriano.
Yeah, kind of interesting that Akane is getting this shot, but I kind of understand the standing and where she's kind of been positioned in 2020 with Ice Ribbon. I would have thought that Ozaki would have gotten the shot beating Tei Hanma.
She already had her shot though. She already had a shot and lost.
Oh,
yeah, that was a couple months ago.
Okay,
I remember it was before or yeah, no, it was their Korakuen show, first Korakuen show back that Actress Girls had.
Oh, okay.
Main event of that card.
Well,
yeah.
then I totally understand. It makes all the sense in the world. All right,
right.
I'm gonna play Maki Ito. We got Wrestle Princess to talk about.
Sweet.
世界一可愛いのは伊藤ちゃん本当の愛を探すんだ
All right, Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling Wrestle Princess, their biggest show they've ever done at the Tokyo Dome City Hall. Dude, this show was great.
Oh, it's amazing. It felt special. It felt big. It was what I wanted it to be and more.
Production levels were high. The smoke in the arena gave it a nice little ambiance to it all. Made everyone come off as stars, especially the biggest ones of the promotion. They had
lights,
the
lighting.
The lighting was good. I love the video packages that they did for the important matches to tell some stories. Top to bottom, this was a very, very easy show to watch. I loved it all. New people got over. They introduced some new people. They showcased, I believe they showcased exactly whom they wanted. I could see a lot of people hopping on the TJPW train after seeing the show, and they sold out. I believe it was just over 1,000 people.
Yeah, I don't know if I said it on the last episode or if I've said it elsewhere more, but I was concerned for a little bit there about their ticket sales because they kept advertising it over and over again. And so I was like, it's not really a good sign when you're this close to the show. You have to continue to advertise or even have the wrestlers advertise. You can DM them for tickets. Mm-hmm. But it turns out that maybe some of the seats they did, because I don't think it was 100% sellout. They probably had like a few seats that were not sold out maybe, or maybe they sold out at the door. But they were up to the moment that the show started, they were advertising tickets. So I think they probably sold a lot at the door if they sold out. was good attendance regardless. I think that was the important part.
Yes. So let's just go through this card real quick, and then we can talk about some of the things we want to discuss here. Sena Shiori and Suzume defeat Mei Suruga, making her TJPW debut. She teamed with Moka Miyamoto, 12-minute match. Mahiro Kiryu and Palm defeat Haruna Neko and Marika Kobashi, coming back from injury, 9 minutes. International Princess Title Tournament. Kari Noa defeats Mirai Mayumi, 9 minutes, 44 seconds. That followed with another semifinal match. Kamiyu defeats Shoko, shocking many people out there, 9 minutes. Yuno Manase defeats Raku to nobody's surprise, 9 minutes. Saki Akai defeats Hyper Misao in an Ultimate Shenanigans match that came straight out of DDT. Get to that, I guess, supposedly later. 13 minutes, 49 seconds. Aja Kong and Miyu Yamashita defeat Maki Ito and Sari. Sari just is in every promotion these days. 17 minutes. I'm going to say something right here. Felt every bit of that, actually. Regardless. Tournament finals for the international title that Thunder Rosa had to vacate due to travel restrictions. Kamiyu is actually the new champion, shocking everybody, defeating Hikari Noa in an 8-minute match. The Bakaretsu sisters are the new tag champions, defeating Miyu Watanabe and Rika Tatsumi, 17 minutes. And Yuka Sakazaki defends the pop title, defeating her fellow Sugar Rabbit, Mizuki, 25 minutes, 37 seconds. So I'll just start here, Kay, with a little bit of the undercard, and then we can get to the title matches. Sure. Mei Suruga looked right at home in TJPW. Her and Suzume just were fast, smooth. They just, the chemistry between these two were really good. Mei and Sena were really good. A good showcase for the talent coming on the upswing for TJPW. And then Mahiro and Marika in the next match, very much the same way. I wouldn't put them skill-wise as high as probably any of the three I just named, but the way they come across with more charisma is how I would put it. Hikari Noa looked awesome in this tournament, as much as I hate to admit it. Mirai came across as a good powerhouse. She's different than much of the TJPW roster. She has big things in her future. Kamiyu just certainly leveled up on this. Shoko putting her over. Probably the best Kamiyu we've seen in her career. She has tremendously improved in 2020. Most notably, and the way she has earned into this title tournament, she definitely earned the victories here. Is she the best wrestler that could have won this tournament? No. However, if you're building new stars, and there's no doubt that Kamiyu is one of the most popular wrestlers on the TJPW wrestler, why not put the belt on her? I have no issue with this. She got over. She simply won matches. She's now at a position in the company much higher up on the card. Good. I think this is a good move.
I agree. I agree a lot on that one. I think Kamiyu, we said it before, she showed so much improvement in such a quick amount of time. I love the fact that they are taking the chance on her and not going with the established thought that we have with Shoko, which would have been the safe pick. They're taking a chance on somebody who's improved greatly since sort of the comeback from COVID, and I like seeing them put over somebody new, and she did very well in both of these matches. She was not carried, which is important. She held up her end of things, and her match with Hikari was excellent.
Yeah, I think the Hikari match was definitely the better of the two, which is quite surprising considering Shoko was in one of them. However, Shoko, she ate some humble pie here tonight. And if you look at some of the kind of post-match promos that she ran, she's like, I simply lost tonight. I just gotta get stronger. And Shoko loses nothing losing this match. I think with her, being a former pop champion and being one of the power four in the promotion, she can lose every once in a while, put someone else over. There's no shame in that. There's no problem. Yes, people can lose and not be buried.
Right, and I do think that she'll eventually be the next person to challenge or hold the Princess belt again.
Sure.
I just get this feeling that they're going to give her another shot finally. After the post-match stuff and how they've been presenting her.
Yes, I agree with that, and I'm very interested in if anything, Kamiyu winning this title, the international title that is, with her English background. I think this opens up a lot of different things. I think it fits the mold of the title. I think this is an opportunity for Kamiyu to kind of, carry that tier that's just below the main title. Is she ready for the pop title? No, but she can definitely make this title her own, level up in her own ways. I mean, I'm just going through the names in my head. She can take on the Suzumes. Mei Suruga could get a nice little title shot. She can take on the Sennas and the Mirais of the world before inevitably probably losing to someone of a little bit of a higher standard that could also use a title to kind of showcase them leveling up, like a Hikari Noa, unless they have bigger plans for her for some main title defenses, which is very possible. I could see someone like Miyu Watanabe taking this title off her, but again, as much as I hate to say it, or Maki Ito. Yeah, I think it's definitely Ito's destiny to hold this title again.
Ito has said that she has no interest in the Princess belt and wants the international belt because she wants to be known worldwide. She seems to be zeroed in on that belt specifically, so I wouldn't be shocked if she ends up winning it again.
Speaking of Ito, she came out on social media and she laid her ambitions down. She laid them down hard. She has some of her fears. This is if you follow Maki Ito, you know that she's afraid of flying. She's afraid of kind of stepping out of her comfort zone, and she wants to conquer these fears. And one of those is to become an international star. And she wants herself to be in an AEW ring. She said that specifically. Again, we seem to talk about this every podcast. The relationship between DDT, TJPW with AEW is certainly there. And when you have the wrestlers themselves coming out and saying things like this, and I don't think it's an accident that Mei Suruga was on this card today and Emi Sakura was backstage, and their connection, at least Emi's connection to AEW. This is super interesting, and if she can get that international title and bring it in, the women's division isn't the best thing in AEW, this is no secret, but what they bring to the table in kind of changing things up, they have the NWA title, they have their own title, having things like we've seen the pop title show up on an AEW show, we've seen the international title has been mentioned directly because Thunder Rosa's been appearances. It's interesting that they would have all of these important women's titles come from outside in to just kind of boost their, I guess, notoriety to an extent. So this
seems like that.
AEW is gearing up for something. And if it's to bring super competitive international competition to their women's division, I'm excited. I don't know when this could possibly be because obviously travel restrictions has a lot to do with this. But when you have the president Takase saying he wants his stars to be on even bigger stages to help his company grow, and AEW certainly needs a lot of the help for more competition within their women's division because it's very thin. It's very thin. A lot of them are super green. I'm excited for the possibilities. I'm excited for what's to come. And Maki Ito, Kamiyu could be one of those because she speaks English. She can cut promos. She can cut promos in Japanese. She has a lot of appeal. There's a lot of appeal, a lot of possibilities. I liked everything I saw, and I liked everything that they're building up their promotion. Something, again, couldn't say that even a year ago with TJPW.
Oh, God, no. A year ago, they were still building off stuff. But I wanted to sort of say two things on the Ito AEW thing. Stuff like what Ito said about her fears and stuff like that is why Ito is one of my favorites. I know a lot of people like her for her dirty Twitter stuff where she's
Queen of the Simps
and stuff. Yeah. But I think I got into her more because of her actual personal story that she was more than willing to share in several Japanese interviews that had been translated.
Sure.
And could relate a lot to her. She had been bullied. She had a hard time in her idol group and stuff like that. And stuff like that is why I like Ito. So her just saying, I'm afraid of flying. I hate going out of my comfort zone, but I want to do this. I'm going to conquer this. Makes me want to root for her that much more. And the second thing is, there's might be a little complications with her getting over there. She's not, I think we discussed it before, she's not signed to TJPW. She's signed to a outside talent agency that has a deal with TJPW.
Yeah, I'm wondering when that's going to expire.
Yeah, it's I'm wondering about that too. She has been doing a lot of her own stuff on her own site to sell merch. So I wonder if maybe it's expiring soon or what's going on with that. But I can't see TJPW not signing her. If they don't sign her, then they deserve to go out of business. You can't let talent, you can't let talent like that go. That's the
unless AEW signs her and it's like, oh shit.
Well, I guess that, but she has expressed that she doesn't want to live in America, so I'd imagine that might be a bridge too far for her right now.
I don't think Riho does either, but she's pretty much signed to a special contract.
Sure. But also, I think, was it last year when she came over for WrestleMania weekend? Her and Miya Mishita? She had said she liked America, she had so much fun. She'd be afraid to live there because she'd afraid she'd get lost or get hurt or wouldn't know what to do, and she had panic attacks. She said she had panic attacks on the plane and was like, it's like, she's probably the only Joshi wrestler you would see that's more upfront with who she is and her feelings than any other Joshi wrestler.
Yeah, definitely.
Feeling insecure, she lets it be known in a way that other wrestlers do not. And that's what makes me like her the most.
So we spoke about the undercard, and essentially, you have anything to add to the Aja Kong, Miyu versus Ito and Sari match?
I thought Ito looked like $1 million in that match, despite being the one to eat the pin. She's the one that her and Miyu stuck out like amazing at the top of that. Ito, I swear she's a ring general at this point. I did not feel like she was ever being carried. I didn't feel like she was faltering. I felt like she was leading some of those spots at points. Her and Miyu, especially, were sort of bouncing each other off with how things were going. The Miyu doing those crazy ass kicks, the bounce off the turnbuckle, the cartwheel thing to like the leg drop thing she was doing.
Yeah, the John Woo kick. It's almost like Aja Kong and Saru just backseat. They were there to kind of have interference and have some moments, but they weren't really the focal point of that match. And I liked how it was structured because of that. It was, hey, Aja Kong's here, but she's just going to hit Ito a few times, but she's not the focal of the match. The match is Ito and Miyu, who spent the most time in the ring to get out of all of the competitors. The trash can spot made me chuckle, where Kong clocked her with a trash can, and Ito's kind of shtick is she has a hard head. She's very bullheaded. And then Ito powers up by hitting herself with the trash can like 7 times. And then, gearing up for potential energy, let it all out when she headbutts Kong. I thought that was funny.
Oh, it was great. That moment, and then Ito doing her "who's the cutest in the world" spot that she hasn't done in like months at this point because there's no crowd, can't react.
Right.
And her saying, just do it in your heart.
Yeah.
It was great. Doing it to Aja Kong, who just no-sold it. So it's like the combination of do it in your heart, this like hopeful, magical girl kind of crap that she was saying, and Kong just doesn't sell it.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's great.
So my mom is actually going to watch the tag title match and the pop title match, so we'll get her thoughts before we go into AEW here. But what are your thoughts over the tag title match?
I thought it was the correct outcome. Is what I predicted. It's sort of like I'd said, they'd run through literally everybody. You would have to make makeshift teams to give them title defenses. They're really high on Yuki Aino. I think they're starting to get higher on Tenma again, because they were a year or so ago, and then they just dropped it because she just wasn't living up to things.
Wasn't there yet, yeah.
Yeah, but I think she's gradually improved to the point where I wouldn't even be shocked if she at least got a singles title match, not winning it. But them winning the belts is great. The Bakaratsu sisters deserve it, and Yuki Aino is a megastar.
Yuki Aino is definitely a big star in the making here. This was a good performance from her. Miyu was certainly on her A game. Rika actually did quite well in this match. I'm usually very down on her. I don't like her style. I don't like the way she kind of moves and presents herself. But a lot of this match was very good tag team wrestling. I thought it was very strong, especially from the expectations I had. It went 17 minutes. It felt much less than that, especially compared to the Kong and Sarai tag match that preceded, which was the exact same amount of time. This just felt like a bigger match, and it felt more important, and I think it lived up to those expectations that I had. I really liked Dino and how much of the match was built around her, and the Miyu finishing stretch worked quite well.
Yeah, no, the story in that match was pretty good. It was Miyu and Rika having to try to finish off the two powerhouses before they could wear them down. Right. And then throughout the match, they were wearing them down and wearing them down. I mean, you could see it like the exhaustion and the sort of desperation, especially from Miyu. She sold that very, very well. I mean, some of it might not have been selling.
I don't know about that. I think Yuki, Nodoka, and Rika were definitely kind of blown up a bit. I don't think it was actually selling. While Miyu had to actually sell because her cardio is way above the other three.
Oh yeah, no, she does like idle stuff and other stuff like all day. She's posted pictures on Instagram of all of the alarms that she has on her phone, and it's like, is she a robot? I swear she's a robot. There's no way she gets sleep with all that stuff she does. But it was very good. I enjoyed it. It's definitely the best Bakuratsu Sisters tag match. It's the best tag match from Daydream, which is the Miyu Rika team name.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure it's Nightmares Incarnate.
You know, that'd be cooler, but I think Hikari would have to be in that team for that to work.
Okay.
You know, she does like death matches.
Pop title. Holy shit.
Best match in TJPW history.
It's really gotta be. I can't think of another match that eclipses this. To think that this match starts where they're doing their hard mat work, and Yuka's strap across her neck snaps off in the middle of this mat work, and I just have this "oh no" come across my face, and I'm saying it. I'm like, "Oh God, what are they gonna do? I hope that didn't break." And the way they played around it was actually so, what's the word? Top level. It was very calm and collected. Mizuki was none of them panicked. Yuka assessed the situation. You can kind of go in through what's in their head. How are we going to address this? They go into a series of holds to kind of hide the fact that her top is kind of off a little bit. And then it culminates with Yuka kind of wrapping Mizuki's arm up in her leg so she can really collect herself, and Mizuki is trying to struggle out of a submission hold as Yuka gets her top back on. I thought that was so veteran of both of them, and especially from Yuka here. This was outstanding how they handled what could have been a disaster. And I vaguely remember a match where Shoko's top like broke.
I was just about to say that.
And they were super panicked throughout the whole time.
I was just about to say it. So when it happened to Yuka, I was watching it live and I was freaking out too, because like, oh no, this is going to be what's talked about. If they don't fix this match is not going to matter anymore. This is all that people are going to talk about, right? With the Shoko one, the same thing happened, except she couldn't fix her top. And so you could tell she was panicking throughout the match. Like she kept adjusting it a lot more than she would have normally. Mm-hmm. Even when it wasn't falling down, she was still adjusting it and trying to cover herself in a way that was sort of taken away from some of the spots. I get it. I understand, right? I understand why you would want to do that. You kind of don't want to expose yourself like that. It's embarrassing, right?
You don't say.
But I think the part that Shoko sort of regained some of that composure was when I think she did a drop kick spot, right? Full on drop kick spot, and top didn't come off. And then she went to the finishing sequence and didn't seem to freak out about it right away until she sort of got her hand raised and then tried to struggle to get it back on. But Yuka had none of that. I think she noticed it immediately. I think Mizuki had noticed it immediately, and they were trying to move around it while also communicating with the ref, who was right there. It was very top notch. Like I said, veteran like. Yuka and Mizuki, I think, are probably very good friends because the way they communicate with each other was like super. It's almost like they didn't even say anything. I don't think they even talked to each other. I think they just both knew the situation and just kind of adjusted around it.
Yeah, the pre-match video package of the Sugar Rabbits coming to blows and how much it meant between two very close friends going for the same top prize. It It never came across as they have to hate each other. It was just the mutual respect of competition. That was phenomenal. This felt like the number one, on this night, this felt like the number one promotion in Japan.
It really did, didn't it? It's like this. It was the video packages, which Stardom apparently does have video packages. We just never see them. So
there you go.
They're always like video packages on like the Samurai TV feeds.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense.
But TJPW, for every one of their big Korakuen shows and big title matches, they always do have these video packages. They've consistently had video packages for their big shows. The graphics are new, but the video package itself was excellent. I agree. They don't have to hate each other, which you would expect that to be the sort of the story going into this.
That's the very tropey expectation to it all, yeah.
Right, and if you look at some of the translations of the sort of back and forth leading up to this, like in other shows, Mizuki getting frustrated because she's like, I can't stand inside you right now, Yuka. We're facing each other. I can't be next to you because I don't want it to like stop me from taking it seriously or something like that. That was the last show that they were on when they were sort of closing the show together. Right. And Mizuki refused to be next to her. She's like, I don't want to have to not take this seriously because we're friends and I don't want to hate you. Yeah. It was great. It was great that was the story that they did.
I also want to note Miyu Yamashita was on commentary for this, for a big match, as she is part of that original 3 with Shoko and Yuka to carry this. That's been carrying this promotion. So that's just an important little factor I want to add. Now, as for the rest of the match itself, there are so many points in which how this match flows and is worked that is of just a high level. So Mizuki's coming into this. She's now a 2-time Princess Tournament champion. So this is her second time that she's won that tournament and going for the title. Second year in a row.
She is the first person to do it 2 years in a row and the second person to win it twice.
Right.
Yu was the other person to win it twice.
So big stakes for Mizuki here, along with facing her tag partner and best friend. So Yuka gets her ribs and stomach worked essentially the whole match. Mizuki's game plan was to double stomp the piss out of her ribs, out of her stomach, and Yuka's strength is within those abs, right? Within her core. And that's a lot of her offense. Are these big suplexes, tilt-a-whirl slams, you name it. How does Yuka handle this being worked? I can't think of another wrestler that would even come close to selling the way she did. Because Mizuki does a top rope double foot stomp from the turnbuckle to the floor outside. I was like, holy shit. So Yuka handles this by being slow, calm, and the camera was so good in this match where she would hold her ribs and Yuka would do slow controlled breathing, kind of wincing, and she wouldn't go directly back to a heavy core move. She would do more forearms and strikes and build up to doing one power move, and then she would hold her ribs, she would do deep heavy breathing, control herself, and go right back to the same game plan. I have never seen someone sell something the way she had.
It was amazing. It was a top level performance, the likes that I don't think I've seen. Period. I don't think I've seen anyone do a match like that, where she had this way of handling, like you said, like selling the ribs by making it also turn into like this like thing that you would do in a real fight, right? You would adjust your breathing so that you're not hurting yourself as you're breathing, not adding to the injury. Sort of trying to build up to those spots, then trying to readjust yourself again by trying to slow your breathing down and stuff. Also, her face, when Yuka flipped the switch, the kill switch, and she got that stone face, the killer Yuka face.
Does that, yeah.
It was like the commentary put that over pretty well because the camera was right on her face as she had it. That she had the hair kind of half in her face as she had it, and the fucking commentary was just like, "Oh, killer Yuka!"
She's coming.
It was fantastic, and I think the bigger story was also we've seen her flip that switch and keep that switch on the entire match. But towards the end of that match, that switch went away, and then it was just a normal Yuka trying to beat her best friend, not trying to destroy her best friend.
Yeah, and the longer it went on, Mizuki got more and more desperate. She was starting to go for more near falls, more quick roll-ups. She did her, what is it, the cotton candy spin, she calls it, where it's the plancha with the cork twist.
Yeah, the thing that I've only ever seen her being able to do.
She's the only one that does it on the planet. Very cool. Yeah, the Yuka does win with the springboard 450. When she went for the magical girl splash, that's just a regular springboard splash, and Mizuki got those knees up. I'm like, oh boy, is this going to be the end? Like, I had no clue how this was going to end, when it was going to end, and that's a very well told story where you just don't know who's going to win. Those are the best kind of title matches where you just have no clue. Could Yuka win and retain her title? Absolutely. Are the higher stakes on the challenger? Absolutely. She has more to lose. This was so good. I can only give this 5 stars.
Can't give it anything less. It's a 5-star performance. There's only been two other 5-star Joshi matches for me this year, and this is one of them. It was fantastic. It not only does it make Yuka come off as just this massive star, but I think I was saying this when we were watching it together, because I had watched it. That was the second time I'd watched it, but even in the third time that I'd watched it on my own, her run right now, because I know we talked about Miyu Yamashita being on a different level during her title run where she had this killer instinct to her. Mm-hmm. I think Yuka has eclipsed that. This match right here alone was better than any of the Miyu Yamashita defenses, and that says a lot because Yamashita is excellent on her own. It's nuts to think that. Yuka, of all people, too. Like, if you looked last year, Yuka was like a comedy-ish kind of cool wrestler character. She was a good wrestler, but more comedy. And now she's like this killer ace of the company almost.
Yeah, this was utterly fantastic. It's a must-watch. This isn't just in contention for my women's match of the year. This is in contention for my overall match of the year. This is incredible. When you said earlier, before we first started covering the show, that you thought more people were going to get into this match, like you thought the show was going to get people into TJPW, I've seen that now. Mm-hmm. And I've seen it not because just the show, but this match has gotten people talking all over the place. I've seen people who I know don't normally watch TJPW on Twitter say, hey guys, this Yuka versus Shoko match, or this Yuka versus Mizuki match was amazing. You guys should check it out. I've seen that all over the place. This has got to be the biggest breakout match that they've ever had. And if they continue this up, I think Stardom might have to watch their backs in terms of their overall well,
performance.
Well, they have the financial backing of a big company, so that's their biggest advantage over, say, Ice Ribbon. That is very much kind of trying to squeak by on their own.
And they're bringing in new rookies. They got a former member of the Reika Saiki cheer squad thing in Wrestle 1 that's announced that she's going to start being a trainee for TJPW, so she'll probably debut in the next year or so. And then now Kakata, formerly of Actress Girls, is making her debut in this weekend's show, actually, coming up on the 14th.
Yeah, so they filled their little vacancies that were left behind, so cool.
I don't think they're hurt at all by Natsumi leaving. I think that's what we all thought, but Jesus Christ, they're elevating new people, they're doing new things. This is a promotion that I get, if the cyber agent company decides to say, screw it, let's just put more money into this promotion, I do think Stardom has to watch their back, because I think unlike New Japan, where they kind of don't have, their second competition isn't like the financial juggernaut, Stardom does have a financial juggernaut right behind them. So...
yeah, DDT and TJPW are on the rise. TJPW a little bit faster, I would say, and having matches like this will certainly help. One other point. They sold out their merch before the show had started. Well, Namba had announced that, hey guys, so we haven't started the show yet, but we're out of everything, and we're having to have guys go to the warehouse to bring more for the intermission. So if you're going to tell me they didn't make their money back, I'm going to say they probably sold out at intermission too, so they probably made their money back and then some. I wouldn't doubt it. So let's see here. Let's move on to my mom, get her thoughts over said TJPW matches. I will play, we'll be playing the AAW drop anyways, and then she'll talk about the main event, see what happens, see what she has to say, and then when we come back, okay, we get to talk about DDT, and everything else that's going to happen on the podcast. Mother, good to have you back.
Hey, thank you.
We got the go-home show of Dynamite from Full Gear, and the post show following Full Gear. But we're going to just blast through the first half of this, which is the ratings. Not much to say over there, but again, the in-ring is very much in line with what we've seen in AEW in the past. The go-home show is always about 41 minutes. They got 43 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And the post-pay-per-view show had 51.
Wow.
So everything's very much in line. Of course, the election has taken a toll to an extent on the overall viewership numbers, but the Prime demo is 0.3 and 0.32 and 0.3. So everything's very much the same there, which is quite.
What about the other side?
What other side? Oh, NXT.
Mm-hmm.
We don't worry about them. They got hit. Yeah. They got hit very hard.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Oh,
it's like
600,000.
It's like having a Cody match out there, and you're really happy that he lost.
Yeah, 600,000 for them. 700 to 800,000 for AEW.
Wow. Ooh, we did have quite a drop in viewership.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
So I'll just go over the results, and if you have any thoughts.
What's our highest so far for the year?
Just over 1 million.
Okay. And when was that? In March?
That was a couple months ago when NXT was not allowed to be on Wednesday due to the NHL playoffs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there was no viewers being stolen kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So just curious.
Yes. Dynamite from November 4th. MJF and Wardlow defeat the Inner Circle members Ortiz and Sammy Guevara. The running theme on this show was everything was building or giving you a nice little teaser for each match at Full Gear. So Matt Hardy interfered here. When Private Party had their match and Matt Hardy was out, Sammy Guevara interfered there to take him out. When Orange Cassidy was out with for the Trent match, John Silver got involved. You get the idea. It was all the point there.
Oh, okay.
Jericho called MJF soft because he wants to motivate him to be a bigger, show some fire. So after that match, MJF attacked him. Jericho was smiling. Miro faced Trent in a 12-minute match.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I think you would have liked that one. Trent did a...
Because I haven't seen much of Miro, other than a stupid match. You remind me of Cage. Just throw people, around the ring, and it's really not wrestling to me.
Right. That's right, because you missed the go-home show.
I did.
No, this was a good match. I think you would have liked it. The ending was interesting, where Trent went for a flippy springboard, and he slipped, and Miro just kicked his head off afterwards.
Ow.
Young Bucks defeated Private Party. Nyla Rose defeated Red Velvet. Vicky Guerrero called Brandy Rhodes a...
She needs to change her name.
Red Velvet?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know. It just reminds me of a cake.
The important part here is Nyla Rose refused to be on TV until Shida accepted her challenge. So Shida accepted it the week prior. Here's Nyla Rose beating up just a lower talent, and the thing to take away here is Nyla Rose taunted Shida by using her own running knee, the Tamashi.
Yeah.
And this turned out to be a story in the match at Full Gear. And then Cody and the Gun Club, Austin Gunn making his Dynamite debut. They defeated the Dark Order members, 8 minutes, and that's when Cody cut a promo on Darby afterwards to get the show off the air. The big thing that happened on the show was Eddie Kingston and Moxley cutting phenomenal promos on each other, where Kingston got so infuriated with what Moxley was saying that he turned his back on him, and that was good. If you're to watch one thing on the show, it'd be that one. And that really got everyone hyped up for Full Gear, which brings us to Full Gear that took place on November 7th. Sold out. 1,000 people there.
Wow.
I thought it was a great crowd. And I'll run through the results.
And I saw signs.
There was a lot of signs.
Life.
There was life.
There were a lot of signs. Yes, there was life.
So let's just go through the results right quick here. Serena Deeb defeated Allison Kay for the NWA title, in which Thunder Rosa came out afterwards to challenge Deeb. And we're getting that match upon recording the next week on Dynamite. Kenny Omega defeated Adam Page in 16 minutes 28 seconds to win the number 1 contender tournament. Orange Cassidy defeated John Silver. Darby Allin defeated Cody Rhodes to become the new TNT champion, in which Brian Cage, or Team Taz in general, came out to attack them because the previous week, Taz was very angry that they aren't ranked, they're tired of this horse shit, and there was going to be a presence on Full Gear, so that's why they showed up and beat it. I did, just my own side tangent, I did like the post-match angle, including Cody Rhodes kind of coronating Darby Allin, finally defeating him, and then after the whole coronation was over and the hand was raised and all that, that's when Taz came out and they whooped some ass, which Will Hobbs saved him. Sheeta defeated Nyla Rose, 14 minutes 12 seconds. Young Bucks defeated FTR, 28 minutes 46 seconds. In an homage match to all the famous tag teams over the generations. I couldn't confirm that all of the tag maneuvers were in chronological order, but it was pretty damn close. Matt Hardy defeats Sammy Guevara 19 minutes 39 seconds in Elite Deletion, something straight out of DDT. MJF defeats Chris Jericho via shenanigans to join the Inner Circle, and then Moxley defeated Eddie Kingston 18 minutes 59 seconds in an I Quit match that was very hardcore oriented. All right, Mom, what are your overall thoughts, favorite matches? You want to go through them one by one? What do you got?
I will just go random. I did like the Omega Page match. That the best thing about AEW is they always come out fast on the first one, on the first match, which is a lot of fun. It gets your energy going. What a great match for that Omega Page. Because I like them both, and of course I like Page, and I really wish Page would have won.
I think a lot of people would have liked Page to win, but it was not his time. He missed hook in the other leg, and he lost the match. Shit happens. But that was one of my favorite for Full Gear. It did get 4 stars for me for that. And then, of course, the other 4-star was the great Matt Hardy and Sammy Guevara, because those two just freaking crack me up, and they're good at what they do. I love their both their styles, and they're both cuckoo. But Matt Hardy just has that personality. He is just a perfect match for being full of deletion, and it was a lot of fun. And having the other matches going on in the ring too with who was that? Private Party and Santana and Ortiz.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't feel it took away from the main match of Guevara. It all kind of meshed together. So it was a lot of fun. I'm really happy that Darby Allin kicked Cody's ass. Thought it was the stupidest beginning with Cody. Goes for the coach, and you're bigger, stronger, better. You can do this. I'm like, what the hell is that? That was so stupid.
Well, then he served his purpose being the antagonist in the match to make you want Darby to win. Right?
If there was a bubble going around, my eyes were just rolling. I'm going, oh brother, I don't like Cody. I can't like Cody. He's just annoying. I thought John Silver and OJ, I thought these two were great. This was a fun matchup too. I really liked. I love the pocket rip that John Silver did to OJ. I really like that. You there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, you're just listening. Actually, he did a great job. John Silver did a great job, and I really feel that he should have won that match. He was much better than Orange Juice. Totally, I really like John Silver with this matchup. Because you don't really get to see a lot of him, so it was a lot of fun watching that one.
It was fun to be on the pay-per-view. I liked it, especially coming after the Omega Page and between Darby and Cody. I thought it was a good little placeholder for it.
Yeah.
I thought the pacing of the show overall was very good.
Yeah. I think Young Bucks and FTR, to me, it was a long match. But it was great action. It was a good matchup. I really, really liked that match too. And the Shida and Nyla Rose, as expected, that Shida won, but
this was such a bummer to me because the match was going very well.
Yeah.
I really liked it. Nyla Rose had her beat, but, they had their... I know the idea they were going for, right? Nyla Rose wanted to definitively beat Hikaru Shida, redemption of herself for losing the first time, right? And taunt her with her own finisher. Shida kicks out at 1. After she had pulled her up, Shida then hits her with the big Falcon Arrow from the top. Like, this was, to me, it was on its way to a 4-star type match.
Yes.
And then when Shida picked her up after hitting that big Falcon Arrow, like, no, I won't let you embarrass me like this. She had that big smile on her face. She and they had the perfect ending here with Shida was supposed to come off the rope and hit her with the knee. That should have been it. And then it was just a disaster because Vicky Guerrero missed pulling her foot. Then Shida had to pretend that it was, and then Nyla got knocked outside. They tried to save it back for someone like Kay. It at least salvaged something with Shida chucking Rose all over the place, but then Rose supposedly got knocked out, and that led to those wacky kickouts where Shida had to kind of pull her own arm up. And then it led to the bad Falcon Arrow. It's such a bummer. If it would have ended at that knee, we would have been talking about what a great match that was.
Yeah.
Instead we're just left with, God damn it.
Yep. But I still have to say, you had that ending disaster part, but at least we got to watch talent. Because we've been kind of cheated with the talent side for the women. Oh my God,
we're going to talk about a women's match that happened on Dynamite, but
yeah. So I feel at least we got that. Had they done with had they ended when they should have, it would have been, like you say, a great match.
Yeah, but, if Vicky Guerrero wasn't there, we would have been talking about what a great match this was.
Yes.
Huge bummer.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the Moxley Kingston match?
So because I'm a girl, I really didn't like Eddie's outfit.
So just to let you know, Mom,
yes,
his outfit was a direct homage to a famous Japanese wrestler, Mitsuru Misawa.
Oh, because I'm like, whoa, that's just a really weird outfit.
Yeah.
Did they mention anything like that?
Yes, they did mention it.
Oh, the announcers did mention it?
Yeah.
Oh, because I guess I missed that. Well, that's pretty cool then.
So,
I'm sorry I missed that.
I
Thank
really
you for
enjoyed
putting
this
me in
match.
my place, JD.
Oh, it's okay. I personally really enjoyed this match, and
Yes.
to me it accomplished so many things in the world, and namely, I've said this from the start. AEW has a huge job with kind of reprogramming Western fans, and a match like this is accomplishing just that. There's no microphone for an I Quit match because there's always been a microphone involved, and the referee has to like put it up to the guy's face. Do you quit? And he's always asking him, and the guy has to go. Rah, no. Instead, we had a good old fashioned hardcore death match where both guys just beat the hell out of each other. They're trying to do everything they can, and at the end of the day, it's just, hey, do you verbally submit? Because that's what it is. And Kingston, with a tear in his eye because he couldn't bring this title home to his mother like he promised, had to submit. He verbally said he quit. The camera was right there, and end of the match. I was like, great, fantastic. I thought this accomplished so much, and it's for that it means a lot to just me as a fan.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I thought it, because the story going in was the story to that the match was going to be a violent affair. They didn't need to tell like all these wacky like teasing promos in the ring, like parading the alcohol around the ring, and no, he just showed it, poured it, bang. The camera did the work, right?
Right.
So.
Yeah, I don't think that was alcohol.
Well,
I don't want it to be alcohol. That would have been brutal. Poor Moxley and all the thumbtacks just remind me of that duel out back, or when Trent, the best friends.
Oh yes, the parking lot match.
Yeah, and that was a very bloody mess too. But I thought it was really good. I was watching nonstop, couldn't stop watching it.
What was your favorite moment in the Elite Deletion match, since you like that so much? Let's go back to that one.
Well,
I like the fireworks.
The fireworks were pretty cool. I really liked right at the beginning when the monster truck buried the golf cart. I thought that was really freaking hysterical.
The Spanish Godmobile or whatever it was.
Yeah, but we missed one of our matches to talk about was the MJF Chris Jericho thing. Because I have a theory that I'm thinking that because there's going to be, now you're going to have a new member in the inner circle that's going to possibly dismantle the inner circle.
You think that, do you?
I do think that.
Okay. Any other thoughts over?
You can't have two leaders.
Well, they're not. I mean, Jericho's the lead. Anyways, any other thoughts over Full Gear?
Well, JF has his sights on being the leader. Don't you know? I feel it. I'm seeing it in his eyes.
See it?
I do. I see it.
Any other thoughts over Full Gear, Mother?
No. Okay. I'm just going to tell you that my Omega Page match by far got the 4 stars, and my guy for Full Gear was Darby Allin.
Oh, well, there you go. Darby.
Because he got.
I'll mark that down.
Yep. He was my guy.
Darby Allin.
He was my guy for that one.
Okay.
And then, of course, we got the Omega Moxley match coming up on December 2nd. So that's
glad you mentioned that.
Awesome.
So let me just play this little drop here, and we can get into Dynamite that follows.
Okay, cool.
Well, actually, I have one more question. Was this pay-per-view better than All Out?
Yes.
Was it their best of the year?
I would say, yeah, it ranks over that. Yeah. Yeah, I like the energy in this one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
On to the drop. I played Brandy Rhodes' little drop there, Mom. So you know.
Okay.
Brian Cage defeats Matt Sydal, 7:45. Bunkhouse match. Natural Nightmares defeat the Butcher and the Blade, 13 minutes, 2 seconds. Sean Spears gets one over totally fair. He did not use the loaded glove. The ref checked against Scorpio Sky, 9 minutes, 9 seconds. The fall of Sky, unable to break through the glass ceiling, continues. Question, Mom. Is it totally obvious to me, and only me, that Sean Spears is being set up to lose to Darby Allin for the TNT title?
Oh, is that what this is going?
That's where I think it's going.
Yeah.
Just me?
I'm not under. I don't see where you're seeing it.
Well, the commentators made very clear that both their records are very good in 2020, and they would be, and the winner would be in line for a title shot, or earned a shot at the very least. And I feel with Spears being, I like Spears winning because he's a bad guy and he's a good guy that could lose to someone like Darby Allin to get Darby a little bit better.
Well,
better over.
Yeah, I mean, he is 15-2, so
right.
You know, that says a lot about him. I think it would be a good match. I
think so too. It would be a nice, simple little TV match that they could do. Build it up for, I don't know, December 2nd.
Well, how long has Sean Spears been with AEW?
Since the start.
Since the start, and so has Darby.
Yep.
So I think they deserve to have that match for the TNT.
There you go.
Ty
Conti defeats.
When do you think that one's going to be?
I have a feeling December 2nd. They could do it sooner if they feel like it. We'll get to December 2nd. Ty Conti defeats Red Velvet. Anna Jay by Ty Conti's side. Brandy Rhodes by Red Velvet's side. 8 minutes, 12 seconds.
Oh my God, that was
horrible match.
Oh
Ty Conti is.
You know what? It started out good. It did start out because I was really enjoying it, and then I don't know what happened. A commercial, because it was like, what just happened? I was really enjoying it, and then, oh my God!
Well, they fell apart.
Yeah, they fell apart.
And then Penta El Cerro Miedo defeats his brother Rey Fenix, 12 minutes, 31 seconds.
This match.
Now, 3 things happened on this show. Number 1, they announced Omega Moxley will be on TV, the title match, on December 2nd.
Yes.
I love this move. I had a feeling that they weren't gonna wait till Revolution, that's in February. Right. And we've seen this match before, and let's not forget that AEW's prime revenue driver is their TV deals. This could be their Hogan Goldberg type television draw that could give them momentum going forward and set a precedent for what the new year is going to be. I love this move. I think it's good for business. I think it's good for AEW, and I think Omega wins that match. Number 2, Cody's cutting a promo in the ring, and Jade Cargill, a giant ripped woman, comes out, cuts a promo on him. Basically comes down to she represents Shaq. And then as she's walking out, Brandy comes out. The ghetto comes out in her. You don't talk about that, my man. You heifer. She goes all up in her. Puts her hand in her face, smacks her on the butt. They walk away, and that's when Cage and company beats him up. Darby with his tack suit. Very wacky segment. But if you take it at face value, we got a big time new wrestler in Jade Cargill. She looks like $1,000. a good thing. We don't know how she wrestles yet, if she's even going to wrestle yet. What Shaq is going to do. So they got
Why would she wrestle?
Well,
is she a wrestler?
Yeah, she is a wrestler.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's been hanging out in the crowd.
I thought she was just a ripped woman.
A ripped woman. No, she's a wrestler, but we'll see where this goes. They're trying the celebrity thing again to get more eyes on the product. So there you go.
Okay, sure.
And number 3 is the big return of Pac after the Penta and Phoenix match. Penta just kills Phoenix, and then all throughout the match, commentary is getting on Kingston. Kingston's totally one-sided on Penta. Shivani's blaming Kingston that's why we're seeing this tag team essentially rip themselves apart. This was like a Mexican death match on national television. This was awesome. Lucha Mexican death match. They're ripping each other's masks. Kingston comes in after the match. He just subtly kicks Phoenix out of the ring like yesterday's garbage. He's telling Penta, you don't need him. We don't need that guy. And that's when Pac's music comes out, rifting and changing the entire main event in AEW. He's putting a rift in one of the biggest factions that's been in the main event the past few months. Immediately coming after Kingston. This is awesome. This totally changes the game in AEW because he is a main eventer, and he's going to be...
Pac's my man. Oh. He's a freaking beast. Now, I would like to see him go against Moxley.
Well, I think and
that's why I don't think that Omega is going to win. I think that... Well, I'd like to see Pac go up against Moxley.
Well, what's interesting is we've seen single matches of Pac against both guys, and he's lost in the last year.
You're right.
Yeah, he lost to Moxley, and that's what got Moxley essentially the title shot that he ended up winning. And then Pac tried to beat Omega in the Iron Man match, in which he lost there. So Pac has his own journey to get back into the main event picture. And where does that start? That is with the guy who was just there in the faction that he stole from Pac as he was in quarantine. This is very important for the structure of AEW.
Yep.
So, pretty damn awesome.
Yep, pretty damn awesome. I'm just glad he's back.
What'd you think of the bunkhouse match? Now that that's all said.
I was having a lot of problems with Fight.
Well, it's your typical internet.
Yeah, so I really and I've been busy all week. Gotta have an excuse, but I really didn't get to see much of it. I had to get out, go back in, and actually just watch it from a different view, but it took away from because I really couldn't even watch some of Sean Spears and Scorpio Sky, and then I end up finally clicking in and get to watch those two women things they need to be demoted too.
I still like your idea of like adding an hour to Dark and it's just women's matches.
I think it would be awesome for them. And just get the women better.
Right. And then you can concentrate for your 9:25 slot on Shida being on TV more. And Nyla Rose is doing something. And Britt Baker, the people that are actually ready for TV, they can have this slot. And then everyone else can have their little hour on Dark as the women hour. What have they got to lose, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I can't really have a comment about it, unfortunately, because of the shit show I was going through. So,
well, you liked Penta Phoenix, right?
Yes, and I'm really glad I got to watch that because that was great. I really enjoyed that match. That one got 3.5 stars for me.
Almost.
Yeah, almost. But I did. I really enjoyed that match. I was rooting for Phoenix.
Yeah, and I couldn't help but notice when Pac came out and they had the pull apart in the ring. Penta was on the side. Penta and Phoenix were both outside the ring, but Penta was on the side Kingston was on, and Phoenix was on the side Pac was on. Just a little tidbit I noticed there. Could be something, could be nothing. I don't know.
Right.
But we do know Pac is returning to the ring. He's facing Blade, which...
Oh, right. Next week?
Which is direct to Kingston himself with the Butcher and Blade.
Mm-hmm.
So
cool.
I'm very excited.
Some good matches coming up.
I'm very excited. I'm very curious what Hangman Page is going to do after losing the tournament. All he's got is his bourbon left, or his whiskey.
Right.
What's FTR going to do since they lost their titles? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mom, do you remember Airwolf from MLW? Like the 20-year-old luchador? Maybe.
Maybe, no.
Well, he's in a tag team called Top Flight, and I remember you watched him on MLW and you liked him. Well, he doesn't have a mask anymore. Okay. And he's going to be facing the Young Bucks on Dynamite next week.
Oh, okay. So what was his name?
Airwolf.
Airwolf. Did I get a picture?
No.
With him?
No.
Am I thinking differently?
Yeah, this is when we were watching MLW for the podcast.
Oh, right. Here, okay. You'd have to send me a picture. God, I've watched so much wrestling with you, JD. I'm like, where am I? That one. Oh, okay.
Hey, it's fine. All right.
Because I've seen John Silver and I've seen Statlander and, in that awesome environment and the indie scene. I really like that. Cool. Well,
right.
when's he coming?
Next week on Dynamite.
On major TV?
Yes. Facing the Young Bucks.
Nice. Oh, good for him.
So you had Omega Page, Full Gear, as your 4-star match, and Elite Deletion.
Yes.
And nothing here. But who was, outside of Full Gear, who was your wrestler of the 2 weeks?
Oh, gee. Of the 2 weeks... I really I really like Phoenix. There's something about him.
Phoenix it is.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. Okay.
But I've had Lucha Brothers a couple of times, haven't I? Didn't I have one of them? Did I have Penta? I think one time?
No.
No.
Nope.
Huh. Well, I really like that match, and I really like Phoenix. I'd like to see more of Phoenix in single matches. You think it would ever happen?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
I think they're driving for something along those lines.
Yeah.
All right. Well, unfortunately, even though I announced it on the podcast, didn't have time for you to watch the women's match. That was really, really good. So maybe next time.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right. Well, that's it. Mom, we'll see you next time. Can't wait for more Dynamite to finish out the year.
Thanks for having me.
Can't wait.
Get ready.
All right. Maybe I should have played the Chris Brooks music instead. Fuck it. I'll do it too. There we go. Now we got a true DDT intro. Ultimate Party, one of the biggest shows of the year. What'd you think, Kay?
This is the first time I've watched like a full Ultimate Party show. Last year, I think I just watched the women's matches, the TJPW matches. It was fun. It felt big. I do think originally the audience looked pretty small, but I think it filled out as the show went on.
Those were confirmed to be dark matches on the show.
Yeah, it felt like they were dark matches, especially because they kind of felt like they weren't like I think Honda was in one of them. So, as a whole, though, the show was great. I do think like maybe the main event didn't like hit a level for me that I thought was great, but I don't think I was expecting it to be great. From what I was told about Sasaki and him not being a top level worker.
I think he's a very good worker. It's just he's not a top level star.
Right. I think that's what I meant. But that match wasn't bad. The Chris Brooks match was great because Chris Brooks is great, and so is Ueno. I think Ueno's great. I think I'm starting to come around on him a bit. Was it the random rule thing that we didn't cover that Masao and Saki Akai did in the TJPW show? They did theirs better, I think. That one on Ultimate Party was very slow.
The Takagi Aoki match.
Yeah. I thought
although Aoki losing because his dirty DMs were revealed for him being bad at sex is really funny.
That was way funnier than what we thought it was, which we thought was just he was talking to a gravure idol or something.
Yeah, he was sending.
But that's even funnier.
He was sending like dirty kinks to a gravure idol, and it's like it's. I mean, we're doing our own little interpretation in real time, just using context. And I was like, I bet he has like a small penis or something. And now he's embarrassed.
It just turns out, no, it's worse. He's just worse at sex.
He's just bad at sex, and that's what cost him the match.
Right, and that's funnier with the video, but the rest of them all had videos attached to them, and I think that killed the pace of the match really bad. Then you would stop, and then go to the video, and then come back to the match. And I think that killed a lot of the pacing of the match.
I mean, it's a comedy match. It was the weapons rumble type situation. I thought it was fine. This is what I expect from DDT. It's just also funny that the highly protected MMA fighter is just full on DDT mode, where he would he's embarrassed by comedy more than getting beaten clean in the ring.
That's great. Also, I'd be remiss to mention the Jun Akiyama match. Jesus Christ, that match was good.
I think it was easily the best match on the show.
Easy, hands down.
Yeah. So let's just go through some of the things now. Mao has come back from injury. This was his kind of reintroduction match against Shunma. And, of course, the Legos came into play, as Shunma is really going through his hardcore type stuff. But Mao comes back, he's like, I'm gonna fucking do a move. What is this move? A freaking springboard Phoenix Splash, of all things. This dude's being geared up to be DDT's Kota Ibushi.
That 450 was nuts.
Phoenix Splash.
I'm sorry, Phoenix Splash. What am I thinking? It was nuts. Like, why? And then he landed on Legos. They all kept landing on Legos.
Legos stuck in their backs. My God. So, good return match. We'll get to more Mao later. Akito defeats Dino. Big match, Dino. But Dino... he was going to be Big Match Dino, but not without a price. He was going to show up without using his shtick. His what do we call it? His pervy self, I guess.
His true form.
His true form. He held back his true form with... I don't know if you've heard of this popular anime going around, Kay. It's called Demon Slayer.
Yes. Was it Kimetsu no Yaiba? Is the Japanese name for it? I may have heard of it once or twice.
So Dino has the I guess his power being held back via the Demon Slayer scroll in his mouth, very much the same way. And Akito, he's not having this. He wants the real Dino to come out.
He wants Dino's true form.
Yes. Dino, stop messing around. This won't be a serious match unless you become pervy Dino.
I want you not to be... This is Big Match Dino, that I don't want Big Match Dino.
My God. So the scroll comes off, and then he reveals his true form, and Akito does end up defeating him, but they were like they went full on Demon Slayer with this. The music was playing, the scroll was off. They're ridiculous. If you've seen Demon Slayer, know of it, this match would have definitely hit better with you. But for the Japan audience, they definitely know what this was because they were cracking up through the majority of this. They loved it.
Oh, you also forgot to mention they were downing supplements before the match that would cause them to shit themselves.
Yes, they were certainly doing that. Too much. Yes, yes. Dino shit himself. At first, they thought it was Akito, so it all played together. Very funny. Eruption won a 4-way elimination trios match. Totally fine. Didn't like Honda in it. Thank God it was only like 12 minutes. We already spoke about the Weapons Rumble. Shima and Soma Takao defeat Disaster Box, Hiroshima, and Marufuji. 30 minutes. Match was fine. Shima's really good. I think Soma got a lot out of this match. They raised his stakes, they raised his role in the company coming out of this match. So I think they accomplished what they wanted out of this. And you got some stars in there. So this was kind of your Aja Kong Sari coming in type of tag match. Ueno defeated Chris Brooks to become the Universal Champion. You said you liked this match. I thought this didn't click on all cylinders that I thought it should have, but it was only 14 minutes. And after the match, Mao came out and attacked Ueno, and that set up a main event for DDT TV number 11, which we'll get to here in a second. Jun Akiyama defeats Konosuke Takeshita, 25 minutes, 38 seconds. I have been anticipating this match all fucking summer. Feels like all year. They've built this up as sports-oriented and old school as old school can be, where it's just, we're just going to do a series of tag matches over and over again. We're going to tease. Takeshita wants him. And unlike a certain Noah promotion, where the Great Muta defeated their young, up-and-coming 20-year-old, Takeshita's already like a 4-time champion, right? He loses nothing losing this match, and if anything, this creates a new rival for Takeshita, and it functions as a good, like, last chance run story for Akiyama, and the fact Akiyama proved he can still go at a higher level, and this really impressed me with how much Takeshita can just pull out all the stops and work with seemingly anyone out there. So I loved the outcome of this match. I loved the flow of this match. Takeshita sold the leg the entire fucking time. There was none of that slap the leg, I ignore it situation. I'm going to do some flips. Everything where Takeshita looked like he was going to win or get in control, it was always the leg that held him back. And from beginning to end, that was the entire story. Akiyama didn't just beat him. He beat him convincingly with hitting him with the T-bone suplex. Could have pinned him, raises him up, chokes him out instead. This is one of the best matches of DDT this year, and I am very satisfied with this. And if you told, and as we found out with DDT TV 11, Akiyama getting a title shot, I'm all for it.
Oh, no, this match was great. Like, I don't think I had like the sort of build up and anticipation like you had, because I think I came in about halfway through the build, I think. And I was sort of kind of on the peripheral because I didn't know who either guy was for most of it. But the match itself was fantastic. Limb work, like you said, the selling of the leg was done so well. I was surprised that Akiyama won, but then when you explained to me that guy, was it Takeshita, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that he was like a 4-time champion. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That he's not losing anything. He's already a made man.
Yeah, it's the Shoko situation. Like, just because someone lost a match doesn't mean they lose anything. It's totally fine. Once you've already built up someone to an extent, it's almost seemingly they're bulletproof. Of course, you can still ruin somebody, as we've seen from other promotions. It's always possible. But,
yeah, that is very true.
Yeah, if you build up a guy and you already have a legend like Akiyama, no problem.
Right, you don't want to Husky Harris him.
KOD openweight title match. You already said your thoughts on it. Endo defeats his stablemate Sasaki. This was this was built off Endo naming him the champion, or being the champion, naming his challengers. He named Sasaki his stablemate of Damnation, and you could directly correlate this storyline to what New Japan's doing with LIJ, with the whole evil turn with Naito. And unlike New Japan, DDT, I thought, pulled their little audible storyline here and they're out of their back pocket quite well, and it worked in the same way or it worked in a way where everything made sense, where Sasaki wanted Damnation to turn on Endo, and I actually rewatched that turn because of the build up to this match, where you can actually see Lindemann in the corner with a face that just goes, "Oh no, come on, man, we were gonna turn on you."
I like that because I didn't even notice that, but it makes it so much worse. Oh, but we were gonna beat your ass instead. Why you gotta do this?
I guess we gotta do it now. I still love it. Get 'em, boys. Oh, shit. Sasaki, you poor bastard. Yeah, so the build was really funny. I love the, we spoke about in the last podcast where Endo was seemingly not taking him as a challenger seriously, or at least in the fact that he was trying to get into his head. I take that whichever way you want. We both liked it. I thought this match, the chemistry between these two is excellent. Through the structure of the match, through the build of the match, I had no problems with this. It's the only thing holding it back is the fact that we've seen this match many times, at least for DDT fans, and Sasaki just isn't that big of a challenger anymore. From a story perspective, I thought it did very well. If you want a solid 4.25 star match, you got this. And if you're a fan of Damnation, you definitely got a match that I thought lived up to its expectations. So, in the match, there was some shenanigans. You even had Mad Paulie kind of going to Sasaki's side during the match, so I thought that created a little bit of a good dissension within Damnation. And, Endo does win it. I thought, did it go a little too long? Yeah, maybe. 27 minutes, 48 seconds. That's a little long. Unlike the Akiyama Takashita match, where the 25-minute match that it pounded out, I thought you got more out of the Akiyama match, being similar times. I thought the ending of the Takashita match, Akiyama, was better. The ending here just felt like, yeah, conclusive. Figured that's what was going to happen. Now the post match was really funny, where they're trying to come to amends, and they're not quite there. Endo's like, dude, I've known you forever. Let's just put bygones aside. It's like, I know you wanted the title, you were gonna do what you needed to do to try to get it. Hey man, I understand. We've been buds a long time. I get it. And Sasaki's like, I don't know. How do I know you're just not gonna beat me up again? And how do they pull all this together in true DDT fashion? Fucking Shuji Ishikawa, former Damnation member himself. I believe he's Bookerman in AJPW. He comes out singing a song of why can't we be friends? And it's sung horribly. And Endo and Sasaki come to the conclusion, dude, this is terrible. Can we shut this guy up faster? How is this going to happen? Let's be friends. Let's be friends again.
That's great.
And Ishikawa's like, oh, you're friends again? I will sing some more in celebration. Oh, no. So good reaction. Hey, man. Ultimate Party, I thought, put together a good show.
It was a solid show, top to bottom. It wasn't not everything blew me away. Not everything was bad or let me down outside of the Honda stuff, because I don't like Honda either. But yeah, it was a solid show. I agree with you there.
Best match was easily Takeshita against Akiyama. I think that goes without saying.
Yes, definitely.
But from top to bottom, if we're talking about this Ocean War here that we got, I still got to give it to AW with how they were top to bottom, putting full gear together. So yeah, 13-9.
The full gear was better. Full gear was definitely better.
13-9 is the score there.
Ooh,
So
man, I don't see DDT catching up on that one.
Nah, it doesn't look likely. TV 11, not much to say here from the show. It was very simplistic. It's in a different arena than what it was for TV 10. The empty arena just makes it so hard sometimes. Endo Akiyama is officially being built up here, coming out of that tag match. So they're teasing that and they're gearing up for the DOH tournament. It's like their G1 situation. So yeah, another tournament.
Oh boy, more tournaments. Did we just stop watching tournaments already?
Saki Akai is not in it, despite her her wanting to gun for a second title of her own to match her Eruption members. So
You know what? I think it's because Saki-sama's coming back, and they both cannot be in the same promotion at the same time. It breaks the laws of physics, and Saki-sama comes back this weekend.
you're not wrong. So maybe she's gearing up for an international title try or something along those lines. I could also see her
a mystery opponent.
Right, I can also see her going to going for the Extreme title maybe against Takagi, the new champion. I could see that happening, especially since he interfered in the Hyper Misao match. So, little stories going on there.
I will say, Saki-sama coming back, she should challenge for international belt. She's from Paris after all.
Oh, right. Yes, this is true. But Yuki Ueno takes on Mao. They had some pre-match little video there, but 13 minutes, 13 seconds. Something didn't click here with me, but Mao comes across as a big star.
I think it was the crowd, because that's what it was for me. I had a hard time getting into the match because my brain is like, it's out of the they can't have crowds mode, because they can have crowds now. So it almost feels like, well, why don't you have crowds then? I get that's the format you had before because there was no crowds, but now you can have crowds. Why not just do this in front of crowds?
Yeah, I'm wondering what the logistics behind that is. Maybe they're afraid they can't sell out a Shinkiba type situation.
If they're afraid of that, then I don't know why they were running Korakuen.
Or maybe they just everything's booked up and it's just easier to, because they're still running regular shows. But if they want to do these TV shows, maybe they just need the extra venue, and the logistics just aren't there, and this is just way easier to kind of fill up time for Wrestle Universe. Just a theory I had.
Here's an idea: do it in front of a studio audience of nothing but the other wrestlers.
I think they're kind of doing that.
That'd be great. Like, just even if you have to have the TJPW wrestlers, a fucking Miyaka Matsumoto and her crew up in there. You know what? That might be more entertaining. You can just have her yelling and throwing stuff at the ring.
I don't know about that. But yeah, Ueno defends the title. I don't remember. Did someone come out after this?
I don't remember. I think I was unfortunately kind of checked out for some of this match because it was such a weird disconnect that I couldn't keep myself interested in it.
Oh, they did a post-match angle where Shunma came out and convinced Takeshita and the four of them to kind of form a little group because Ueno's no longer in Disaster Box.
Okay, see,
that's what happened.
Pick that up.
Yeah, because they're all just because Shunma's trying to convince them all to be together, and I do have the name of that. They are called the Sauna Boys.
Sauna Boys.
Yeah, I believe you would probably know the word as sauna.
Oh, Sauna Boys. I see. Yeah. So they go to the sauna after every show. Gotcha.
Yeah. So they're
a team I can get behind.
Yeah, the big sweaty men team.
Big sweaty men. There you go.
Yeah, they all seem to be hesitant about becoming a team together, but yeah, on DDT, it's either 12 or I think a Korakuen show they have coming up where they're going to be in an 8-man tag together. Yeah. I think it's like the Hot Sauna Boys or something. What their team name's called. So yeah, that's DDT. That's the DDT section of the podcast. Boys. We got the Joshi War here, and then the Puro War. So let's get moving.
All right.
Okay, it's time for that Joshi War.
My favorite kind of war.
Well, Tokyo Joshi Pro has really given everyone a run for their money. Needless to say, it's good for them. Good to have that competition. We got Ice Ribbon. What you just heard,
especially this month.
What you just heard was Risa Sera's theme.
Oh, Risa Sera's great.
Yes, she's kind of been
one.
She's kind of been the focal point, in a weird way, of Ice Ribbon over the past few months with kind of her, I guess, retirement tour that she's going on in the next over the next year. Got her own belt, got her own stipulation matches, which we'll get into. Let's get into a lot of this Joshi. Let's go through October Ice Ribbon Fest 2020, Ice Ribbon number 1078. Just go through the card real quick. Totoro Yappy, Yuki.
I'd say she's like a second, right?
Yappy, Yuki Mashiro, Matsuya Uno, and Totoro defeat Uno, Shingaki, and Tei Honma, 9:48. Very interesting result there. Fujita defeats Ram Kaicho in a non-title match for the Triangle title. So a story going on there. Aja Kong with Ibuki Hoshi defeat Ayako Sato and Hamako Hoshi in the mom match at 10 minutes. Very good tag match here. We're going to talk about this one specifically. Best Friends defeat Saori Ano and Sakushi. Get your thoughts over that, Kay. Risa Sera in a TLC match defeats Dark Snow Maya Yuki with Mayumi Ozaki. Your favorite wrestler, Kay. I know she is, as my cat jumps off the mic table.
I hate her guts.
18 minutes, 26 seconds. I guess not so much to talk about, but just kind of a feeling of that match. And then Frank Sisters defeat the Rebel enemy team of Maika Ozaki and Rina Yamashita, 16.5 minutes. And then the Infinity title match, which I certainly want to talk about. That's Suzu Suzuki against the Diana champion, Haruka Umasaki. Only went 12 minutes, 42 seconds. So, overall thoughts of the show, and I guess if you have any thoughts over the particular matches, go through it. I think we got to run through this pretty quick since we've devoted a lot of time to the bigger shows on this podcast, namely TJPW's Wrestle Princess, DDT's Ultimate Party. We still have Gate of Destiny to talk about, among a lot of other things. So go for it, Kay.
All right, I'll try to make it as brief as possible. October Ribbon was fun. I like the fact that they all dressed in costumes. Someone wrestled in costumes. Yuki Mashiro in the opening match was fun, as she always is. The Comedy Dynamo. I swear she needs to use that as her nickname. I'm going to make her use that as a nickname. I'm going to keep telling Yappy to tell her to be Comedy Dynamo. As a whole, the show was fun. It's what I expected it, especially since last year's October Ribbon was more of the same. Really, outside of the 3 matches, the tag match with Aja and Ibuki, and the tag title match and main match, not a whole lot. I mean, I guess I got thoughts on the Risa Sera Maya stuff, but that's more of an Ozaki rant than anything else.
So the show drew 528 to Korakuen Hall, which is a good number these days. It's about what most are doing, most are allowed to do. Not bad.
Right.
So, my thoughts over the tag match. The undercard, not so much to talk about, but the tag match between the Best Friends and Saori Ano and Sakushi had a lot of attitude to it, which I really enjoyed. I kind of want to put this match up there as one of the best tag matches in Ice Ribbon this year. Would you say it's better than a lot of the other tag matches we've seen?
Yes, I'm kind of mad that I forgot to mention my 2 favorites, Sakushi and Saori Ano, because my favorite tag team, the Best Friends. The match itself was very good. I would put it pretty high on that list, but I'm also incredibly biased because I like 4 of the people in this match. So, but as a whole, the Sakushi Tsukasa story, we got some of that in there. We got a little bit of Saori Ano and Arisa Nakajima. They're building something there. I don't know if it's going to be in Ice Ribbon or if it's going to be in Seedling. I get the feeling it might be a mixture of both. But just overall, that match was great. Saori Ano did her part very well. I remember you saying you were shocked at how good she has gotten, and I pointed out that she's kind of always been good, but was just relegated to the dungeon DVD bin of actress girls, where you had to import DVDs to watch her do anything outside of Oz Academy, which was not a good representation of her wrestling abilities.
Sure.
And again, the Sakushi Tsukasa stuff has got me thinking that they're building a singles match at Ribbon Mania at some point, and that next year will be the year of Sakushi, especially because she's getting ready to give herself a surname, which in the context of Ice Ribbon is a very big deal because the last time this happened was Kurumi, and when she did that, she won the belt.
So there's a good callback there. Yeah, I liked. I like a lot of the story building in this match, and not just from Sakushi and gaining attitude towards Tsukasa, and Tsukasa dishing it back. Was the kind of side characters in this is Arisa treating herself like a bigger star and the outsider and the true tag team partner of Fujimoto. But then there's off to the side the attitude building of Saori Ano. They did a nice little pre-match package of the kind of press conference, and Saori's like, "What the fuck did you call me?" that just attitude, and she seems to have a her own agenda that she wants through in this match, and I really liked how both Tsukasa and Arisa kind of went over to Saori specifically and really gave her attitude, and she kind of came across to me character-wise that she's going to be built up towards something, maybe not at Ribbon Mania, that might be a little too soon, but definitely something geared up for 2021. I really like where this is going.
I think she's going to be at Ribbon Mania. Whether it's going to be a program with Arisa Nakajima or anything like that is, I guess, a different story altogether.
Sure.
But I definitely think Tsukasa and Tsukushi is going to be a match at Ribbon Mania. I'm like 85% sure of that.
Yeah. So this was excellent. I'll probably slot this in at my number 2 tag match in Ice Ribbon this year, and being that it was in the mid card is quite shocking. My overall thoughts on Risa Sera in the TLC match against Maya Yuki in her Oz Academy persona. It was straight up Oz Academy shenanigans from the bell. I didn't get a sense that the crowd was totally out of it, but they definitely were not into it. I think that much is very clear. It didn't seem like they hated it. It's that position where we see so little of this in itself in Ice Ribbon that is the draw and spectacle of it all, to see this different persona of Maya. And conspiracy theory to the side, I get the feeling, I just got this feeling that it's like, okay, hey, we're running a Korakuen Hall, we're going to be drawing at least 500 people here, we got to get Maya on the card in a big match, what are we going to do? Well, we don't want Risa Sera to lose the Fantastic Ice title so soon. How about, and Maya's idea is like, well, I could just throw my Oz Academy persona in here. It's a totally different person. So you can totally pin this one. That's what I took from it. But the last, I want to say 5 minutes of this was straight up Maya with her darker character taking on the underdog babyface Risa Sera, and I thought that worked very well at the end. It's kind of like the reverse Bullet Club in New Japan, where they did the shenanigans right away, and then they built up to the actual good wrestling at the end.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think you nailed it though with the Maya personality thing. I think it's exactly why they did that, because you don't want to pin Unstoppable Force Maya a second time this year, right? You don't want that to happen again. You want to keep her strong just in case you need to put the belt back on her for some reason, right? Like something happens with Suzu or she gets hurt or something, right? You want to have that backup, and you also want to keep her strong because she's your other big star. Right. So switching to a dark persona makes sense. It also adds the spectacle to the match, as you said. As for the crowd, the only other time that I remember seeing the Ozaki bullcrap or the Sekigun crap in Ice Ribbon was her match with Ram Kaichou, and the crowd was like super dead for that entire show or entire match. They weren't as dead for this, but they definitely didn't react to Maya like they normally do. Like Maya doing the Owarida kick thing, like there was no reaction. That's
she had a reaction to that, especially when she connected.
She got the second one, she got a reaction. The first one did not get a reaction. The second one did, but I think a lot of it's at the point that the second one had happened, we were kind of removed from the Sekigun crap. Like Risa Sera's husband, Orca, was her partner, and he was keeping Ozaki at bay on the outside. So we finally got the Maya versus Risa stuff that I think everyone wanted.
Yeah, he is such a dork.
Oh, he's fan. He fits her so well. They are definitely a perfect couple together. But I think the first 5-7 minutes of this match, maybe a little bit more than that, it felt like was just Sekigun crap. Ozaki did not leave the ring. Ozaki didn't leave the ring. She was just standing in the ring the entire time doing her bullcrap, and I think I almost skipped the match because of that.
Well, I can't say I didn't expect it.
Right. I mean, I expected it, but I didn't expect it to be so much and so soon in the beginning. I thought there was going to be interference. Like, I thought there was going to be interference, right? But I got the feeling it was going to be like a bit of an even tug with this. They both had people in their corner. But I should have been smart enough to remember. So did Ram Kaichou had the same thing, and, well, that didn't work in that same way, so...
Well, I mean, in the context of the rules, it's no DQ and everything, and I mean, why wouldn't the seconds just constantly interfere, and then as the match goes on, they slowly get taken out of it? I mean, in the context of how the structure should be, that was absolutely sensible.
Right. I can't sit here and pretend like my bias against Ozaki didn't play a part in my dislike of this match, but she's just, I don't like Sekigun crap, and it does seem like whenever Sekigun shows up in other promotions, the crowd doesn't react in the same way that it does in Oz Academy.
Right.
Seedling they showed up at Seedling once, and the crowd was dead. You would think Seedling's crowd would be into it, but they were like super fucking dead.
No, this doesn't work anymore in the modern era. So, as for the ribbon tag title match, I really just want to say, like, Kurumi and Mochi make a good tag team. That's nothing new. They are the tag champions for a reason. Maiko Ozaki, she is starting out with this edge to her, but then as the match goes on, she just reverts back to just her usual kind of sleepwalking through matches, doing her shtick. The match was fine, but it was, 16 and a half minutes of something we've seen before. I'm just really crossing my fingers, and I'm not so much hopeful that she's going to get this full-on match edge to her and different personality. Could it change over time? Absolutely. We've seen wrestlers do that. That's my thoughts there. Now, the Infinity title match, Haruka Umasaki, 20 years old, Suzu Suzuki, 18-year-old, loser of titles on trains.
Loser of belts on trains, yes.
She does win. So Suzu does win this match. My overall thoughts on this one is the fact that here we have essentially two sophomores in the wrestling business, tops of their respective promotions, quote unquote, at least in terms of holding the title. This was a good simplistic draw, I thought. It keeps your major stars of the promotion, Ice Ribbon's case, off to the sidelines, still building up their own stories while it's really building up Suzu and getting her good title defenses. And the appeal to this match to me was simply, these are two young wrestlers trying to carry their respective promotions. And the level Suzu showed me on this in how to just structure and not so much ring general-esque a match, but she was in control, which was very promising. That's one of the fears of putting such a young person as your top champion. That's always a risk, and she kind of quelled those worries to me in this match. And as for Haruka, ironically, I'm playing Yakuza 6 right now, and that's kind of the whole story. But anyways, Haruka here, she still has a long ways to go, but she does have the poise of a potential top champion. So her eating the pin here, I don't think hurts her overall stature in various companies. The fact that she still is super young, she has the ways to go. Her basics are very much on point in line. Really reminds me of Maika in Stardom in a lot of ways. And their basics are very strong. They're still developing their character. They're still developing what makes them unique in the ring. And that is totally fine. The difference is Haruka has to carry Diana, while Maika is the future champion in Stardom. Spoiler, she does retain. Totally fine. What'd you think?
So, I think this was a good tale of two different sophomores, because you mentioned they're both sophomores, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have Suzu, who has the poise, presence, and I'll say ring general, because I think she did coach a lot of this match through. Haruka's still pretty inexperienced on that, I guess. But she comes off as somebody beyond her experience, which is important. Haruka comes off still a little bit more green. Maybe not too green to where it hurts the matches at all. And she still has that power and that sort of ability to get a good match and not be awful. But it's the problem with the Diana system, right?
Mm-hmm.
You spend your first year doing nothing. And then you spend most of your second year doing nothing. It's the same problem that Sari had when she was there. So you said you compared her to Maika. I see her as a young Sari. Like if you go look at her early stuff in Diana, this is the exact track that Sari was on. Will Haruka reach the same heights is a different question altogether. But the match itself was good. It's about where I expected. I didn't expect it to be a blowaway. It's not. It's like a step below the Sakushi match, which again to be expected. Suzu came out looking like a star with her new robe, her hair back, and everything.
Oh, the robe was sick. Loved it.
But like you said, putting the belt on someone so young, you kind of want to see if they can be that kind of person that could carry a match out of somebody and be the one to take control of a match when need be. And I think she showed that and then some. She's definitely somebody that I think Tsukasa specifically has seen all of this in. And I mean, as we know, she has a great eye for talent. So I see Suzu holding onto the belt for a lot longer than I guess I expected originally. But Haruka herself didn't look bad, and I think that's a good thing. This is her first I believe it's her first big singles title challenge. She may have challenged for the Diana singles belt maybe once or twice, but I don't know if you really count that too much. But in her big singles main event on another company for a bigger title, she didn't look like she was nervous. She didn't look like she was botching a lot. There was a few moments here and there, but not enough for me to be concerned. And I think if she continues this track, she will end up like Sayuri. Maybe not to the WWE, hopefully. Fingers crossed. But she'll end up having that big giant year where she suplexes the crap out of Aji Kong through a table or something. Like it's good. She'll have that year.
Well, I really enjoyed how they only had this match go 12:42. They didn't force them to go 20 minutes. That's very difficult. Didn't force them to even go 15. I thought this was a good amount of time. They got everything they wanted to do. Yeah, there were some miscues, but hey, when you got a combined 4 years experience in the ring here, I got no problem. So let's move on, talk some Stardom, and then we can see who won the war. Ooh. And as Himika would say shit to Julia, why don't you just be happy with pro wrestling?
Julia's reaction was perfect. I guarantee you she did not expect that. That was definitely ad-libbed because her eyes got big and she got real quiet and kind of slowed down a bit. It's like, oh, what are you mentioning that for?
So this was great. We had the October 29th Korakuen show with the Future of Stardom title match, the Maika Saya match. Maika retains 11-18. We had a good tag match between Natsupoi and Shuri defeating Mayu Yatani and Starlight Kid. MK Sisters, they have leveled up as a tag team, 13-20. And then Julia defeats Himika, retaining the white belt, 19 minutes, 47 seconds. Didn't even realize it went that long. It felt much shorter, so that's a very good sign. And then as for the tag league itself, we've kind of streamlined it. There's not a whole lot to talk about there, but I do want to talk about how good the tag league Osaka show was on November 8th. It included the finals. That was a show in itself. We had a fun opener with Death and Riho losing to Hanan and Saida, so fair enough, 5 minutes. Oedo Tai skipped it, but I did see the ending sequence of just absolute bullshit where B. Priestley got clocked with a chain in front of the referee by Tora, and then she gets rolled up. 8 minutes. Just horseshit as usual. Saitani and Utami defeated Mina Shirakawa and Tam Nakano in 14 minutes. Mina looks amazing. She looks great with all these top-level wrestlers in the ring. Considering everyone's experience, that's quite amazing to think about. They did not capitalize on their chance to defeat the Goddess Champions. One of the best tag matches in Stardom this year, and Joshi, is Azumi and Momo defeating MK Sisters in 11:30. This match hit on all cylinders. There's no question that they were on their A game for this match. This was utterly fantastic. High recommendation here. Julia and Maika defeat their fellow DDM team of Himika and Shuri, 14 minutes, and then bang, no time to rest, that Queen's Quest music hits. Out comes Momo and Azumi, flag and all, big cocky smirks on their face because they've had, 20 minutes to rest here. They defeat Julia and Maika 12:30 in another good match. Didn't hit on the same cylinders as the MK Sisters match, but it was great nonetheless. I did like how the DDM kind of match against each other focused on more the submission and kicks game to kind of put a slower pace to it so they weren't totally gassed and blown up going into another 12.5-minute match. But it worked to their advantage. I like the stories being told here. This was a great, great show. And I love the post-match promos and just cockiness that we love to see from Momo, where she was showing off her new ring. She's talking shit to Tommy, saying, "You didn't win. Look at our fancy rings," because that's what the winners get for the tag league. From someone who wasn't totally into the tag league and was just watching mostly the shenanigans of Death in Rio have fun. I thought Momo Oz and Julia Micah was the big two-story teams. I thought probably the best performers were the MK sisters, but this was not their showcase. They were there to kind of put everyone else over, and that was Momo Oz and Julia Micah. Good stuff here. Those were my overall thoughts from the show. Of course, the biggest match was, I think, the MK sisters, Momo Oz. And as for the Julia Himika match that went 1947, Himika's look fantastic, and Julia's really come into her own. That's a match I recommend. And then Micah, of course, I'm really into what Micah's bringing to the table with Stardom and her just solid work that she's bringing, and her in she's getting showcased. Stardom's doing an excellent job showcasing the talent they need to. They're drawing excellent houses right now. They could put essentially a house show type level card on, and it seems like they're going to draw 400 people, which is something you couldn't really say this time last year. You could not say that.
No, definitely not.
There you go. I kind of went on a rant there for a while. I covered everything. Kay, what are your overall thoughts as we kind of blasted through Stardom there?
So I guess I'll just kind of hit on at least 4 matches: the Future Belt, the White Belt, and then the 2 tag finals in this MK Sisters and Momo Oz. As for the Future Belt, I have very brief things to say on it. Micah looks amazing. Saya is wild as ever, and there were points where I was a little concerned for her.
Yeah,
it was a little too crazy. Kind of slow down there, girl. But that also kind of goes to another discussion I have about Utami, also kind of looking a little sloppy lately, making a lot more mistakes than she should, and not kind of coming across as the big star that I think they want her to be.
I hate her promos.
Her promos are bad. She's monotone, and I get that's a cool thing, but even then, there's like no passion behind any word she says, and it's bad. Her facial expressions are blank. Her arms, she looks awkward, like she doesn't know how to do it. And then, I mean, to briefly touch on her backstage promo with Saya before their tag match with Tam and Mina, she just straight up rips off Momo's promo. She just takes a cue from Momo's, like, oh, who are these people? I don't know who this person is.
She's learning from Senpai, Kay.
Yeah, but you don't copy Senpai. You take what Senpai does and you kind of spin it your own way. You don't just straight one for oneer. That did bother me. I'm like, come on, Utami, you gotta get yourself. You're going for a red belt match. Kind of put yourself together at least a little bit. It kind of hurts me to see her like that, because I feel like maybe she's just nervous and doesn't know. Kind of feeling a little bit of the jitterbugs. Kind of get into that match. Probably the biggest match I've ever been in. But to go to the white belt match, Julia. Oh my God, Julia, turning it around. I think before I was not a big fan. Her 2 white belt matches have been great. I think they're better than the 2 Arisa ones. I'll go that far. Arisa's the first 2 defenses I just wasn't feeling. The Tam one was great, but the Hosky one was just not. It's a no go for me.
Oh, that was one of my favorite.
I just couldn't get into it. But Micah, Jesus Christ. Not Micah, Himika. Make the same mistake Julia made, fucking called Himika and Micah the same name. But Himika looks great. I've seen her in Actress Girls. She's come such a long way. It's like a complete 180 and then some from where she was. She's great. Her promos are good. Her in-ring work looks amazing. She's not making mistakes. She's not hurting people, which is important. She comes off as a big star. I think by this point next year, she'll be holding some belt, be it the tag or even the white belt potentially. But to go over to the tag league, Momo Oz versus MK Sisters was great. I like seeing Momo win, so of course I'm a little bit more biased. But Mayu and Momo and Starlight Kid and Azumi cannot have bad matches with each other.
Impossible.
And then them all together just solidifies that. It's not possible. If you
Dude, that moment in the match where Starlight Kid goes for her code red spot, and on the follow through, Momo stuffs her with the B driver. Oh fuck! I popped so hard for that.
I was just about to talk about that. You stole that from me. No, that fucking that B driver was brutal. She just dropped her, and I was like, oh man, that's the second B driver Starlight Kid's gotten that was brutal. Because remember in Cinderella tournament, she did the running B driver, just straight killed Starlight.
Right.
Like it's nuts. But was great. Momo looks good. She's being made to look good, which is good. I'm kind of happy. She's cutting promos again, which was getting me kind of concerned that she wasn't beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And then to go to the finals, Julia and Micah as a team have been great. They bounce off each other very, very well. Like sort of the power. They sort of kind of both have a bit of a power style, but Julia more of a brawling style. But they bounce off each other so well, and their teamwork is really good. Then obviously Momo and Azumi have great teamwork. They've been wrestling with each other for 5 years now, more like.
Mm-hmm.
And then the final sequence was great. The kicks to the head, the reverses, and then the peach sunrise for the win. Momo looking cocky and confident, the biggest smile I think I've seen on her face in so long. The ring on her finger, she's showing it off. She looks so happy, putting it in Utami's face. Like, hey, see, look at this ring I got. You don't got a ring. You don't got this ring. I got a ring.
I do like how she shoot him out of the ring. Now this is this is not QQ closing the show. This is Momo Oz closing the show because we're the champions.
I love that. And then they kind of look back because they're not sure if she's being serious. As they kind of walk out, she's like, "No, get out of here! Get the fuck out of here! Go back to the back.
We're gonna close the show and then we're gonna be enemies because we're taking those titles from you." By the way, they're I'm gonna predict Utami pins Momo.
I know the results, so I won't say anything.
Oh, okay, all right. I say Utami pins Momo just to piss people off.
I won't say anything because I know the results.
You Stardom fans can't have good things.
No, listen. Just because you're salty because Kyoto can't have good things, just mean you have to put that on us.
Salty?
Momo fans.
I already came to peace, man. I'm not salty anymore. I'm all about Micah style now. We've been over this.
Oh no, you shouldn't pick her as your favorite because now she's gonna start losing. I mean, she ain't been in this match. There you go.
The other promos I like that just kind of ran together was B Priestley saying Momo is the top of suck. She super sucks, and then as soon as Momo Oz wins Tag League, the first thing Azumi does is grab the mic and say Momo does not suck. She won.
Twice. She beat both people. How dare you?
That was good. That was just a good little touch there. I made sure to save the B Priestley subtitle promo there just for UK.
Okay,
just for you.
Well, I have it blocked by default. Therefore, you can share it all you want. I won't see it.
All right. So Stardom's building up to their big Sendai show, which when this podcast comes out, that'll be done and over with. Do you think Utami wins the red belt against Mayu? That's the big question.
I think this is probably the most unsure I've been on an outcome.
Oh, you've really changed your tune over the last couple weeks.
I still think Mayu retains.
Okay.
I just feel like I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled the trick on Utami. I just don't think it's right for it right now. Given where they're at as a company and how they're building, I think you keep the belt on Mayu just a tad bit longer.
I think I'm going bold. I still think they're going to pull the trigger on her. She's been on the fast track since day one.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I say I'm not surprised if they do. I just don't think she's ready. And I mean that could change if she wins it and she becomes ready. That could always change. I mean, Momo wasn't ready when she won the white belt.
I mean, they gave Julia this big opportunity with the white belt. Why not Utami?
I wouldn't be surprised, but I also to sort of pivot to like the Rossi interview that came out recently.
Yes,
he had mentioned that they're going to have a big show, and he made it seem like it was a bigger show than they've ever run. He's the biggest show in their company on March for their 10th anniversary. I cannot see Utami being the champion going into that.
Why not?
Because I feel like they're going to want to build a Mayu versus Yoshiko match. There have been teases, there have been hints.
I'd be closer to speculate a special singles match, Mayu versus Kairi, and then Utami defends the title against, I don't know, someone else of high profile to get her over. That's more of my speculation, but the point being that, yes, that Rossi interview, if you go to my Twitter, I retweeted and liked all of that translated interview, going from Stardom wants to run a massive show in March, which is big things for women's wrestling, stars of the past, present, and future kind of situation. Rossi went on to say things about wanting to bring in more outsiders and not be afraid to push them, which is something the old guard knows nothing of. Very much in the old ways there.
He also made mention to establish his current stars as well. Something the old guard knows.
Right. He made a point to saying, like, look, we've lost like 7 major people in our promotion, and yes, they've had to sign people to replace them and needed to build new stars, and that's what they're doing. I think they've done a phenomenal job in 2020 of doing that. With all things considered.
Done good. They've built back up properly, I think.
Yeah, I think they're using their Bushi Road money quite wisely. I think they're very ambitious right now, and you got to be that. This is great moves, and we've seen TJPW and Ice Ribbon react in the ways that they can because of this. I feel that's not a bold statement to make. So, yeah, I think that covers. I mean, we can kind of preview the rest of the Sendai show. Konami's losing to Julia. Agreed?
Yeah, and I think the more question is whether that's going to be a better match than the last ones they've had, like the TAM one. I don't think it will be, though. Konami is Konami, and she only wrestles Konami style.
Yeah, and I don't think she's the right person to take the title off Julia. Death beats Azumi.
Incorrect, sir. I think Natsumi is going to be the one that beats Azumi. They've been building that up, even going so far as to call Natsumi the high speed ring fairy or something like that. Your
logic seems flawless in this one. What else am I missing? Is there a future title?
I don't think so.
Oh, no. B Priestley Shuri. Does Shuri upset despite B just winning this thing?
So I don't want to say too much because I also know the results for the artist title match. But I wouldn't be surprised if Shuri beats her. I can see the logical explanation for it. Also, she's half Filipino, so you could still spin the SWA rules in her favor to when she could defend against the rest of the roster. And I do think Shuri would put on better matches with that belt than B would right now. But I mean, I think you just keep it on B, really.
Yeah, I don't.
The belt doesn't mean a whole lot, so
no. I would like Shuri to win, but I think B Priestley is still pretty protected, and she's a top gaijin, so she's got that going for her. All right. Well, we got Dragon Gate and New Japan and all the retro stuff to talk about, so this is going to be a long episode. What a shocker for the Red Leaf Retrocast. So here we go. All right, so let me just go through the results here right quick from Gate of Destiny, because then we also got the Korakuen show to talk about here as well, as we gear up for Kobe World.
So before we start that, I'm going to mute myself real quick and try to get my charger. My laptop's about to die.
Oh boy, okay. Pausing for K.
So I'll just mute myself. You can keep going. It's fine.
All right. So I'll keep going here. Gate of Destiny started off with a 6-man tag. That is the former Trios title team. Benkei, Daya, and Strong Machine J defeat BB Hulk, Inferno, and Hyo. 9 minutes. Did not go to DQ like we thought. Strong start to the show. Dragon Kid, Kagetora, Ryo Saito, Shuji Kondo defeated the... they defeated the oldest fuck team, Don Fuji, Gamma, Mochizuki, and the Bodyguard. Just a fun match with the Bodyguard.
Bodyguard.
Bodyguard. That's what he is. So that was goofy.
Jacked as fuck, man. That's what he is.
Jacked as fuck. So that was fun. Kento Kabune, Kakuta, and Kamai, the Young Guns, they defeat the Tormund team of Yoshino, Dragon, and Kanda. And I had made the prediction that one of these Young Guns was going to defeat Kanda. And little did we know that Kabune, which is kind of he's been online to get some wins. He didn't just beat him. He submitted Kanda with a sharpshooter.
Of all things, a sharpshooter.
Yeah,
that's
very
something you see a lot in Japanese wrestling.
You do not see. I don't see submission victories as much as you would think. That's kind of a modern wrestling thing in general. People look at submission victories as worse than a pin, which I don't agree with. I never see someone submitting as making you weak. Yamato defeats Kai via DQ, 7 minutes. I thought this was harmless. It was more of an angle, if anything. I really thought we were going to gear up to a match at Kobe World. We were kind of like thinking, maybe a no ropes match, some sort of death match, but it seems that they're saving this Yamato thing as a big angle at Final Gate, which could take us into 2021, which isn't unlike Dragon Gate to pull something like that.
Right. Well, I mean, I could still do that, like you said, Final Gate. That seems like a match you would do at like a big show like that. So I can still see them doing it.
Yeah, and they clearly want to do other things at Kobe World. And who knows? Maybe Kai will get his comeuppance at Kobe World from Yamato, kind of playing a Ben K type interference here.
And he owes him drinking money. Can't forget that he's an asshole. He owes him money.
God, yeah. So Ho Ho Loon and Jay Church on commentary were phenomenal again. The line of the night was definitely them playing up the fact that not only is Kai an asshole, and he betrayed his best friend, but before he ran out on him, he ran up a bar tab on Yamato. It didn't pay him back. How dare he? Bastard.
He's got an asshole mustache thing going on, and he's just an asshole.
Dude, after this match, when that happened... No, this came later. I'll save that thought. Open the Brave Gate title. One of the best builds of 2020. This is one of my favorite rivalries of 2020. It's definitely on the list here. It's Okuda defeating Ishida via referee stoppage. 10 minutes, 48 seconds. New Brave Gate champion. Ishida loses the title one day before his year-long reign. Dude, this match was awesome.
It was great. He knocked him the fuck out. I loved it.
Well, he choked him out, too. Great.
Yeah, but he also, he got rocking the crap out of him. It was a hard-hitting match, and I loved every second of it. It's right up my alley. I love strikes. That's kind of like my favorite sort of style of match, is pure strikes, beat the crap out of each other. And the build for this, the match, perfect. Great. My favorite match of the show so far.
Yeah, I thought it was the best match of the card, actually. And coming in at just 10 minutes, it left it open for more. You kind of want to see these guys go at it more. Okuda he finally got the title. He finally beat Ishida. Finally got one over on him, and it took getting into RED, screwing them over for a change. As soon as the bell rang, they just went straight to blows, kicked the shit out of each other. Mr. Kickboy got out-kicked. Okuda went as far as dude, I love this. When I first this is a Maya Tsukasa Fujimoto move where Okuda and Ishida go to kicks, and then Okuda just sits down. He's like, "Go ahead, kick me, motherfucker! I dare you!" And Ishida, being the shit heel that he is, kicks him 3 times and tries to go for an immediate pin.
It was great, and he kicks out like, "No, that's not what we're doing here."
This fucking meathead, he's like, "Hey, that's not fair. What are you doing? What about honor?" And so Ishida's like, "Fuck you and your honor."
I just, like you said, from like the start of the bell, this is what I like with feuds like this. This is kind of what I wished for like matches like Julia and Tam, where it's like they hate each other, they're building that they hate each other. Then the match starts, they just lock up like a normal match.
I never liked that. They just went to blows immediately. It always makes the match feel better. We didn't mention the forearm exchange from the Yuka Mizuki match, where just the heat of battle got to them, and they were doing the whole holding the arms, and they were trading forearms. This match had something very similar to it, except with kicks.
Oh yeah, that was great. They were just kicking the shit out of each other's legs and arms and backs, and this match. Like, you can feel like they hate each other. Like, whether they actually hate each other in real life or not is probably not even a question. They probably don't, right? But couldn't tell by looking at this match.
Yeah, they played into their rivalry very well. I was always fearful of the RED interference. We saw it with the Santa Maria match where as soon as Ishida was about to lose, they just ripped the ref out. Well, my God, Big brother lad Ben K was there to play savior. As soon as someone got on the apron, Ben K fucking takes him out, evens the odds, didn't interfere. This is the face situation. The good guy does not cheat or do that shit, but Ben K was there to even those odds back, play defense, and that's what causes Okuda get that last rear naked choke in. Let's fucking go. We got a new Brave Gate champion. And the commentary was also so good because Jay Church was giving us the whole Brave Gate, backstory and how when it first came to be, it was kind of the speed flippy guy title, how fast can we go deal, along with the whole Dragon Kid history. As soon as it was made, every new champion would put their own color of strap on the belt. And Ho Ho Loon, being how great he is, he just goes, "Oh, that is very interesting information. I did not know that." It's like, yes, great. I love it. I love that commentary. This is my commentary team of the year. Is Ho Ho Loon and Jay Church.
Oh no, Ho Ho Loon's the best because he's great. And Jay Church knows so much. It's ridiculous. Like, I was blown away by how many facts he was rattling off. I think Ho Ho was also blown away by the facts he was just rattling off. I do have a legit question. Did they actually change the color of the strap, or was it metaphorical change?
They used to actually change the color of the strap. So I'm very curious when Okada shows up at Kobe World if he will have a new color of the strap.
Oh, because the metaphorical thing I thought was also kind of a cool concept, right? But if they physically change the color of the strap, that's even better.
Yeah, that's a really cool touch. I kind of hope they do that, but if they don't, it's not the end of the world. I did say Ho Ho Loon had one of the best things of the night. We haven't gotten there yet. We have not. Sorely mistaken, because we'll get to that moment. So yeah, I have this match at number 5 Dragon Gate match of the year. Maybe I'm a little too high on it, but like, for 10 minutes 48 seconds, the amount they got done in that amount of time, I can't think of anything better. Like, not this year, that's for sure.
We're at 8 and 9 and 10 the entire match. I like this. This is what I want from a heated rivalry match. Bell rings, fuck you, we're hitting each other. I'm not going to stop beating you up. I'm not going to put you in a headlock. I'm not going to try to work your limbs.
None of that. We'll get to the fucking New Japan Retro section where, my God, okay, I'll be prepared. Twin Gate titles, one of my favorite tag teams that have developed in 2020. Jason Lee, Kota Minoura, flippy Chinese guy with suplex Japanese dude. Fuck yeah, give it to me. Let's fucking go. They're taking on Master of the Backslide, Genki Horiguchi, the most protected roll-up dude of the last 20 years, with technical Yokosuka going for the titles again. He's here, number 2. 12 minutes this match went. Look, hey, I don't want this team to lose these titles anytime soon. I love Lee and Minoura, what they bring to the table. Every Genki backslide led to just... I bought those finishes. I was very scared.
So did I. So we're very close. Especially the 2 he did in a row. Like, they were so close to a 3.
Yeah. The story was Lee selling the neck. He was always selling it. They were gunning for it. I thought that was well done. Great selling by Jason Lee. He did the full Mayu Kota Ibushi selling of it all. There was one suplex Yokosuka gave him that he landed right on the side of his neck. I was like, dude, I know you're selling it, but you don't need to actually take those things.
Right, it was
regardless. Jason Lee does get the final blow win with the Hong Kong Tornado, the Starlight Press, I believe, is what it is, or the Mexican Tornado.
It's the Hong Kong Tornado.
It's the Hong Kong Tornado. After the match, fucking these douchebags, BB Hulk and Kai, they're now like Dr. Evil and what's his name? Number 2?
Something like that.
Yeah.
All I know is I love this team. I love these two together. BB Hulk's my dude, and Kai just being an asshole. I can't be mad. These two are just fun. I like these two.
Dude, when they jumped them, took them down, and they get the mic, and they're shoulder to shoulder, hugging each other with the most douchebag head cocked back laughing. Ah, we beat you up. We're challenging for the titles at Kobe World. I was like, not only did Kai and BB Hulk fucking make the Yamato match at DQ, they have the audacity to go, yeah, we're number 1 contenders. We're challenging for the tag titles on the same show, keeping Yamato from challenging them. Douchebags numero uno, to do a turn of phrase there with their stablemate Eita. I fucking hate these dudes. I want them to lose so bad.
I love it so much. They're just assholes, and BB Hulk's I think he's my favorite, at least one of my favorites. And he's just being an asshole too. It's great.
Look, BB Hulk's, his career's at its wit's end. He's super injured. He's super held back. It's sad not seeing flippy BB Hulk anymore, but I've never been a face Kai type of guy. I do see the occasional good matches he pulls out, but heel Kai and his just dorky douchebagness of just how he looks and acts fits him way too well. And him with heel restricted Hulk, I think we could get a good tag match here. I'm not like holding out hope for like a 4.5 star match, but if they could do douchebag heel stuff, and I'm very scared that they're gonna come away Kobe World with the tag titles. I don't want that to happen, but I'm very fearful that it's incredibly likely that's gonna happen.
Give me asshole Kai and douchebag BB Hulk being tag champs, please.
And for all we know, I mean, that could be very much in the cards, and then that gears up for Final Gate, where Yamato finds another partner. Hopefully he doesn't betray him.
That's big hopeful there, right?
Where he goes and tries to take the tag titles away for the last ditch of the year. Very possible. In my heart, I hope Lee and Minoru do pull off a victory, retain those titles, just like they did here, and then that causes Yamato to take on Kai for some big match at Final Gate.
I would be more excited for that, because that no rope match thing sounds very fun, very cool.
Triangle Gate title, it was vacated at the start of the show because Diamante came off with injury, so they already had a mystery partner to put in to take on, well, Team Boku, Naruki Doi, Ponchi Tominaga, and Ryutsu Shimizu, with the whole, if he loses, he has to get rid of his name. Or did that already happen?
Not Team Boku, though.
Regardless.
He has to get rid of the character, but Team Boku is still not on the line.
So, RED comes out. They reveal who their mystery guy is, and it's
Not
fucking
Ho-Ho.
Kento. Okay, let's go through it. So,
It's not.
he reveals himself, and I'm like, oh my god, it's Kento Kabune. Jay Church goes, ho-ho! Like, oh my god, he couldn't believe it. Reaction, ho-ho, do you see who that is? He doesn't say see who it is. He just says ho-ho. Ho-ho Loon, with the reaction of the year, goes, that's not ho-ho! Like, no shit!
He sounded so shocked, though. It's not me. I thought it was me.
Oh my god. He's like, no, that's not me. But he says it in the third person.
We forgot the other great line he had in the middle of the night, too, when they talk about someone going backstage and stuff being damaged. And it's like how I was like worried about his luggage.
Dude, I fucking died. We were laughing the entire time. So it's Kento Kabune. They have a good little triangle match. Hey, 13 minutes, trios match. What was surprising was Kento Kabune in his new douchebag heel persona joining RED breaks my heart. Because I'm like, this guy's a fucking star. He's with this victory here, because he gets the win. He submits Ryutsu R. Shimizu here with the sharpshooter, no less, and becomes a champion in Dragon Gate in his rookie year. Dude, Kento Kabune is rookie of the year. There is no one that can catch him at this point.
Yeah, for the men, yeah, he's rookie of the year.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Yeah, just overall. I do an overall category. Yeah, Kento Kabune is rookie of the year. No questions asked. No one can catch him. He's a fucking star. And now he's joined the RED team just to break my heart. And we'll get to more Kento Kabune at the Korakuen show. Open the Dreamgate title match, 20 minutes, 52 seconds. Eita defeats KZ via ref pullout, or ref trip, mind you. Powder to the face, kick to the nuts. He's done this quite a few times over the course of 2020. He hasn't done it since King of Gate, if memory serves. So it's been almost 5 months since he last pulled this shenanigan chicanery here. It's always a shit finish. I'm willing to forgive it, because the lights go out upon RED just beating the shit out of these dudes. Shimizu comes down. I bet for a moment there some people thought, oh shit, Shimizu's gonna clean house. He's gonna get over. Are we in for a Shimizu title match at Kobe World? No.
Immediate no. Like almost immediate stoppage to that.
No, there's still story to be told there with loser Shimizu. So everyone's getting the shit kicked out of him in the ring by RED. Eita, they cut to Eita, like, on his stomach in the corner, scrambling for his title. And then when he realized, oh, everyone's getting the shit kicked out of him, I'll get in the ring. The lights go out. There's a silhouette on the ramp that walks down. You know who it is. And the camera work was phenomenal, where he disappears and then shows up in the ring again. And it's fucking Shun Skywalker.
Look like a mega star.
Fuck yes. Not he cleans house, coming like the megastar he is. He's back from Mexico of his excursion. He gets the mic. No, I won't just be the next challenger. I'm the next champion. Boom. We got our Kobe World match here. Shun Skywalker versus Eita. Shun Skywalker's taking this title.
Oh, if he doesn't take it, I'll be very disappointed. Because how all of that played out, it's like, no, that guy's a star. It's like the Suzu thing, right? That's a star. You put your belt on that. No questions asked.
Yeah,
That's where your belt goes.
I would not be opposed to Eita retaining. I just don't see it. I see this as, like, the way all of this went down, the way the crowd reacted and exploded for Skywalker coming back. You got to put the title on this guy. Make a new star. I know this means Eita is going to be basically a transitional champion. They haven't presented himself as much of a champion since he won that phenomenal Memorial Gate match. He's been kind of on the mid-card most of the time. Took him 90 days to defend this title. Not the ideal situation for Eita, but if this means that you get a big babyface star over, and he's still, at the end of the day, he's still the big heel faction leader, I think this is a necessity. And I'm totally okay with that. Is Eita the biggest star in the promotion? No. Because you still have your Naruki Dois. You still have your KZs. You still have your Benkei. You have Skywalker here. I'm totally okay with this.
Yeah, no. Like I said, to me, he came off immediately like how Suzu did, right? It's like, no. You put your belt on that. If you don't put your belt on that, then you're dumb. You need to put your belt on that. That's a mega star. You run with that star. You don't let that star just lose and float back down the mid-card. It's a waste. He came off amazing. Like you said, his whole line was short and sweet to the point. It came off like $1 million.
Now, I will say for the match itself, it started off a bit slow, but as soon as KZ... the moment that this match just really picked it up was when Eita gets flung to the outside, he tries to escape, and KZ does the Lucha mid-rope springboard to the outside. That's when the match just picked up. It went into high gear for me. I loved it. The absolute insane finishing sequence that I totally bought, and this is why the shit finish just kind of irks me even more, where I'm still willing to forgive it because of the angle afterwards. Regardless, though, dude.
Hit a freaking Canadian Destroyer.
KZ
hit a Canadian Destroyer. A spiked Canadian Destroyer.
Dude, Eita did a full-on headstand. He was there for a good 3 seconds. And then KZ does the praying mantis driver, where I thought Eita was dead to rights. Like, yeah, by all accounts for a heel faction, you gotta pull the ref, because he's lost, right?
It's over. He's done. That Canadian Destroyer and that mantis driver, he's done. It's over. He didn't get his shoulders up at all. So
no, the ref was tripped. And by Dragon Gate rules, if the match is thrown out in a title match, the title's stripped. So it's a very risky move, but he's going to lose anyways. They have to try it, right? Much like in the Santa Maria Brave Gate match. Right. By all accounts, it should be a DQ, but I guess like I'm really trying to defend this as much as I can. I realize that, but I believe it was Kai, tripped the ref, and when the camera panned to see who did it, no one was there. So the ref couldn't DQ anybody because he didn't know who it is. Now, obviously, we know it's RED.
But it's in kayfabe, the ref doesn't know who it is.
I know it's a very poor explanation to it all. That's the only thing I could really think of how this wasn't just thrown out, right?
Right. So I didn't hate the finish, I think, as much as you did. I think how KZ just damn near killed Eita, and how Eita had to like do his cheat shtick to even win the match at the end there, made KZ still look like he was a big star. Like, it was the anti-Kiona thing, like, to make another Joshi comparison. Like, Kiona doesn't get those moments. she hits her finisher and it gets kicked out of. There's no interference, right? She hits her muscle buster, Mayu kicks out. She hits another one, Mayu kicks out. Like, it doesn't even matter, right?
Yeah.
He hits his finisher, he hits that sick Canadian Destroyer, all that stuff, and Eita's like dead. He's laying there. The ref didn't get pulled out. It's game over. And how that was done, I think I preferred that. Because Casey looks like a megastar. He won that match. But for the purpose, that match was his.
Dude, the video package prior to this, building up KZ and how Eita is the last of... He's basically the last of the millennials. A faction he used to be in, right? He's the last one of its kind. And then KZ... how he was basically this goofball comedy dude, reinvention of 3 Count from WCW. We'll get there eventually, don't you worry.
I'm so
and
looking
how
forward to
his
this.
career trajectory has just changed so much because of how much better a wrestler he is. He's one of the best workers in the company. His day will come. There's no doubt in my mind. KZ's day will come. And what separates Dragon Gate from another promotion is they aren't afraid of giving guys many opportunities at the title. And I will always make this comparison. It took BB Hulk 9 attempts to get that title. 9. But the difference between Dragon Gate and other companies is BB Hulk did get that title in the end. He did get it. Other companies just will burn the bridge and they'll never build it back to the guy or girl actually getting the title. So KZ,
Right.
I believe this is his fourth or fifth chance. So he's still got like at least 4 before I start questioning things, right?
Right.
So Dragon Gate just doing that 9-time BB Hulk storyline pays dividends off for Dragon Gate fans, because it's like, no, I know he lost the 7th time, but god damn it, maybe 8th is gonna be his time.
Right. But it's like you had said, other companies, like, it's also, I haven't watched those BB Hulk matches, but I imagine it was presented much in the same way. It wasn't that his finisher, he looked weak in defeat, and thus you can't buy him as a challenger going into the next time after that, right? Because KZ killed the man. Freaking Eita was dead, right? That spike pile Canadian Destroyer just damn near broke his neck, right? And then you transition that to, like, I don't know, Mayu and Kiona. Kiona hits a big muscle buster, kicked out.
Yeah.
Doesn't even matter.
They are doing I will criticize, they are kind of making KZ the first defense too often. I don't like that. Because he was the first defense against Naruki Doi. I don't remember if he was the first defense. No, he wasn't the first defense against Benkei. Benkei only faced former champions. I don't think he was I think he was the second defense against Pac when he won the title. That could be mistaken. But he's definitely the first defense against Eita here. So maybe they're going to that well too often. We'll see in time what they do with KZ here. But there's no doubt in my mind he is a future Dreamgate champion.
No, he looked like $1 million, and you don't protect somebody like that unless you plan on putting the belt on him again at some point.
Yeah. So let's go through the Korakuen show. The question I asked is, will they draw more than Stardom? Will they draw more than 470 at Korakuen Hall? In fact, Dragon Gate drew 668. So there you go. Cementing themselves as better than Stardom.
they're not Tokyo-based promotion, therefore It doesn't count.
BB Hulk and Yoshida took on Kamai and Kakuta. There was a 6-man tag. That was totally fine. Basically, this was a building show. Okada and Ishida went to a DQ. Totally fine. They're building up their Kobe World rematch, in which Okada said, "I'll give you a rematch, Ishida, if you're the opening match on the card."
I love that. And
calling back to the Santa Maria insult from earlier.
I hope they do it the exact same thing they did with the Santa Maria. Like, it actually happens, because it'd be much better that way.
So that's good. Shimizu lost his name, so now he's come out as Boku R. Shimizu. He's named after Team Boku. Love the name. Good stuff there.
Team Boku living still.
This trio's team of Dragon Kid, Kagetora, and Shuji Kondo was awesome. UT actually got the pin in this match. Nice little roll up there, teaming with Maria and Benkei. That's a good team in itself. I like that. Then in the main event, as they were putting over all show, the new persona of one Kento Kabune is now SB Kento. SBK. So,
Sexy Boy Kento.
let's put this together. Stands for Sexy Boy Kento. Everyone's got douchebag SBK hats on. SBK, HBK. He carries himself like fucking cocky-ass Shawn Michaels in this ring. And he uses the fucking sharpshooter as his finisher. Fucking hell.
Somebody's watching New Gen.
My God, he's doing everything he can to like get on my nerves and break my heart.
Oh, I love it. And I also love the fact that the SBK on their hats is like glued on. It's not even like an actual hat made. It's like
it's by clothespins.
It's like clothespins.
Or safety pins. Funny. Safety pins. That's
It's like they all have this like pink hat with SBK like safety pin on it. It's like the most douchebag thing. I love it.
God damn it. So yeah, that's what's going on there. We're all gearing up towards Kobe World. So we got Eita versus Skywalker. Skywalker not on the card. They're keeping him off. His first match back is for that title. The Twin Gate match we already spoke about. Triangle match is coming with the RED team with their new
Kai and Big and BB Hulk.
I don't see SBK losing the Triangle title at Kobe World, but it's the Triangle title. No. It's always possible. Then we got the Dragon Dia versus Inferno match. I'm sure that'll end in some shenanigans with Inferno ripping the mask off of Dia or something or another.
Right. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, with that, I can go into New Japan Power Struggle. Just gotta find the correct drop here. So yeah, Dragon Gate was a great success. Loved Gate of Destiny. It was very fun. And they're geared up for Kobe World, just turning it right around. They did run a show at KBS Hall, Kyoto. It was basically a house show. More tiny building. Nothing major, going out of your way to see it. So I'm
sorry about that. I had a package get delivered.
Hey, totally fine. I'm still trying to find this drop.
so that's funny.
Oh boy.
Drop you trying to find?
Anything. I just can't. I'm like freaking out here. I'm panicking. Oh no.
When in doubt, hit the Mayu drop.
No, I can't do that. I'm like trying to find Naito. That's what I'm really trying to do. I can't remember what I named it. There it is. Alright, Kay, I'm gonna be honest.
Huh?
Power Struggle wasn't that great.
Don't say. But I've been hearing it's very mediocre.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fine show. It was totally acceptable. Full disclosure, I did not watch the main event.
Nobody should blame you for that, because nobody needs to see Evil versus Naito again.
For the fourth fucking time, I've seen all three of their previous encounters, and I hated them all. I thought they were boring, and wasting my time for 20 minutes going to a Hitman Garrote Wire Dick Togo finish. I'm over it. I've heard that this is their best match between each other, but it went 33 seconds. Naito retains. It had, if I remember correctly reading, 6 counts of interference / ref bump. Fuck off. I'm not watching it.
Jesus, no.
You don't deserve
that sounds
my
bad.
eyeballs.
Why waste your time? Time you can't get back.
But anyways, the rest of the card was pretty okay. Yano defeats Zack Sabre Jr. to retain the King of Pro Wrestling title with no corners pads match shenanigans. Zack Sabre Jr. got tied up. Fair enough. Takagi Shingo defeats Minoru Suzuki to gain back the open weight title, 19 minutes. This match was solid, not their best match they've had between the two, I feel. I think Suzuki actually got clocked and his bell rung a little bit, so the finish was a little bit weird. But still a solid match nonetheless. Okada defeats the Great Okan. I was actually kind of a little bit surprised that Okan didn't get the victory here with some shenanigans. Instead, Okada just wins via his money clip. Gets him out. How do we feel about the Great Okan? You think he's going to be a bigger star, or is this kind of his ceiling?
So this is I think my first real time seeing him wrestle. He came off kind of like somebody that you had potential, but maybe not the potential to be like a big megastar. Maybe somebody would have challenge for belts but not win them.
I could see him going for the open weight title. I think that's kind of his ceiling. If New Japan continues to kind of treat their tag titles with a little bit more importance, I could see him and Ospreay, or him and another person that's set to join Ospreay's faction, the Umpire. I could see them going for the tag titles, and that would be acceptable. And speaking of Ospreay, no Bea Priestley on this show, but Ospreay was ringside in dapper, nice clothing. Looked like a star. He's drinking like crazy champagne. He's claiming that, now that he's become a bigger star in New Japan, he has all this expensive stuff. Doing a little bit of the Ric Flair shtick, which is totally fair. Challenges
Okada.
Like
an asshole.
Yeah. He's definitely an asshole. Challenges Okada to a match at Wrestle Kingdom. Hey, fair enough. I'm all for it.
Right.
Hope he wins.
I also like the fact that in context, he just turned on Okada, and now all of a sudden he's a big star immediately.
He's a big star and has more money.
Because he hasn't done anything to show that he hasn't won any big matches since then. And all of a sudden, I've got more money than you. You're the Rainmaker? Nah, you're the Change Maker. I am the Pound Maker.
Yeah, he refers to everything in terms of the currency pound because he's British. I thought that was a good touch.
It's great.
2 contract matches were here. Kenta defeats Tanahashi to retain his U.S. title contract. I'm still kind of not sure why they just haven't stripped Moxley of the U.S. title. I mean, I don't care. I'm just kind of wondering why that's the case. But Kenta, the story here was Kenta had accidentally destroyed his briefcase, cracking it over Tanahashi and company, so he's very upset that Tanahashi broke his case.
It's because it's Tanahashi's fault the case broke.
Yes, exactly. Match was totally fine, 20 minutes. Not much else to say there. I like Kenta Tanahashi. It was fast, it was smooth, that it worked too, the characters. I think I would have just put the contract on Tanahashi, to be honest, but that's just my opinion on it. No real picking sides here. And then we had Jay White going for the G1 briefcase to challenge for the Wrestle Kingdom main event for the double title against Ibushi. 1847. I thought the match was a little on the slow side, but it works. It's very Jay White. It was put together quite well. Near falls I bought constantly. I liked the finishing sequence. It was very I bought any sort of finish, and kind of came out of nowhere where Jay White wins with the backslide with his feet on the top ropes to steal the contract.
Right. And so correct me if I'm wrong, but post all of this, Naito said he wouldn't show up for whatever if Ibushi didn't get his title shot like on the first night or something.
Yeah, this is where the story loses
complicated. Me. It feels super overly complicated for absolutely no reason.
This is where it loses me. So they have Tag League and Boss J and the Super J Cup all kind of finishing out the year. Okay. Jay White has successfully stolen the contract to challenge for the titles at Wrestle Kingdom. I'm like, okay, fair enough, he cheated, whatever. Ibushi won the G1 twice. He loses out on his Wrestle Kingdom showcase, but maybe they can salvage him in some way, right? Maybe he can... This is all going through my head before they did this douchebag announcement. Maybe this is an opportunity where they can split the titles in some way, where Naito goes, I don't want to defend both titles. So, because Ibushi got screwed, and this is kind of the direction they went, but I want to defend the IC title on night 1 in the main event. Keep it separate. I am the champion, I will defend both nights. But I want to defend the IC title on night 1. I propose a tournament during Tag League. Maybe a 4-person tournament. And Ibushi, you are the first entry in there. Because you got fucked. But you're still going to have to earn your way back because you did lose in the end. That was just top of my head, right?
That's smart booking.
And they could easily do something like that. It would have been super lazy to just go, you know what, you can have my title that's less than, because I think that actually diminishes the IC title. I'm totally okay with the titles being the double title situation. I think it does bring prestige to them because he still takes value in having both titles. But New Japan needs to fill out a main event for 2 nights at the Tokyo Dome. So I was trying to think of ways how you can kind of sell that first night. Get a big main event. And, do a little redemption story with Ibushi. He lost the contract. He's won the G1 2 years in a row. And they kind of went that way. Unfortunately, the way they did go about it seemed really lazy, and I think actually diminishes what winning the G1 means, and it diminishes the right to challenge contract that you get out of the G1. Because what ended up happening was Naito goes, well, Ibushi got screwed. I will defend the title against him anyways on night 1, because Jay White then goes, I only want night 2 main event. So Naito's like, give me what I want, New Japan, or I'm boycotting both nights. And they're like, okay, Ibushi, you get your match anyways. What the fuck? That is so lazy.
It's bad. It's terrible booking. Like you said, it diminishes the contract, diminishes the belts, it diminishes the main event. It's like, oh, well, I guess you could just have it anyways. What's the point of even going to the G1?
Right. What was the point of it all anyways? If now you're just gonna just hand things out, like, oh, it's not fair Ibushi lost it. No, it's not fair. Life isn't fair.
The heel group won the belt. You've got to figure out, if you're going to try to figure a way around it, you have to do it than just, oh, well, I'm champion, I'll sit out. Because then Naito looks like a fucking idiot too.
Right, and then here's my
asshole,
other
actually. So
like here's my other thing. Here's my other thing that bothered me. Why did Evil get the double title match over anyone else? Is it because he's a former champion? Who else beat him in the G1? Sonata. Does Sonata not get it because he went to the G1 finals and lost? Where's his opportunity? Right? Where's his right to challenge because he beat Naito in the G1? Where's Kenta's opportunity to challenge? He beat Naito in the G1. And he's got the US contract. Could you not have done Naito versus Kenta or Sonata as a night 1 main event for the double titles as well? Because you could have totally played, hey man, there's just not enough time in the calendar year. Could you have just thought outside the box and done a straight up triple threat? Or maybe because there's more than one challengers, make it just for the IC title as a main event. These are all things going through my head. I thought that, I don't like how they went about this. Doesn't make sense? I guess. There is an explanation to it. It does make sense. It doesn't mean I have to like it. It doesn't mean that it's any good.
Right, it may make sense, but it's not good. A bad book can make sense, but it doesn't make it a good book.
Right.
My thought would be, hey, because I want them to split the belts up, because I'm not a big fan of double champions, especially with singles belts usually. This for long term, right? So hey, so Sonata lost, right? We'll have Sonata go through this whole thing where he starts cutting promos on Naito. Say, hey, I know because aren't they part of the same group, right? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I know we're part of the same group, but I feel like that IC belt's not getting enough attention.
Right. Make it a big deal. Make it a big deal.
That belt. We're friends, but because we're friends, I want you to give me a shot at that belt because I feel like you're not carrying it right. Friend to friend, man to man, I don't think you're carrying that belt right. It's not getting it's losing its luster. Like something simple like that, and then you can make that the main event of night 1. Bushi got screwed over. I mean, if you want Bushi to get the match anyways, then why screw him over? Why even book that if you want him to still get his title shot? It makes no sense to me at all.
Very strange.
Why does Jay White get one all of a sudden? Like, that also doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, because Ibushi didn't just lose to him. So wouldn't this then mean another person can challenge Jay White for the contract now?
Yeah, it's like, and then why would you have Jay White win it anyways? Jay White kind of had a very, so-so G1. He got chewed out by Gato a little bit, or kind of, because they're having a dissension in Bullet Club. Why not go for that story instead of just having him challenge for the belt randomly?
Well, the other thing was, and I made a baseball comparison here, the story of the G1 on that last night was Jay White's failure. That was the story. He had a game-winning bunt opportunity, and he popped out. And just because the very next game, he hit a pop fly to the outfield, and the outfielder then dropped the ball, and he wins the game. You don't get your mojo back just like that, right?
No.
Just because Ibushi dropped the ball doesn't make Jay White that much stronger.
No, because he still looks weak because we just saw him fail and get chewed out.
Right. So
We just saw that.
Yeah.
So why is him winning it all of a sudden now make him seem like he seems still like a less of a star, and you just diminished Kota Ibushi and him at the same time. So there's nobody wins.
yeah, I'm not for this. I don't know how they're really going to be able to fill out 2 nights other than just try to get 20,000 people on both nights to make up for not being able to do one Tokyo Dome. I'm just thinking in my head that's the reasoning why they're doing 2 nights again over one, because that's just the max amount of ticket sales. I think they'll have a little trouble filling out 20,000 people on both nights. To be honest,
I think they might as well, because
unless there's been already some announcement that they sold out already both nights.
Oh, I have no idea, but I've seen one friend of ours, Niagara Driver, say that the Japanese fans aren't a fan of any of the booking right now. So if you have your fans discontent, I mean, imagine they don't want to spend how much money it is for those tickets, that venue, to go see what fucking Ibushi get beat by Naito and then Naito Jay White. Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, the story is clear to me that Ibushi is going to really get a hardcore redemption story here, where he won the G1 2 years in a row. He lost both matches at Wrestle Kingdom this year, right? So now he's lost the contract, so he's rock bottom. His last opportunity is to beat Naito on night 1, which he gets the main event handed to him at this point. So he beats Naito, and then he goes on and gets his full revenge on Jay White, whom he beat in the G1 2 years ago, last year, right?
Sure,
that's
if that's
the
the story, then it's almost like Naito doesn't even matter in all of this equation.
Kinda, yeah.
That's your champion. If that's the story you're telling, and you're not involving your champion is just the end point, like the in-between point, then gee, why have the belts on him then?
Yeah, it's all pretty lame to me. And then this came into my head. Imagine if Ibushi doesn't win.
That's what I feel like is going to happen, because they're not treating him like a star, from what I'm seeing, right?
Dude,
I'm
if
still
he
pretty new to all of this,
imagine
but
this scenario where he beats Naito on night 1, okay? Or worse, he loses on night 1. But anyway, let's go with the first one. He beats Naito on night 1. He holds this title, and then he loses it the very next day to Jay White. Imagine that. What a loser he would come across. An even bigger loser if he just loses on night 1. My God. I said this. He can go drink sake in the bar of sadness with Kiona and Goto at that point.
Go! You're relegated to the bar of sadness. Go get your free complimentary sake drink.
Like, dude, I was just picturing that conversation in my head with Goto and Kiona. Like, what was it like to hold a title for 24 hours?
I've only looked at it.
It's like, yeah, I got real close. I won a couple tournaments, and Kiona's like, I got to look at it once in my hometown. Oh, you lost there too?
It's like, I got to look at it. I never won any tournaments for it. How's it like winning a tournament? What's that feel like?
Oh, it's a great feeling. Then I got that big title match that I lost. It's like, oh yeah, I won. Cuts to Ibushi. Oh yeah, I won 2 years in a row, got it stolen. Luckily, the champion was certainly nice enough to give me another chance.
And then I won finally. It was great. And then I lost again. It's, oh man. So you're better than all of us sitting at this table. Here, have my cup of drink.
Yeah, Ibushi's such a lucky guy that Naito is so nice to give him this chance.
Naito's stupid.
My
It's
God.
not nice.
All right. I think it goes without saying Dragon Gate gets an easy point here for the
hands
Kuro
down.
War.
Good booking, good
Not even
matches.
close.
It's not hard. It's not hard at all.
So.
Give them all the points. Screw it.
And that does it for the modern stuff. Be back in a minute here to talk all the retro. Alright, Kay, we got our retro section of the podcast. It is All Japan Women time, and I forgot to say who won the Joshi War. Ha! Foolish me.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah, I got to pull it all together now. It's okay. It's for the AJW Classics. It's fine. TJPW over Seedling, simply because they're running shows, and Wrestle Princess was awesome. I think even if Seedling ran their show, they would have lost. And I'm actually going to give Stardom the edge over Ice Ribbon. I rather enjoyed that Tag League final show in Osaka more than Osaka Ribbon.
Yeah, no, I agree. October Ribbon was a good show, but I do think because we haven't been able to see a lot of the dojo shows because they haven't been able to put them up as pay-per-views. And the only other show I have to go off personally is the Tuchomo show, which is more of a comedy show than anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'd give it to Stardom this go round, yeah.
Alrighty, we're in agreement there. So that gives the tally 8-12 in favor of Ice Ribbon and 5-2 in favor of TJPW. We're looking at 13-9 AEW to DDT and Dragon Gate 10-6 over New Japan. So we're looking at AEW and let's see, the top 3 promotions of the year: AEW, Ice Ribbon, and Dragon Gate.
Man, New Japan not doing so hot this year.
They have not done hot this year. Don't think that's disputed. All right, All Japan Women's Classics, episode 32. The rest of the Wrestlemarinepiad 1989 show from Yokohama Arena that took place on May 6th. Or June 5th, whichever or. Doesn't matter. Yes, this was the same. This is the same big Chigusa Nagayo retirement show, and we got a lot of special matches here, and I definitely like this one better. There's a little bit more to talk about here, just in terms of matches and who's in it. Particularly, the first matchup was Manami Toyota and Mima Shimoda defeating Etsuko Mita and Toshio Yamada. So 3 out of the 4 names in there, pretty big names. That's going to carry AJW going forward here. What did you think, Kay?
So when I did the research for my Manami Toyota episode on my podcast, I came across the team of Manami Toyota and Mima Shimoda, the Tokyo Sweethearts.
The totally not Jumping Bomb Angels ripoff.
You can tell that that's what they're trying to. They're trying to get that success because they know the Jumping Bomb Angels are leaving.
Yeah.
The problem with that was Manami Toyota and Toshio Yamada had great chemistry both together and against each other, whereas Manami and Shimoda did not. Now, their chemistry isn't bad, but compared to Yamada, it's pales in comparison. You can see it in the match when Yamada and Toyota are in the ring together, like sparks are flying. It's fluid, it's great. They bounce off each other super well. They would eventually become a tag team, thank God, even though AJW didn't see them as a team to begin with.
Sure.
But as a whole, seeing Manami Toyota in this spot is great because I've not seen a lot of her early stuff. I think I've seen very, very few of it, but I've never seen her Tokyo Sweetheart matches. So this was a cool spectacle to see for me personally. As a Manami Toyota fan.
Yeah, Toyota pins Yamada with a slingshot German suplex remains the most devastating move in all of Joshi wrestling.
Yes, it does. Suzu pinned Haruka with it, so you know.
He sure did. Yeah, I can't wait to see more of Toyota and Shimoda. They're at the very beginning stages of their career. Well, all of these people are. The only one that's really top level right now that'll be around for a little bit longer is Bull Nakano. There you go. Kaoru Maeda and Mika Takahashi versus Texas and Tiffany. Holy shit, this was bad wrestling.
Oh, so bad. It's not good. No. These two, I don't know where these two came from. They look old. They don't look like young women.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Texas came from the state of Oklahoma. Am I crazy?
I think she might have come from California, but I could be wrong.
Ooh, yes. Really throw us off her scent. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Texas was the worst ever. Immediately got blown up from the go style of AJW. It was quite hilarious to see her reactions, like, what the fuck is going on? Tiffany just trying her fucking hardest to keep up. She was at least trying and doing something, but man, this was terrible. I can't even describe how bad this was. It was a spectacle, really, of how bad. This was something I would hearken to the Divas era in WWE of just how terrible those two are. This might have been worse, actually.
Oh, it was so bad. You had one like a workout yoga outfit, that the one that was actually able to do some stuff, and then you had, I believe, Texas was the one in like the outfit that almost had several wardrobe malfunctions. Because
I was waiting for the moment her tits just flew out of her suit there.
That's not a wrestling outfit. I don't know if somebody didn't tell her, but that's a t-shirt.
That is not going to work. That is not going to work in Japan. That was bad. Double team backdrop suplex on Tiffany to win. Thank God it was over. I love the reaction too, that where they got snippy because they were so bad that they couldn't keep up, and Kaoru and Mika were just like, "Come the fuck on! Are you wrestlers or not?" Anyways, let's move on quick. Double Jeopardy match: Bull Nakano versus Yumi Ogura in the left ring. And then Itsuki Yamazaki and Norio Tateno, the Jumping Bomb Angels, against each other in the right ring. Yes, what this means is 2 matches are happening at the same time in the double ring. Nakano beats Ogura with basically a flash Northern Light suplex, that Hirose Hase style to it all. While a couple minutes prior to that finishing, Tateno defeats Yamazaki with, of course, the German suplex. There were times in this, because of the way the camera was positioned, I thought that the Jumping Bomb Angels just got into the same ring as Nakano and Ogura, which I kind of hoping was I kind of hope would have happened in hindsight.
I do think having the 2 matches at the same time was a mess. There was times where I was like, no, cut back to the Jumping Bomb Angels against each other. That's exciting. There's nothing going on inside the ring. They're headlocks. They're headlock spot.
Well, it always cut back to Nakano and Ogura just beating the shit out of each other, so we had wrestling with the Jumping Bomb Angels, and then we had blood with Nakano and Ogura. So it's like, okay, if you prefer one style or the other, I guess you'll gravitate toward watching one match. But Ogura just straight up like busted Nakano open hard way with the nunchakus. How could she?
It was also, we remiss to mention, this is full Bull Nakano. This is the mohawk hair. I don't think she had the whole face paint thing. I don't remember if she had like the line face paint or not, or if she just had the hair.
I think she was full on hair at this point. That was it.
I know she was full on hair. This is Bull Nakano achieving her final form.
It was so good. Yeah, it's a spectacle to say the least. I can't do it justice, but I always like seeing Yamazaki. I always like seeing Yamazaki in the ring, but Tateno is just always just slightly above her, and I think more marketable, and it's such a shame that we just couldn't see more of these two, but luckily there are going to be other promotions out there that we will, so.
I don't know if the Jumping Bomb Angels show up in other promotions. I don't remember. I think they both just stayed retired.
No.
I
believe Yamazaki went to JWP.
Okay, because I don't remember seeing Tateno show up anywhere else.
I think Tateno stays around for a little while, so we'll see a little bit more of her in AJW.
Right, because she wins the white belt at one point.
So we got that to look forward to. I hope we do find that. And then we had the 3WA World Title match with special guest referee Nick Bockwinkel, taker of no shits. Linus Asuka defending against Medusa, of all people. Long 20-plus minute match where Asuka wins off, you guessed it, a German suplex. Medusa held her own. You know, I'm not the biggest Medusa fan in the world, but she is kind of a product of her time. She does have legend status. There's no doubt about that. And, boy, Medusa got Nick Bockwinkel's face, shoved him, and he was not taking that. He shoved her right back.
Oh, boy, he did. It was like, oh, okay. I see what you did there. I didn't expect him to shove her. And then I think it was one point in the match, he smacked her on the ass to get her to get going. Like she was like taking her time or something.
I think he did do that. I do recall something along those lines.
I do remember him smacking her on the ass and said, "Go, get going." Because I think she was like kind of circling the ring around Lioness Asuka, and he just smacked her ass one good time. Just go, just start wrestling. Definitely a thing that would not get by today. That's for sure.
This 1989 type shenanigans here would not fly in 2020. Absolutely not.
No, Nick Bockwinkel would be canceled immediately.
What's funny is we've seen kind of the reverse of it in 2020, at least in like AEW with Jericho and Aubrey Edwards type stuff. Now, Aubrey Edwards not smacking Jericho on the ass, but you get what I'm going for here.
Yeah, and I get what you mean. And AWG is a good ref. She's also well protected and not made to look like a joke, so that's important.
Yeah. But as for the match itself, not very impressive. Lot of ground mat work. At least the ending was kind of there. Got a good little story out of it, at least. Not my favorite 3WA title match, that's for sure. And then the big promo afterwards is Medusa wanting one more match against Asuka, and they oblige. So we got that to look forward to.
Also, we were meant to mention that Medusa was getting chance, whereas Asuka was getting no chance.
Yeah, Medusa very over with the Japanese crowd. How about that? That was surprising. Not something I remember in my history, but regardless, I liked seeing I liked seeing the young Manami, Toyota, Shimoda, and Yamada, considering the history of it. I loved seeing the Jumping Bomb Angels go at it, and I loved fucking Yumi Ogura showing some backbone against the scary Bull Nakano. That was my highlights of the show. How about you?
I agree. Young Manami Toyota is great to watch, especially because she becomes so much better later. So seeing sort of the sparks of that is great. Yumi Ogura, every time I look at her and watch her wrestle, I always feel like, man, she should have gotten more opportunities than she got. She's definitely a victim of, boy, there's a lot of top-heavy talent here. You're just not going to fit in.
Yeah, I haven't done any research of her, but I wonder what happens to her if she gets like injured really bad, or she just straight up like says this isn't for me. I'm gonna hold my breath on making any claims yet, but I guess we'll find out.
Now this is off the top of my head, but I do think she wrestles in other companies, but does not get anywhere near the height that she should get.
I guess we'll see.
I could be mistaken, but I do remember seeing her name show up at least in some other companies at some point.
Yeah. All right. Liger time. All right, New Japan through the 90s. No notable other matches here. We have reached the year of 1994. And it is Battlefield in the Tokyo Dome, January 4th, 1994. Because it's the very first episode of 1994, yeah, we're sticking to New Japan. It's always the Tokyo Dome show. It's always a long one, and this was a fucking long one. Definitely not my favorite New Japan Tokyo Dome show I've watched ever, and on this journey, on top of it. I believe this was the most boring of it all, and not much to talk about at all because of that. Every match was the same. It was, they enter the ring, they do headlocks and submissions and heavy mat work. There's maybe a little heat segment that's very boring, and then they have a 2-minute stretch where they just hit all the key moves and one guy goes over another. That's all I got to say over a lot of it, and that's the story of the card. This Tokyo Dome Battlefield just really missed that big blowaway match. Did it have star power? It absolutely had star power. Did it have like long-term implications towards booking and making stars? I think so. But as an entertainment perspective of a show, this was an absolute slog. Did not enjoy this.
It was hard to keep attention. A lot of the matches just felt like they existed to exist. Like nothing popped, nothing stood out. No. I think outside of Tiger Mask and Liger, which was the only one that kept some level of attention from me. As a whole, just I don't know.
Yeah, even that felt flat.
I feel like New Japan at this point. Now, granted, I'm still pretty new, but it feels like they're just treading their tires. They're not really doing a whole lot. They're building some stuff, but like it's so slow and not getting places that it's almost like you're just in a holding process forever.
Yeah, I mean, they're still selling out the Tokyo Dome at this point, no problem. All Japan is clicking on all cylinders here with the 4 pillars, so they're definitely the hot promotion. New Japan's still doing quite well financially, but let's just quickly go through the show because there's really nothing to talk about. Heisei Isigun, opening 10-man tag, Kengo Kimura, Kuniaki Kobayashi, Michiyoshi Ohara, Shiro Koshinaka, my man, always like watching him, and the Great Kabuki. They defeat El Samurai in the opening match of all things. A young Manabu Nakanishi, Osamu Kido, a young Satoshi Kojima and Yuji Nagata, 12 minutes, 9 seconds. The big moment of this match was Shiro Koshinaka coming off from the top rope and fucking ass first right into the back of, I believe it was Yuji Nagata. Fucking hell, what a spot that was. That was brutal. So from just an interesting perspective, like I was dialed in the match just paying attention to young Kojima, Nagata, and company, just all in this match here. So that's my thoughts on that. JJ Jax, that's the tag team of Akira Nogami and Takayuki Iizuka. I really like this tag team, and I'd like to see more of them, and I did a little research, just basic stuff, of like wondering why this tag team never took off. And I even sent a couple like historical podcasts or wrestling journalists. Did New Japan, I sent Meltzer and a couple others, did New Japan ever see Takayuki Iizuka in the early 90s here as a potential star of the promotion? And didn't realize that he's already like 4 or 5 years into his career at this point. And he's put in this tag team and never got an answer back, but I'm kind of like putting the pieces together that I think they just saw people bigger than him, and he was slotted in this mid-card role, and maybe his ceiling is kind of the Hirose Hase of the level. But then again, at this point, Hase's coming off a G1 victory, or just losing in the G1, I mean. That's what I meant. So they defeated the Heisei Ishigun team of Akitoshi Saito and Masashi Aoyagi, 14 minutes. I'm thinking Iizuka is gonna kind of be put in that Koshinaka role as just that solid mainstay guy. Maybe that's not a bad thing, but that's kind of my thoughts there. Sorry, I'm kind of hijacking this from UK. But
oh no, you have a lot more to say than I do. Yeah, so you're fine.
Yeah, you kind of went over your thoughts there. Brutus Beefcake versus Black Cat, just god awful wrestling. Skip it. Super Strong Machine defeats Tatsutoshi Goto, 8:51. Not a great match. I just like seeing Super Strong Machine. He's kind of getting old at this point. Liger defeats Tiger Mask in a mask versus mask match, in which I thought the match was slow, felt kind of flat. Liger is just levels above Tiger Mask at this point in time, and Tiger Mask rips his mask off and throws it at Liger in frustration. So feeling
very anticlimactic. It was
very anticlimactic. Yeah.
Like I think we were confused on if it was a mask versus mask match because he just kind of threw it off in frustration as opposed to making a big ceremony about it, like you would normally see in these kind of matches.
Yeah, so kind of a bummer there. Hellraisers, that's Hawk Warrior and Power Warrior. They defeat the IWGP Tag Champions, the Jurassic Powers, not to be confused with the Jurassic Express of today. The Jurassic Powers is Hercules Hernandez and Scott Norton. This was a big beefy boy match. It was very slow, but big beef slapping nonetheless. 12:47. I found out on this journey, Kay, that we never... Like, we sometimes see the tag titles change hands, but we never really see defenses. We just see them change. So it's just like, oh, I guess they're the tag champions now, because maybe they skipped like 2 changes, and that's kind of what happens, or they go abroad and they come back, and it's just quite funny to me. Steiner Brothers defeat Hase and Keiji Muto, and at this point in time, Keiji Muto has totally dropped the Great Muta gimmick. He has promised to never do the Great Muta gimmick ever again, which he totally obliges by and will never do it again. He is a man of his word, this Keiji Muto. Also a boring match. Scott Steiner did get to debut his Steiner driver in Japan, and it kind of came 3/4 of the way through the match. Wasn't even the finish. That's his delayed vertical suplex, and then he just drops the dude in a sit-out pile driver. Got a huge pop from the crowd. One of the few of the night. The funniest moment in this match was definitely kind of at the midpoint where they're all fighting on the ramp, that really, really long Tokyo Dome ramp that they have that's even with the ring. Muto goes all the way down there, and he just screams and does his running clothesline all the way down, and then Hase goes, I gotta get a handle on this too. I gotta join in. Big mustache smile and all, and he does it himself. That was really funny. I did like the finish, though.
Pop.
Yeah,
that was the biggest pop of the night for me, at least.
Yeah, I did like the finish where I believe it was Rick Steiner getting the pin on Hase, and then Muto jumps off the top rope, but he wasn't able to break up the pin in time. So I did like that. Hulk Hogan defeated Fujinami 13 minutes. Boring fucking match. I hated this. Nothing happened. This myth Hogan was a good wrestler in Japan is I'm debunking it as it's falsehood. Like, seeing Hogan do terrible basics at this point in time of his career is not exciting. Chosu and Fujiwara managed to one-up them with an even more boring match in 9 minutes 4 seconds as Chosu defeats him. Also another myth that Fujiwara was this huge star, and the crowd was over and he's protected. Nah, that's also falsehood. I'm debunking that right here, right now. Hashimoto and Chono went 28 minutes, way too long, as this was absolutely just nothing but heavy mat work. Now, if you're a fan of the kind of, I think it's, I want to say FMW style of the time, this is an of-era match. It does not hold up in 2020, this 1994 heavy mat work 28-minute match. This is like something straight out of the 70s and 80s. I wasn't a fan of it. The finish was at least good. Hashimoto retains. And then Tenryu Inoki in the main event went 16 minutes. This was all about Tenryu going over, but apparently Inoki wasn't going to get pinned in the first place. This was actually the best match on the entire card, oddly enough, because they pulled off. The backstage was apparently because Inoki didn't want to lose and get pinned. They had to. Chosu was Booker Man at this time, and he convinced Inoki that they were going to do like this knockout angle, right? And they came to the conclusion that Inoki was going to do 2 knockout angles. One was a straight up right fist to Tenryu and knock him the fuck out, right? Tenryu then staggers up to his feet at the last second, and then Inoki puts him in a sleeper hold and chokes him out. And a normal match, Tenryu's dead to rights. Like, call for the bell, this dude's out. And the big angle was Chosu actually getting up on the apron and slapping Tenryu awake. And then they went from there. That actually saved the match and got it heavy heat. The crowd was way into it. Hell, I was into it. I actually bought this. So, you know, I'll eat some crow. This was a good Inoki match. It's one of the few I can say I've actually enjoyed. Tenryu was phenomenal in his selling. I actually thought he was legit knocked out. He was selling it so well. And Tenryu did end up getting his powerbomb off. And of course, Inoki has to get up at the last second. As soon as that 3's done, no, get up, and he tackles Tenryu. Oh, the match is over. Oh, and he cuts his big promo after the match. So I ask you, Kay, were you into this match?
Just a bit. I think about the same time you were into it, the knockout stuff, because I was like, oh wait, he knocked him the fuck out. And then he said, was it Chosu came over to smack the crap out of him and woke him up. And I think by that point I was into it. I think it was shocking to see, because I also thought that he was going to lose to Inoki, and Inoki got pinned. And it's like, oh, okay, that was shocking. But what wasn't shocking was Inoki pretending like he didn't get pinned afterwards. That was a very Hogan move.
Yeah. There's a lot of egos on this card. I want to see more Liger matches. We do have the Super J Cup of 1994 to look forward to. We might split that up into 2 podcasts. I'm not sure. We might. I haven't decided yet. Maybe we'll just go long on the New Japan Retro thing, since we tend to streamline this a little bit more sometimes. But yeah, this show was boring. I don't recommend the 1994 New Japan show. If you were to watch one match, I would say it's the Tenryu Inoki match, oddly enough, is the main event. Because you don't want to put your heavyweight title in the main event. That would be silly.
No. But I want to bounce off one quick point that you made about the myths being busted. I think a lot of these myths are not busted because most people don't go back and rewatch the stuff to see if it's true. They just believe it because they were told.
Well, yeah. So I'm watching it to debunk the myth.
Right. It's like the whole hubbub about Meiko Sato more recently. Go back and watch her Gaia stuff. She wasn't as good as she becomes later. She did not carry the company. So there's stuff like that.
Right.
The myths are debunked easy.
Okay, we got yeah, so I haven't looked at what we have to watch in the future here for New Japan. We're not quite at the Super J Cup, but 1994, there's a lot to watch. There's a lot of good matches. So maybe we'll throw throw some All Japan in there and some other things. But yeah, we got WCW Sold Out to talk about. That almost goes an hour. We've already recorded that with my man known as Hardest Part of the Ring from the Apron Bump podcast. So enjoy that for the next about 50 minutes. So when we come back, Kay, we got the Wrestler rankings.
Awesome.
Okay, we're joined now by a special guest for Sold Out. It is my friend from the Apron Bump podcast. Care to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is the Hardest Part of the Ring. It's a birth name. It's a family name. Yes. And yes, as you mentioned, I do have a podcast that you have been on. You were on a couple weeks ago for ROH. What even was it? Road to the Title, 2002.
In the future of this podcast.
Yeah, I don't want to start off with a plug, but
Nah, that's exactly why you're here. You were kind enough to have me on there for a lot of fun. We've done
Yes, sir.
We've done 1994 WCW, 2002 Ring of Honor, and now we're kind of meeting in the middle. 1999 WCW Sold Out. That
What an
took place.
awful sandwich that is.
Why would you do this to yourself? Why do I do this to myself?
I don't know, Marty. Regretting it.
Look, man. This took place on January 17th, 1999, an attendance of 10,833. Sold out, by the way.
Was it?
No, bull crap. Bull crap. They had sold nothing out. They just gave tickets away.
Look, if you told me that this was an empty arena, I might believe you.
Yeah, I was about to say, it didn't sound sold out. It kind of looked sold out. But
paper mache.
The graphics said sold out. The graphics said sold out in the worst jizz stained graphic I've ever seen.
Dude, the cum font on this was excellent.
I think cum font needs to be the title of this episode. I know we're early into it, but that's a good running. It's in the running. So
we watched a horrid rip online of obviously someone's recorded VHS tape.
It fit. It perfectly.
Absolutely fit the quality of the show.
You gotta put yourself back in the shoes of watching it.
Oh yeah, it had the tracking and everything. I was like, no, this is perfect.
It's amazing. It works so well.
And the quality of the video did not deter from the quality of the show. So for those that are wondering, we are coming off the heels of Starrcade 98. We've watched, count it, 2 episodes of Nitro. Here we are. We did play Guess the Card, which I gotta now pull up. So just to reiterate here, I'm a fool. I'm half prepared.
About as prepared as they were for this show.
Well, yeah. Well, no, that's giving them too much credit. So our Guess the Card, for those that need a reminder, and you're gonna like this. Flair and Son David versus Fat Barry Windham and Kurt Hennig. Taser ladder match, Goldberg versus Scott Hall. I said it had to end via pinfall or submission. Kay, you said all they had to do was grab the taser. We'll find out who was right.
Somebody.
Are you saying WCW had a confusing stipulation?
Oh,
is that what you're trying to say?
There was a great match. There was a great match later to discuss with that. Wrath versus Bam Bam Bigelow, a match made after my own heart. And then we reached guest territory after 3 matches. So, Kay, you in your brilliant mind said Chavo versus Norman Smiley again.
Again.
I believe if this was on Sold Out, it would have been the 5th time we've seen this match, I believe.
Lucky
Saturn
you.
versus Jericho. If Saturn loses, he must wear, despite losing to the Cat earlier on Nitro on that Monday to get this match, loser must wear a dress. Scott Steiner versus DDP TV title. Kay, you said only an NWO promo, specifically Scott Steiner.
I said NWO promo or NWO showing up to get the paycheck, be it Hulk or Hogan or Nash.
I got your exact words. Maybe you said that on the podcast. You rescinded. But anyways, Rey Mysterio Jr. versus Juventud for the vacated Cruiserweight title, because we know Kidman is quite injured these days. But I said it wouldn't put it past me and WCW to just throw him out there anyways and make it a triple threat, regardless. And then Hogan Nash appearance, pay-per-view payday. That's what we came to a conclusion for.
Yeah. The pay-per-view payday. We're not on the show, but we're getting paid anyways.
Right. I mean, why would you want to have the WCW champion on a pay-per-view? That would be stupid.
No. No, you got to do the next pay-per-view. Not the one you paid for. The next one you got to pay for.
Right. You want to pay for the one in February, not the one you're paying to watch now. No. We've gone too
jokes
far.
Are for the wrong one.
Yeah. All right. So we begin with kind of the Hogan election standard, breaking down Sold Out in our journey. So very timely. We get an introduction to the arena in Charleston, West Virginia, the Charleston Civic Center, and like we said, the nice porn-styled cum font of 1999. Bring it back.
Just missing the music. It was just missing the music.
I was wondering why I was all half chub during the show, but now I know why.
Why would we be at a chub at all? I was depressed. I was limp the entire time.
I got a half chub for something later, but we'll get there. So I mean, you want to start a pay-per-view out hot? What is the first match that comes to mind?
Probably Mike Enos. I mean, if I'm just guessing, if I'm just pulling a name out of the hat, I'm probably going to say Mike Enos.
Mike Penis is right.
He's a Korean wrestler. Like, I legit kept saying, this is like some Korean wrestler looking dude.
I literally had the same exact note here. He looks like the default guy that you get with like no clothes, even like down to his tights and his boots, everything.
Right. Great minds think alike. I was like, oh, hey, look, Chris Benoit's going 50-50 with the Korean wrestler.
So, Kay, you've watched Nitro with me over the past, I think, 8 weeks. And have you ever seen this Mike Penis before?
I may have seen him on like a 2K game with the default Korean wrestler, but outside of Nitro, no.
All right, so you've never seen him on TV. Have you seen Chris Benoit wrestle on TV or remember him wrestling?
I think he wrestled like a Nitro ago in like a similar situation when it was like 50-50 with a bad wrestler.
Perfect start to this pay-per-view. 10 minutes, 34 seconds.
They start up on the right foot.
So yeah, match was boring.
It was bad.
Though I couldn't get away from this fact is how like uncomfortable Mike Enos looked out there. He just did not belong. I don't know anything about Mike Enos. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I know nothing about Mike Enos, but he did not belong there.
In Chris the context of watching all of 1998 WCW, neither do I.
He's like a tag team guy, and yeah, that's kind of what I got from the commentary.
He is nobody as far as we're concerned.
He's just a guy, a dude.
That is true. He is a person.
The big highlight of this match was at the end when Enos goes for a clothesline, and it almost looks like he didn't expect to hit Benoit with the weakest clothesline I've ever seen, and then Benoit immediately gets up, rips his arm out of his socket, and puts him in a crossface to win.
It seemed like he was expecting the crossface. That's what at least I assumed. I hope to assume at least.
Nice miscommunication to start off the show. Second match on the card, and I'm not gonna lie. And Kay, we watched this together in the voice chat. I screamed. When these two dudes came out.
That's the first thing you did. Once you saw Norman Smiley, the first thing you did was scream.
What is your history with Norman Smiley? Anybody? Just chime in.
He's I remember him from TNA more than anything else, and he was kind of the same guy, just a little older.
Yeah.
He molested a stick horse a few weeks ago.
We're just gonna dive right into it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he straight up committed a felony in national TV to Chavo's stick horse. That's what this feud is based off of, by the way. And he threw it in a wood chipper that just hangs out at arenas. Here we are. No. Norman Smiley has an urn of the stick horses. They say they're ashes, but it's stuffing.
It's like sawdust and stuffing.
Is this before or after Big Boss Man fed Al Snow his dog? I think it's before, isn't it? I think it's before.
I know it's at the same time Shawn Michaels retired from wrestling the first time.
Oh, he lost his smile?
No, he suffered a horrendous back injury. And then he came back, and this was around the time when he made one more stipulation to Stone Cold or something. You know, on that other show that's actually doing successful ratings.
Oh, what are you talking about? The comp that they put the belt on Mick Foley.
Yeah, nobody's going to tune in for that.
Oh, no, especially when they play it twice.
Well, I mean, no one is. Mick Foley's losing ratings because they beat him every week. So,
yeah.
Yeah. So Norman Smiley and Chavo Guerrero, if you said, man, I can't wait to watch these two guys wrestle for 15 minutes and 44 seconds, boy, did you get what you wished for. What I wished for...
The two people that wished for that.
What I wished for were these fans mocking the Big Wiggle in the crowd in their drunken rage to
they
join
were
me.
not mocking it. They loved it.
That's
so
all they
over.
wanted. That's all they wanted.
The Wiggle is more over than most people on this card.
Even including Goldberg.
Yeah.
This match was straight ass. I hated every second of it.
One thing about this match, so just to kind of say it out front, I've never watched WCW like in this era, like the Nitro era, and this is like the first show I've watched like beginning to end. So I'm like completely out of the loop and a lot of storylines and characters and stuff.
Poor soul, run away.
I mean, I have so many questions on this match, but like, who was supposed to be the babyface and who was the heel?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure, because the crowd is really hot for Chavo in the beginning, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess they're sympathetic for what's the Pepe, the little stick horse.
Yeah, he's had this a long time, and when Norman Smiley threw it in the wood chipper, I'm like, good, get rid of that fucking thing.
Little did you know.
But even the ashes of the stick horse must haunt me. And that's how this match ended. Smiley, in the full view of the referee, just, like, sawdust chucks this thing into Guerrero's eyes, and the ref goes, that's cool, this match sucks anyways, let's get this over with.
Look,
I just want my paycheck.
To be fair, I don't think in the rule book of wrestling there states anything regarding to stick horse shavings. So I think that's technically within the rules. I'd have to relook at it. I might have to fumble through it a little bit more, but
really diving deep into the referee's mind on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he just didn't care. So this match sucks. I just want to go home.
He was probably falling asleep. He didn't even see it. Wasn't paying attention.
I was fell asleep.
Our VHS tape that we watched did not have the David Finlay Van Hammer match.
We're spared.
Unfortunate. Do you want me to give you a synopsis on it?
Sure.
Okay, so the match started, and then it ended.
Cool.
Shocking.
Yep.
That sounds horrible.
That's a better...
Sounds like a banger.
The entertainment value of me saying that is more so than actually watching this abortion of a match. So
I read up on this show, and this was the first like audible they had to call. Apparently, they had David Finlay versus Mongo for this slot on the show, but Mongo missed his flight.
Classic Mongo.
Due to personal problems. So they just threw in Van Hammer.
Van Hammer of all people.
Yeah, the hippie. So we missed nothing, thank God. Bam Bam Bigelow pinned Wrath in 9 minutes 23 seconds. Look, the match wasn't great, but at least it was something that made sense in the context of something for the first time in anything. And it's, at first it seemed like people wanted this match, but really because Bam Bam Bigelow has been immediately slotted into Disco Inferno territory, and Wrath hasn't been the same since Nash pinned his ass, no one cared. So...
I didn't
Shocking.
Care. That's for sure.
Hey, also, is Bam Bam signed or not? He didn't have music, but he's in a WCW arena.
Look, Tony Schiavone made it very clear that because Flair's in power, that he has signed Bigelow. That was Schiavone telling us maybe that happened.
He said maybe. He didn't say anything. Maybe they signed him. I don't know.
And Schiavone trying to make sense of things would be something for the rest of the show.
Oh boy, I felt so bad for him.
So this was at the point that Kay and I we're basically asleep, and we had to come back the next day to finish the rest of the pay-per-view.
Yeah, I had to watch this show in segments. I couldn't imagine sitting through this whole thing in one sitting.
It'd be torture.
Sold out in the undercard was very much impossible. But luckily, when we came back with a new, fresh attitude, and I think we got our laughs handed to us. This was great from this point forward. In terms of, we accepted how terrible this was.
Yeah, our new attitude was, listen, it sucks, just laugh at everything.
Just accept the fact that look how fucked up they are and how messed up this company is. Mm-hmm. And it's only going to get worse. So here comes Lex Luger and Conan. The crowd absolutely went nuts for Conan doing his little rap song and a shtick. And then And then Luger comes out. He's fresh off his heel turn for no reason. How cool is that? And, okay, do you have something to
add? This match sucked.
Well, yes, they all sucked.
That's assumed. You turn the show on. It's WCW 99. You know they're all gonna suck.
Look, it's Lex Luger and Conan in the ring. What kind of quality did you expect?
He was like blown up in like 2 minutes of the match, and Conan was already heavy breathing.
So it's funny you mentioned that. Conan actually blew up his back in the match.
Oh God, you could tell.
Yeah, so we thought he was blown up. Typical Conan. Am I right? But yeah. So Conan actually blew out his back during the match and wanted it called off, and somehow he even had the doctor like near him. That was that weird moment in time, Kay, where Luger was kind of prancing around the ring, doing the rack. He's trying to hype the crowd up. That was Conan going, I don't know if I can fucking finish this match, guys.
I think it might be a little blown up. I think I might need to go home.
Yeah, needless to say, this crowd, once about 60 seconds of the match passed, the crowd goes, oh, God, it is Luger and Conan. What are we doing here?
Yeah, they're super hot in the beginning, like you said, right? Like, I don't think anybody was more hot than Conan was in his entrance. But man, did it take a nosedive when the bell rang.
Oh, man, Conan has to actually wrestle? Ah, fuck this.
Damn. Why is he going to wrestle? So, I got a question. So, when you think of the NWO Red and Black, what comes to mind? I think actually just a cool theme song, right?
Oh yes, of
pretty
course.
much, yeah.
Just a cool theme song. Did they do anything? No. Were they relevant? No. Do they matter? Fuck no.
No, they got to reset back to the black and white, but now they wear red. Ooh.
And black and white. Ooh, they're mixing.
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah, they're mixing.
I have many questions regarding that once we get to the Flair match.
Oh, fun.
Oh, don't worry. You won't get any of them answered because we don't even know either.
Boy, howdy, was I confused.
I have all the answers. Don't worry.
Oh, thank God.
Yes. So
I tried to forget.
So Conan somehow gets back in the ring. I know, a great mystery to be solved. And this is when Miss Elizabeth, with her boob job, comes out. Kay, I don't know if you noticed this, but her breasts grew like 2 sizes since her alleged stalking charge that she put on Goldberg.
Her breast pulled a Grinch, where they grew 2 sizes that day.
I was like, what the hell are you taking this?
I love
they didn't seem green and hairy to me.
I mean, they might have been.
Who knows?
The only thing that was missing was green spray paint. But yes, Liz spray paints Conan's eyes mid-match, also in front of the referee. He doesn't care. It's like, oh, weird, that guy has a bunch of spray paint on him.
Oh, you forgot. She missed the first time. She did the first time and completely missed him.
She missed him and hit Luger's back. And
so
she sprays the top of Conan's head, and then she gets him in the eyes.
You have one job, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Christ.
At least I got half chub with her boobs out there, Did
all
have
you
that
can ask for.
him.
Oh, so that was the half chub moment. See, I was too busy laughing.
Yeah.
You could do both.
So yeah, Luger puts him in the rack and wins. Awful match. Chris Jericho versus one Perry Saturn in a loser has to wear a dress for 90 days match. They just keep adding stipulations.
Was it 90 days?
Yeah.
What's with WCW in 90 days?
Yeah, Ric Flair has control of the company for 90 days, but books himself horribly. So, he's really channeling that inner WCW he has.
Also, doesn't force corrupt champion Hulk Hogan defend his belt?
No. You can't do that. That'd be silly.
That'd be silly.
He's more interested in having Bischoff ride in the ring truck. That's what he's more interested in.
That's where the priorities lie.
So the story going into this one was Dickinson's the ref and he's a heel referee. But he doesn't do anything heel until just the right time. He's a heel against Perry Saturn. And no affiliation to Chris Jericho, but Chris Jericho plays it off nonetheless. They have also a bad match. Wasn't very good. They missed a bunch of moves. And then Dickinson, on a small package that Perry Saturn does on Chris Jericho, Dickinson just rolls him over and then fast counts, match over. Oh, great.
Fantastic.
There's something beautiful about a small package being the finish to a dress match. I don't know, it just feels right to me.
Just feels right. Bobby
Feels
Heenan
even
did
more
at least.
right when the ref. Well, feels even more when the ref is the one that pushes him over and switches the position so it gets the fast count and everything.
Yeah, Bobby Heenan at least had a good one-liner about Perry Saturn begrudgingly putting on the dress. He goes, "Perry Saturn's going braless. That's an interesting choice."
Yeah, I did pop for that line.
That was good. In between, we get Jericho over at the WCW hotline with plugging the internet. You know, that crazy thing. He would go on to never win another match at WCW from this point forward, apparently.
Really? When did he leave? Because this is January of '99, right?
Yeah, he leaves later the year.
Wasn't it like much later?
Yes.
Man, so he was winless that whole time, huh?
Oh yeah, they bury his ass.
Was that a feud with Goldberg?
No, that was in '98.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. I have to wonder that he left.
It's a wonder, right? Put in his program, he beats a fake Goldberg, and then he gets speared on the ramp on Nitro, and that was it. So cool.
What an ending.
Ugh. Good times here. Billy Kidman versus Juventud Guerrera versus Psychosis versus Rey Mysterio Jr. in a 4 corners match in which you have to tag out.
Quote unquote.
Right. Why would you even tag in the first place then? For the belt.
It's funny you bring that up because Tony Schiavone was doing his damnedest to try to make any sort of sense of this match.
Mental gymnastics.
Poor man was doing the Olympics in his brain.
Anytime he would come to some sort of statement about the match, Bobby Heenan would go, "Well, then why would you ever tag out?"
No, that's my favorite.
Was like, well, shit, I can't refute that because that's a good point.
You're absolutely right, Bobby. I can't explain it. And then you have Juventud and Psychosis on the outside not wanting in the match, and they're playing through it, and you have Schiavone going, well, maybe they just want to conserve their energy and tag in at the right moment. Immediately get tagged in by the faces. Bobby Heenan goes, man, it sure doesn't look good for you, Tony.
If I was Tony, I'd just be like, listen, just ask Nash. He has the damn book.
What's even better is there was a coin flip to start this, where it was announced that Kidman and Mysterio had won the coin flip, and then Guerrera's music was actually second after Kidman. So he goes, oh, I guess Guerrera and Kidman are actually going to start the match. And then Mysterio starts it instead.
What
it's
is
like
this?
Even they couldn't even get a fucking coin flip right, and WCW couldn't.
Oh, man. So they're going back and forth, and after about, I want to peg it at like 5 minutes, the 4 guys in the ring said, fuck these rules, and then they just have a 4-way.
All this hullabaloo.
4-way.
All this struggle, all this like wires getting tied, trying to figure out what's going on with the tags, all of this and the coin flips, all of that for them to just say fuck it, and we're just gonna have a tornado style match.
Look, go on the wrestlers. Very good on the wrestlers.
Like this is bullshit. Why are we even doing it like this? What is this?
I loved seeing the referee make the random like motions that a tag happened, and after a few minutes of the wrestlers not caring, he gave up too. And then the last straw was finally when Heenan goes, well, who's legal, Tony? He goes, I don't think it matters.
Correct response. I just don't think it matters.
Well, if you take, rules and structure out of the equation, this was a fun match.
Oh yeah. Also, I've got an interesting question. Why the fuck is Hoovy and Psychosis teaming up? Don't they hate each other?
No. See, the LWO is now disbanded, and they temporarily hated each other, but now they're friends again because they're Mexican.
But they hated each other in the match at the beginning, and then they became friends.
No,
what happened?
No. They were the heels in the match, therefore they naturally were drawn to each other. Yeah.
I literally think it's just because they're Mexican. Hey, remember Mysterio didn't like being in the LWO? What happened to that? Why does he like being in there now?
Don't worry about it.
Because he's Mexican.
Don't worry about it. Just forget it happened.
That's where the L comes from, bro.
Yeah. Kidman won with a shooting star press. I'm so glad he's going to heal up those injuries. The kid can't even lift his arm at this point.
Does anybody have an uglier shooting star press than Billy Kidman?
I mean, depends how you look at it. You could say it's the most effective because it always lands knee first on your face.
Or knees on your patella.
Or just knees on your arm.
Yeah, man, he's really thinking long term with this. Like, man, I'm gonna put these guys down. They won't be able to kick out.
Yeah, that's true. We're not going to make this spectacular. Let's just make it hurt for real and not look good.
Right, it's a shoot in Star Press.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Rick and David Flair versus
Can I leave now?
Barry Windham
I don't want to talk
and
about the rest.
Mr. Perfect, Kurt Hennig.
What was going on with his cheeks? Why were they so flushed?
It was like it was just a certain part of his cheeks. It was weird.
Because that's who he is.
He's a nervous Nelly, I guess.
He's just very easily flushed.
He was embracing his inner clown. It's okay.
I knew a few kids in school growing up where as soon as they do any sort of physical activity, their just cheeks get all rosy red like that and flushed.
Yeah, then you stuff them in a locker right after.
Well, I mean, you got to steal their lunch money first.
Oh, that's true. I always forget.
Yeah, you got to think. You can see. This is why I'm here. I got all the answers.
I don't have the long-term planning.
So how familiar are you with the story heading into this match?
0.
So, I will play catch up here. Ric Flair has control of the company after losing to Eric Bischoff on Starrcade, but then goading him into the whole stripping promo on Nitro, and then beating beating Eric Bischoff for control of the company for 90 days. The next night on Nitro, he showed up and he wants to book himself into a handicap match against Barry Windham and Kurt Hennig. That was his idea.
Sounds right. There's no way that could end badly.
No. David Flair then goes, "No, Dad, I want to do it too." Flair thinks this is a bad idea. Rightfully so. The father knows best. And then Arn Anderson goes, "He's ready."
I think he's ready.
Good enough for Ric Flair. Let's do it, brother.
It's not ready. It's not ready at all.
No, he wasn't even close to being ready.
I can't think of anybody less ready than David Flair.
I'm more ready than David Flair.
I could go in a match right now and have a better match than David Flair.
So yes, David Flair lacked all sort of, everything, including personality. Did not have any of that. Clearly wasn't ready. He did 2 wrestling moves, probably just from watching his dad his entire life. And then he tags out, and it became a handicap match, just like Ric Flair wanted.
Yeah, he got what he wanted at the end. Also, let's not forget that Barry Windham did not take his jacket, his denim jacket off the entire match.
I gotta respect that. It's like the Butcher on AEW. He's got to have an entire bunkhouse match in an apron.
He did not care. He was like, "I'm keeping this jacket on. Screw you."
I do respect the denim jacket move.
I've seen entirely because you were on JD with the Barry Windham and Ric Flair match on Spring Stamp or Slamboree '94. Was that Barry Windham? That Ric Flair? Do you remember?
Yes, that was Barry Windham.
Man, it's always good, right? It's always good.
It's always good. Windham got way better in 4 years.
He did. He couldn't get worse.
So just a little fun fact I discovered was Ric Flair is just a couple weeks out from his 50th birthday here at this point in time.
Jesus, he didn't look like it.
He did not look like it. He looks, acts, and moves kind of about the same as he did before. He still has a lot left in the tank. It really kind of made me think about kind of Chris Jericho and AEW and how he moves, acts, and his prominent position in the company. A lot of similarities I saw. Now, Chris Jericho's son is not wrestling on national television or on a pay-per-view, so at least Jericho has that much going for him.
Yeah, you live to learn.
Yeah, he didn't pay money to see his son wrestle a terrible, awful match.
I bet you Jericho saw this in '99. He's like, never.
I will never do this.
Son, I will never have a wrestling match with you.
He said to his son, it's like, you are never stepping before the ring with me.
Actually, I think he has like 3 daughters, but yeah, point stands.
I mean, Flair's daughter's the one that broke out, so maybe that would have been should just thrown Charlotte in there in '99. Probably would have been a better match.
I guarantee she would have been better.
Out there.
She was as tall, so.
Yeah, she's probably like 13 at the time or something.
Yes.
Oh no,
matter of fact, she was. I think she was 12 actually.
Man, that was way closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
She'd probably still wrestle better.
We can't ignore David Flair in this match because he was the real star of the show. In which, I mean, made us crack up laughing the whole time because of how bad he is.
He leaned on the rope the entire time. Hey, Dad, you gonna tag me? Hey, Dad, you're doing good, Dad. He kept clapping. Randomly, just start clapping.
Yeah,
He wants the
didn't.
crowd behind him.
I mean, my favorite part was when he would like get in the ring and to distract the ref, and just how like uncomfortable and robotic he was, and like trying to like get the ref's attention, and then he'd like be shuffling his feet all around the ring and then like tripping over himself.
Dude, I swear he went in an impromptu dance with the referee in the corner, and the ref was starting to choke him.
He does with the ref.
It's the most physical action he had in that match.
I fucking died when he started doing that. No, I'm gonna get in. And the ref is like playing basketball defense. No, we can't touch, but then we will touch, but then no. And David's in the corner going, I don't know what to do.
I fully expected them to break into a ballroom dance.
They start playing the one of the Beethoven symphonies. They just start breaking out. Okay, how do I? No, he wouldn't know how to do that either. He's like, is it 3 steps? Is it 4?
He just fall over,
trips over his own feet. So, you guys remember how this match goes from here and ends?
Yes, because it's hilarious.
Unfortunately.
Oh. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, take it away.
So. Flair and Windham are the 2 legal people in the match, right? At this point, the ref ignores that as David Flair and him do that little tussle thing. Arn Anderson comes in because I believe Mr. Perfect was also in the ring, and he low blows Mr. Perfect. David Flair low blows him, and then Arn Anderson hits him with like a object. Forget what it was, like a pipe or something.
Tire iron.
It was a tire iron,
right? And David Flair gets the pin while the ref shoos the 2 legal people out of the ring and counts the pin for David Flair. As he just lay like sideways on top of him.
No, I think it was more of a Uranagi that David Flair hit on him.
See,
it was just a unique version.
See, this was actually I'm gonna break this down for you guys and how brilliant this all is. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
So, it's a double team maneuver by Curt Hennig and Barry Windham on one Ric Flair, who's taken the brunt of the damage. 97% of the match. You do the math. I haven't. But, regardless, David Flair finally tussles away from the referee. Referee can't see over the group of large, actually talented wrestlers as David Flair hits Curt Hennig from behind, low blows him, and, I guarantee, cracked one of his testicles. Curt Hennig is now devastated. He hops up not once, not twice, but 3 times as Barry Windham and Ric Flair then struggle, tackling each other to the mat. The referee knows they are the 2 legal men. His eyes are concentrated on them. In the meanwhile, Curt Hennig, in his grasp of adrenaline, finds one David Flair. He punches him once and twice, knocking Flair out unconscious temporarily. This is when Arn Anderson finally gets in the ring, tire iron in hand. I'm gonna save my best friend's son. He gets in there, ref still concentrated on the action to the 2 legal men. He hits Curt Hennig from behind, knocks clearly his C4 vertebrae out of his spine. We do see it. I guarantee those are on the x-rays that we will find out on Nitro the next day. This is the continuity that we know from WCW. In this moment, Curt Hennig grabs the unconscious David Flair, and they just happen to fall on top of him. The ref then realizes, oh my god, this is WCW. I have to do some sort of job. I have to do this for Team WCW because the other team is for the NWO. I will count that 1, 2, 3. Boom! David Flair, in his wrestling debut, gets the 1, 2, 3, his first victory over the famous Curt Hennig and Barry Windham. And in this moment, upon hitting the 3, David Flair wakes up from his slumber and pops up to his feet to raise his arms in victory. Oh my god, this is brilliant booking, guys. Did you understand this now?
You did way better than I did. I feel inadequate now.
My brain is in a pretzel. There's smoke coming out of my ears.
I'm amazed and shocked and awe.
Now, as brilliant as that was, the NWO came out and destroyed him.
As great as that was, NWO still came out.
So explain to me. So maybe I'm just out of the loop here. So I was under the impression that the NWO Black and White and the Wolfpack were like against each other.
One could say that, yeah.
However, in this little post-match deal here, They're just all kibitzing together and beating this poor lad. So I guess they're together at this point?
Yes, the finger poke of doom happened.
Yeah,
So-
the finger poke of doom.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So they're together. So why are they two different versions of the NWO then?
They are not.
Yes.
They are now all one faction under a cooler theme song.
A much lamer theme song because it says NWO throughout the entire thing, ruining the cool beat.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's very true. So now it's don't turn your back on the Wolfpack, NWO.
Well, Kurt Hennig and Barry Windham came out to like the traditional NWO, black and white.
Dude,
Didn't they?
things happen. That's what happens when you're on the B Squad.
I just put this together.
Good point.
NWO ruined everything. They even ruined the one cool song they've ever had, the Wolfpack song.
So they found a way.
Yeah, so this was Nash and Hogan's payday. The entire group comes out. They handcuff Ric Flair to the ropes, and they beat the fuck out of David Flair. They whip him. They beat his ass. They spray paint Eazy-E on his back.
Handcuffed Flair to the rope.
Yes.
That was beautiful. So, fun fact: apparently, both Flairs were under the impression that David was only going to get whipped like 3 or 4 times, and I lost count. It had to be at least like 15 times he got whipped.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the beauty of it is that Ric Flair is fucking handcuffed to the rope, so he like can't do anything, and then David Flair is just sitting there becoming ground beef in front of our eyes.
Yeah, and the crowd with their Pavlovian response, they first chant Goldberg, but then they chant Sting because they can't help themselves, even though Sting has not been around since Halloween Havoc.
Where is he at? What's he doing?
I just want to say Sting. Oh, go ahead.
He's at home.
Oh, cool.
Just chilling.
Yeah.
Just chilling.
Yeah, it's cool.
I want to say the Sting chants that were going there remind me a lot of the CM Punk chants.
Yes.
Very apropos,
Randomly.
yeah.
It's like, oh, we want this other person that we kind of liked better than whatever you're showing us now.
Well, they gave up on Goldberg really quick.
Super fast. That's why he's not relevant anymore.
No. Goldberg's just injured because remember he was mysteriously attacked at the beginning of the show.
Oh, it's funny because I totally forgot about that. So did the show.
It was a mystery.
Yeah, I forgot too. They also seem to have forgotten this fact.
I wonder if he's gonna make the main event.
Yeah, who knows? By the way, the main event, Scott Hall versus Bill Goldberg in a stun gun on the top ladder match type thing.
Battle prong.
Yeah, Goldberg was taken out in the dressing room. Afterwards, he's writhing in pain from the unseen attack. We never get any answers of this, but he has a knee brace now.
I'm still wondering who did it.
Must be, I have a feeling it's an NWO member.
No, come on. What? Who?
It might be
What?
an NWO member. Maybe.
I think
Maybe
it
it's
was
Disco
Bull Nakano.
Inferno. Disco Inferno always seems to wind up in these situations.
I bet it was Disco Inferno.
Bet you
So-
$5 it was Disco Inferno.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. So they had a ladder match. You can call it that.
There was a ladder.
There was one ladder involved.
It was present.
So they tell us...
There was a ladder. They did wrestle.
Michael Buffer does at least tell us that you grab the taser and whoever gets stunned first is the winner of this match. So thank you, Michael Buffer.
I'm so sick of Michael Buffer.
Yeah, we had neither of those as the winning stipulation.
Exactly, because they didn't explain anything.
So we actually did pretty good on this card for Guess the Match. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess we can use the Hogan Nash as 6, and then sort of the Cruiserweight match as... No, I won't even give them benefit. We were 6 out of 9 on this card total. So
Can we just not count the Mike Enos thing? Because I mean, who would have expected the Creator Wrestler would get a wrestling match?
I would have guessed it. I'm a big Mike Enos guy. If anybody knows anything about me, is I'm a Mike Enos mark.
Oh man, you must be like the woolly person.
I'm an Enos penis. That's what we're called.
I understand.
It's quite the name you got there.
But speaking of got this ladder match.
Yes. So what did everyone think of this ladder match between limping Bill Goldberg? I must say he actually sold the knee pretty well here. I will give him that much credit.
Absolutely. Yeah, all with all like the tools involved in this match, you have an injured quote unquote Goldberg, and you have a Scott Hall who's like at his peak alcoholism here. And like with all those factors in mind, I feel like it was a pretty decent match.
I think it's as good as it could have been.
From like a storytelling aspect, not as much as like a athletic aspect. Maybe I'm just being optimistic. Maybe I just have a low bar based on what we've seen on the rest of the show.
I mean, could we say this was actually the best match on the show? Because it was the actual one that was built up and had some purpose to it.
Maybe. I mean, let a very, very not sober Scott Hall climb a ladder. So they did that. That's great. Goldberg's not a star anymore. Thanks. Congratulations, WCW. Yeah, you killed a star.
Well, he still does well in the ratings. His merchandise sales are declining at this point in time.
I wonder why.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
I guess the idea here, like, if I threw this all on paper and, you know, everyone knows that Goldberg got tased at Starrcade 98, Hogan's now champion, Ric Flair. The whole Ric Flair being in charge really puts a damper in all of like these booking plans, because why doesn't he just put Goldberg in a rematch right away? But let's ignore the whole Flair being a good GM type thing out of here.
What are you saying, that there's gaps in WCW?
Yeah, I am unfortunately saying that. I hate to break everyone's bubble here. Yeah.
No, man, it's your big brain to figure all this 5D chess crap out that they got going on.
Look, man, I had the big brain for knowing the actual story behind the David Flair match, all right?
Hey, listen, WCW's a thinking man's promotion.
That's one way to put it. Can I tell you, though, I did actually love the finish to this match, where Goldberg had the tape, or whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call it a taser.
Oh, they had taser, 9 different names for the taser.
Cattle prod, vibrator, whatever.
The electric vibrator.
They did call it that once.
We're not at Judy Bagwell yet, but he like threw the taser in the air. Goldberg did. Scott Hall like looks up at it. He's trying to catch it, and then as he's looking up, Goldberg fucking spears the shit out of him. I laughed my ass off when I saw that. I thought that was good shit. It's such good shit, pal.
Well, I mean, Scott Hall does get the taser first because Disco Inferno comes out and interferes, because
why wouldn't he?
Always Disco. It's always Disco.
Scott Hall does get the taser first. He does lose it because Goldberg is supposed to be the awesome babyface, so he gets it back, right? I was like, okay, all right. So this is all leading up to the big, you know, getting past Scott Hall and tasing him. Why the NWO never came out, I don't know. It was just Disco Inferno. Disco does get his comeuppance. He does get tased really hard. Crowd pop for that. He's, you know, backing up Scott Hall. Scott Hall's like, oh no, he's begging for his life. Throws, you know, like you said, he throws it up in the air, distracts him, spears him, jackhammer, and then you're like, great, he's gonna fucking tase his ass. Everyone goes home happy. And the story in my head at this point going, all right, so he's vanquished Scott Hall. He's going to go through a few more of the top NWO guys till he gets at Hogan. Bam, we got our match at Slamboree or whatever it is in February. Or Super Brawl, or I don't fucking care.
Battle Brawl.
Battle Bowl, whatever the February pay-per-view is going to be called.
Battlegrounds.
Right, so that's what they're going to build up on Nitro going on. This is all going in my head. This is logical, right? You know, it's a thinking man's promotion, like you said, Kay. Well... Kevin Nash is not a thinking man. He's high on Ludos and Whippets or whatever you had, and he goes, but what if Goldberg barely touches Scott Hall? Follow me so far? And then we have Bam Bam Bigelow come out, interfere, and then Scott Hall tases them both, and we go off the air. How does that sound?
Sounds fantastic.
I was out of, I mean, it is a common theme for this show, but I was out of my mind confused. Because like you said, he barely touches him. Bam Bam comes out. It looked as the camera cut to the entranceway before Bam Bam came out. First of all, second of all, Bam Bam is like almost in time to stop Goldberg from stunning him, but he isn't. So I was like, was he supposed to be earlier? Was it supposed to be a different finish? It was like, what is going on? And then like it just abruptly ends like 5 seconds later.
You know, if you would have told me Scott Hall won this match, I would have believed you, seeing it with my own two eyes.
This is the brain of Kevin Nash as the booker.
Nobody won this match, including the crowd.
We all lost.
The crowd was dead the entire time.
They're the
What
biggest
a horrible
losers.
show. We all
We're
lost.
in 2020. We're in 2020, and we lost having to watch this match. We got time taken from us that we'll never get back.
No, man, we learned a lot. We learned a lot on this day. We learned don't put boring mat workers in a 20-minute match. Don't make your babyface lose a main event after losing his main title on your biggest show of the year.
I've learned alcohol makes this show funnier. That's what I learned.
That's what I was missing. That's the. If we ever do this again, I'm gonna add that. because
I
they needed
don't think either of us do this sober at this point. I think I started trying to do it sober, and then I was like, I can't do this sober because I have to think, and I don't want to have to think for the show.
You got to be on Scott Hall's level.
So we missed this going over, but there's a moment in the match where Goldberg pushes Hall off the ladder, and Hall is supposed to do the crotch over the top ropes, and he gets like his calf on it, and then just crashes to the mat. It looked horribly painful. He legit tore his groin.
Literally, it hurt, but he was probably drunk enough to where he didn't feel it.
No. I think he was pretty sober here. He wasn't like Mongo stuck at an airport.
Is that what we're still going with? He was stuck at an airport?
No, he was stuck at an airport being drunk.
I will not have you besmirch the name of Mongo.
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen who this Mongo guy is, so I have no frame of reference.
Oh, bro, there is a whole Twitter dedicated to just gifs of him fucking up. I forget what it's like called.
Wait.
Oh,
that's our Mongo account.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think now it's like Mongo and Friends or something, but there's still a lot of Mongo.
Now it's
on
like
there.
Mongo and gifs from WCW 2000 on Thunder, where like all these inexperienced dudes fucking up every match, just trying to do something.
Wait, is that where you gave me that Nash gimmick, the gif where he's like got the blood splatter right next to him?
Yes, it is from that account.
Listen, I busted up so hard at that gif, and then I saw that it had sound and laughed harder.
Dude, we have so much to look forward to in 1999 and 2000. There's so much shit to watch and laugh at how bad this company is, and how fast they go from selling out arenas to just being straight up folding.
Just giving out tickets. Just, hey, we can't get you to pay for this, and you probably wouldn't pay for this anyway, so just have a ticket, please. Please come to the show.
Dude, it's incredible. It's incredible.
It's tough, like, because I mean, this show sold out. If anything, it's a tough show to watch, just like in a vacuum. Because like you guys watched the Nitros, so maybe you had some semblance of like,
we hated
why
it more.
These guys are fighting. I'm sure you did, but at least like maybe had some backstory or whatever the fuck. But like I don't know, this show was just paced very strangely. Like I mean, the first like 4 or 5 matches, I mean, nobody gave a fuck about.
Backstory makes it worse because they don't even bother.
I can't. You know what? Yeah, I guess because you're not rewarded, and you just learn that you wasted your time watching Van Hammer or whatever.
No, WCW is a masochist promotion.
Man, I didn't think
that is a good way to
bad.
put it. If you like pain, dude, watch this.
I thought it wasn't until like late '99 that they got really bad.
No,
I'm surprised.
No, it's been going through '98.
Oh, yikes!
Oh yeah, they were just they were just still selling out arenas in '98, '99.
Yeah.
If you want to feel your soul leave your body as you watch a television show, watch Nitro.
Yeah. So, favorite match and least favorite match. A lot of contenders.
Oh.
A lot of options.
I'm like scrolling through all these matches, and it's just diarrhea after diarrhea.
It's like, man, what hit you the hardest? Is it the booking? Is it the match itself? Is it the match and the booking? And
can a favorite match be something you laughed at repeatedly?
Sure.
It doesn't have to be a good match. It's just you laughed at it a lot.
Hey, if it's your favorite, it's your favorite. It doesn't mean it's any good.
Oh, no, nothing.
We've come to the consensus that every match was bad in some way.
The David Flair Ric Flair tag match was my favorite then because I laughed the hardest.
I don't know. Favorite?
Yeah, favorite.
Probably be I don't know. I really enjoyed seeing Mike Enos's chest blood vessels pop from Chris Benoit's chops.
That did bring me pleasure too, I will admit.
And it's always fun seeing Chris Benoit just completely pummel somebody that doesn't belong there.
Well, my favorite match was I guess I'll go with Kidman, Juventud, Psychosis, and Mysterio Jr. Least favorite was the one that brought me Fire and Fury, and that's Norman Smiley, Chavo Guerrero.
Oh, that's my least favorite as well. I've never felt so. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this. Please stop watching this.
I don't know how long that match actually was, but it felt like 5 hours.
15 minutes, 44 seconds. Each time I think back on it, I think I put a higher number on it by accident.
God,
I wouldn't blame you. It felt like it was at least an hour of just pain.
For no payoff.
No.
Just pain.
No. Well, we got Nitro to watch for the next episode. Mr. Hardest Part of the Ring.
Yes, sir.
As that is your name.
I will not join you on that Nitro. Fuck this.
Well, I wouldn't want you to. I don't want to put people through that.
Just kidding. I always like a little bit of pain every now and then.
I volunteered, so what does that say about me?
Masochist.
Everyone go check out the Apron Bump. Dude, glad to have you on. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me. Yes, Apron Bump. If you like retro stuff, which if you're listening to this, I would assume that you do. I do just wrestling on my podcast, but I do wrestling from all promotions and all eras. It can be 94 WCW. It can be 2000s Progress, ROH, TNA, old WWF, Attitude Era stuff, current stuff, evergreen stuff. It's all over the map, but kind of an oasis if you're not really into what's going on nowadays. You can come and listen to me ramble about some old wrestling from a bunch of different promotions. So yeah, thanks again for having me on, man.
Yeah. All right, Kay. We're going into the wrestling rankings from here. All right, Kay, wrestler rankings. Let's get this over with. Very tough this time around, especially with all the major shows.
Just a tad tough.
So, I'm going to copy and paste, as I do, what I got in front of me here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go through it, and if you have any thoughts, just chime in.
Will do.
There you go. All right. So for the men, number 15, I got Cody. 14, Darby Allin. 13, Eita. 12, KZ. Maybe I could flip-flop those, actually, but I just got way more into the finish of Eita KZ, interference aside. But anyways, Moxley 11, Kingston 10, Hangman Page 9, 8, Tetsuya Endo, 7, Kenny Omega, 6, FTR, 5, Ishida, 4, the tag team of Kota Minoura and Jason Lee. They are together on that one. 3, Konosuke Takashita, 2, Keisuke Okuda, and 1, Young Bucks.
All right. So, I agree with mostly everything. I do think KZ should stay above Eita. His that finish of him alone, his performance in that match, I feel like just puts just above Eita, my book at least. And I would put Kenny Omega above FTR. I think his singles performance to me was better than their tag performance, if that makes any sense. I think him and Hangman had my favorite match on that card, and they killed it and lived up to the hype in every way possible. Whereas I think the FTR Young Buck stuff is still kind of hurt by the build, but the match itself was good.
That's absolutely fair to say. Yeah.
I think because I had higher expectations for the Kenny Omega Hangman match, and it lived up and surpassed those expectations, whereas my expectations for FTR Young Bucks was lower, I put Kenny above FTR.
Yeah, some notable names that just didn't quite make the cut is Kento Kabune with his big heel turn and winning matches with the sharpshooter. Daisuke Sasaki with his solid performance against Endo. And Jun Akiyama really turning back the clock there on his match. But I tried to focus on the guys that really impressed me the most and kind of had the most kayfabe implications. Maybe Akiyama should be on there over a couple people, but I just didn't really know. I mean, this is just what impacted me the most. So, it's an opinion-based thing at the end of the day. I'm just trying to do my best to take some bias out of it. Women, 10 Himika, 9 Hades. First Luchadora, I believe, of the year. 8 Shida, 7 Yuki Aino, 6 Hikari Noah, 5 Suzu, 4 Julia, 3 Takase, getting high up on the list, but there was no denying 2 Mizuki and 1 Yuka. I don't think that's debatable.
No, not debatable at all. However, I would say I would put Himika above Hades and above Shida. I think her performance with Julia was top-notch stuff. I do think the Shida match, as much as I liked it, was hurt a little bit by the botch with Vicky. But
the key there is it wasn't on Shida.
Sure, and they improvised. They did a very good. Yeah. They did a very good job at improvised. But I think that match also took a bit to get going in the beginning. And I think Himika's performance as a whole was better. Also, she went longer than Shida and maintained that performance longer than Shida did in her match.
Well, what do you think of me putting these were the two that I struggled with the most, and that's Noah and Yuki Aino, kind of in the mid-table here.
I think Hikari Noah's performance, despite the fact that she lost in the finals for the international belt, I think her performance alone was great and puts her above Yuki Aino just a bit. Yuki Aino did great in her match, the tag match. But I think I put a singles performance above a tag performance because you have to do it solo. You don't have the assistance of a partner to also take some of the workload off.
Sure.
And we're doing 2 matches back to back, and both of them being good, puts her above that for me personally.
Yeah, I mean, these were the big highlights for me. Notable names that weren't that didn't make the cut is Haruko Musaki, Kamiyu, MK Sisters, Momo Oz, but I couldn't figure out a way like who was the best highlight of it all without kicking people off and separation, if that makes any sense.
Right. I think the notable name off that's not on the list is Miyu Yamashita. I think how mind-blowingly good she was in that match, just pulling out so many stops and doing so well at her own sort of kicks. I mean, just the things that she was able to pull off that were new, and the stuff that she was doing in that match was great. I'd put her on the list personally, but I think given the 10 you have, I would just put Himika at 8 and maybe Shida at 9 or 10. I want to see the one Hades match, so I don't know where to really rank her.
Right, that's why she's pretty low on there.
Yeah, so I'd maybe put Hades at 10, Shida at 9, Himika 8.
Maybe I'll move Hades down. Yeah, I'll move Hades down to 10, and I'll move Himika up 1. I'll just flip flop them.
I guess that works. I just think Himika.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. As much as Hades impressed me, it wasn't long-standing or for any like real stakes. So
right. But the arguments for Himika, I'd give her. She was in the main event. Had to go 19 minutes, where I think she went.
That's why Julia's high.
Yeah, but I think Himika was just as good in that match, just as big a part of that match. That's why I just put her above Shida.
We're all right. This was a long one. Let's see if it eclipsed 5 hours when it's all said and done. This was wrestling episode 69 of the Red Leaf Retrocast. Kay, thanks for joining me. Big Egg Joshi Podcast. We are on the SOS Wrestling Network. Go check that out. And any sort of written reviews I have are out there. Go on to redleafretrocast.blogspot.com for the full rankings and thoughts reviews. And go check us out. This was Princess Full Ultimate Destiny. See you next time.
See ya.